What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku was trained by the king of all heroes Gilgamesh. Izuku Midoriya is quirkless, which made him feel that his dreams of being a hero impossible. Till one day his father's words and gift made Izuku reignite his dreams of being a hero. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author LegacyDr for writing this story. Now, let's get into part 1. Chapter 1. A King's Golden Touch. When I grow up I am going to be a hero just like All Might, saving people with a smile. Sorry kid, that's not gonna happen. Tells this to my mother and I. Because of my extra toe joint I won't have a quirk, but I refuse to believe it. Day by day after the doctor's visit I would constantly try to attract things to myself and try to breathe fire, but at the end it yield no results. Tears roll down my face as I continue to watch the same video of All Might over and over again. When my mother entered the room, I asked the one question with tears from my eyes. Mom, can I still be a hero like All Might? Only for my mother to hold me and continue to say that she is sorry. I felt bad, I know it wasn't her fault, but at the same time I wished she would have said something else to me. Later that year. Phone ringing. Hey, Inko, I am coming home soon for the holidays. The company finally were able to get someone to fill in my spot this year, so I will be able to stay for both Christmas and New Year's. Tell Izuku Papa is bringing home something special. That's great news, Hisashi. It's been quite a while since we gathered as a whole family again. Hopefully this will better Izuku's mood. Inko trails off as she remembers how sad Izuku were and still is about him not having a quirk. Hisashi, hearing the situation, sighs and says to her, he's still pretty bummed out about not having a quirk, right? Well, tell him this, that no matter what happens he is still our son and we'll always be there for him. Also I think I have the right thing to cheer little Izu up. Hisashi begins to smile at the image of his son being happy once again. As December arrives in Musatafa, so does Hisashi as he finally set foot back in Japan after 3 years away in the US working for his family. It wasn't easy being away, although they call and video chat either weekly or monthly, it still wasn't the same. Hisashi then quickly ran up to his apartment and begins to hug both his wife and son, who were glad he arrived home after so long. Hisashi and Izuku looks exactly alike, except that Hisashi had a more sharper eye compared to his son, who has his mother's round eye. Izuku, although was still upset about his quirkless status, he was still excited that his papa returned home and with many presents for him and mom. Hisashi, seeing his son's excitement over the gift, quickly hands a specific one to him. In the bags he brought in, there were different hero merchandise he had picked up from the States, but those can wait for now. This particular present was important to hand to his son first. Izuku, I know you like heroes a lot, so I got you these gifts, but the others can wait as it's not Christmas yet. This one however is special, and I want you to open it up first, how about it? Izuku, although was slightly disappointed that the other present would have to wait, he was still excited about the gift that his papa is allowing him to open first. So he quickly agrees and asks if he could open it, and so he did. As he unwraps the present he saw a book titled The Epic of Gilgamesh. Izuku had a look of confusion as he knew of many different heroes, even their abilities, as he has started to take notes on them. But who is this Gilgamesh and what's so epic about him? As he begins to ponder and mutter away, his father quickly laughs at his son's confusion and thought process. After having his laugh, Hisashi placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder, crouching down so he could speak to him. Izuku, I know that not having a quirk makes it seem like the world has ended for you, but let me assure it's not, as the reason why I got you this book is for you to learn from history and into the past of the time before heroes of today came to be. How those brave men and women of the past before quirks were regarded as great heroes, and I thought what better ways of introducing you to them by reading and learning about them. Izuku was beginning to understand a bit, but was still rather confused of where his papa was heading when Hisashi continued on. So I started with this one. You'll start by learning where it all possibly began by a man known as the King of Heroes, and also the first hero of humanity, Gilgamesh. Izuku, you may be wondering why I am telling you all of this. Well, to put it simply, I believe you can be a hero even without a quirk. The road will be tough, but I believe you can achieve this. Those last few words hit Izuku hard. Those were the words he truly wanted to hear, and terror once more begins to surface in his eyes, but this time accompanied with a grand smile. Inko, who was standing beside them the whole time, begins to worry about Izuku still wanting to be a hero and the dangers he may face. But the words that her husband has said, along with Izuku's current happiness she hasn't seen a while, made her forget for the time being as she joins them smiling away. Christmas soon came, and Izuku has spent days reading about Gilgamesh, and he was really intrigued about this old king of heroes. Hisashi smiles at his son Focus and tells Izuku a time for presents. Only for Izuku to say those can wait. He is trying to finish Gilgamesh's story, which surprised Hisashi as his 4-year-old son is still reading such level book with such passion. But he was proud and happy that his son's dream is coming back together and was able to convince his wife that Izuku will be fine in life, even if he does continue to pursue being a hero. As Izuku finishes the epic that Christmas night, he begins to drift off to his dreams. What he saw next surprised him. He was in a throne room, watching a few figures fighting against each other, while a man sits upon his throne. The fight was truly exciting for Izuku, and when it ended and the group departed, Izuku wondered when he'll wake up, only for the man on the throne to call him out of the hiding spot behind the pillar. "You behind the pillar, how did you get in here?" Izuku begins to stutter. I don't know, I was just sleeping in my bed after finally finish reading up on the Epic of Gilgamesh when I woke up here. Sorry sir, I didn't mean to break in. I don't know. As Izuku begins to tear up, afraid that he was in trouble, the man quickly raised his palm to quiet him down. "Child, do not cry over such things. I was simply asking a question, that is all, although the circumstances is strange, but what is your name, young one?" Izuku wipes his eyes and says, "Oh, my name is Izuku, sir. Izuku Midoriya, sir." The man closes a stone tablet and nods at the boy's answer when he then asks an odd question. "You said you were reading about the Epic of Gilgamesh, and you just finished. What do you feel about this Gilgamesh and his deeds?" Izuku was a bit surprised. The man never answered back with his name but another question, but nonetheless he still answers. "I don't really know. Well, some parts he seemed harsh and a bit arrogant, and quite a few parts loud. I suppose, I still feel that he is a great person. He didn't achieve his goals, but still went back to work for his people of Uruk, so I thinks he a good king and hero who looks out for his people and a man who accomplished many feat. Sorry, I still had some hard times reading some areas, sir." The man stood there, a gauntlet hand under his chin in a thoughtful pose, but then chuckles and asks some more questions to Izuku. "It's fine." Izuku was it. "Well then tell me why a young boy probably no older than 6 to 8 is reading the tales of Gilgamesh rather than listening to it from teachers or perhaps your parents." Izuku looked down and thinks that he'll probably be laughed at and answers. "It's because I want to be a hero when I get older. Even though I don't have a quirk." The man ponders about the kid's word and thinks to himself, a hero. So he wants to leave his names and mark upon history, then, no, from what it seems that wouldn't be correct, and quirks. Izuku heard no sound of laughs, so he continued. "Almost everyone has a quirk to call their own. My best friend Kakin has a quirk that makes explosion from his palm. The idol I looked up to, Almite, has a quirk that allows him to do things with crazy strength. Everyone has something like that, but I don't have a quirk. I still want to become a hero though." Izuku continues to look down, this time tears threatening to drop out of his eyes and onto the stone floors. The man stood there in front of Izuku not moving, then asked him another question. "What does it mean to be a hero for you, and why do you wish to be one? Is it for fame, glory, or for the potential wealth that may come with the title?" The man finished the question and awaits for the boy's answer. "Someone who can save everyone and are able to reassure them they're safe with a smile on my face while doing so." Izuku answers without hesitation and then continue. "But now I want to do more than just that. I want to help those who are like me, whose dreams seems impossible, encourage them that they can do it." Izuku finishes off his answer with a smile and looks up at the man in front of him, with his eyes still wet from his tears. "Then tell me, Izuku, even without a quirk you still wish to be a hero, then why do you read the epic then? You never truly answer me on that part." "Oh, it because I was told to look at the past, before the eras of quirks, and learn how these great individuals of the past came to be regarded as heroes that inspired today. My father got this epic for me to start with," Izuku answered honestly. "But in this epic it tells of feats and tales that even those with quirks may not even achieve. What do you even get to take away from it? Wouldn't this just show you the fantasy and how even more impossible your dream is?" The man continues to question on. "Yes, but there's more to it than just power, no matter if it's from the gods, magic, or even in quirks. They have charisma, intelligence, skills, and ingenuity that I can learn from. I may never be able to fight others with super powerful quirks, but I can always think of ways to help others, save others, assist others in subduing dangers by learning." Izuku takes a deep breath. "I wouldn't know if I never try at the end." "Is that so then, child? You have me intrigued to say the least. Let's just say I hope you don't disappoint me the next time we meet." The man says, which makes Izuku question what does he mean by next time. Then he noticed he was fading away. Izuku, before he completely fade away, called out to the man, who seems to have taken interest of his goal for his name, only for a smirk appear on the man's face. "Really? After all this time we spoke, I imagine you would have gotten it by now. Child, I stand upon you as the king of heroes, humanity's first hero, and the king of Uruk, but you may know me as Gilgamesh." And with that, Gilgamesh patted Izuku on the head and he was gone. Izuku woken up the next day feeling energized for some reason, and on both of his hand odd symbols have placed itself on his hand. Chapter 2. Revival of a King. The morning was a bit eventful for the Midoriya family, to say the least. When Izuku woke up with a strange symbol on his hands, they thought it was his quirk finally awaking, but after another visit to the doctor they were told it wasn't a quirk. Explains that this marking is possibly a byproduct of quirk mutations after few generations. Like in nature how animals would have bones that serve no purpose but to show sign of previous evolution. In the case of humans they would have something similar to that too. For example, skin colors, eye color, hair color, and other mutations that isn't related to the person quirk but were passed down from their parents or grandparents. It was disappointing for them all, but Inko and Hisashi noticed that Izuku wasn't as upset at the news. So Hisashi, against his better judgment, decided to ask his son the question. "Hey, Izu, you don't seem upset at the news about that symbol's not being a quirk, why is that?" Izuku answered his father with a big smile. "Papa said I can be a hero, and Mama believes in my dream, but someone else is also waiting for me to become a hero." "Oh, and who is that, sweetie?" Inko asked. Gilgamesh himself." Izuku answers with a toothy grin. The answer was a bit odd, but the two just thought of it as a dream of their baby boy. After all, he has been reading the epic non-stop. So Hisashi decided to make a trip to the local bookstore to pick out some more of these books for Izuku. 5 years later. Izuku has faced many discrimination at the first few months after his birthday. It was due to his quirkless status, but then the discrimination became worse, all because of a useless genetic passed down on his hands. To say he didn't care would be a lie, of course he cared. After the age of 5 no one wants to be his friend, and he was the constant target of bullying. It only worsened as his once best friend was now his main tormentor, Bakugo Katsuki. "You really are a Deku, aren't you, getting a quirk only to be some useless passed down, you really can't do anything right, haha." Thus 5 years of living hell begin for Izuku, where constant verbal abuse and at times the physical with a side of explosive quirk used on him. The only few reasons why he stood strong was because his parents believed in him, and he knew the quirks weren't everything, quirks were tools, and were only part of humans' past 200 years of history and nothing more. Also, it wasn't a hero way of seeking harms to others for their self-enjoyment or personal it's because even though it was a dream it felt real that Gilgamesh was expecting him. Izuku was now 9. Over these past 5 years he was able to read more stories of heroic individuals from King Arthur, Emperor Qin, the emperors of Rome, conquest of many people, and many more heroes of ancient time. He even studied a few artists and scientists like Da Vinci, since they also contributed to history, in which case interested Izuku. His grades and physical condition was top of the class, but no one beside his parents cared as he was just another quirkless brat who'll probably just get a small office job if he was lucky. Putting aside these horrible memories and events, Izuku was exited as today his father was able to make it back to Japan once again, so he can finally celebrate Izuku's birthday in person. They were going to Tokyo to visit the historical landmarks there, and which mean more historical heroes for Izuku to study about. Another reason for Tokyo was because Hisashi planned out the trip, and if they are lucky All Might should be there meeting fans after they're done sightseeing. All was planned perfectly as Hisashi had months to prepare for this. Hisashi once again arrived home, took a rest for a day for his jet lag, and the next day the whole family took off to Tokyo. July 17, 2277, 10:55 am Tokyo. The Midoriyas arrived a bit early, since it's a Tuesday. Inko calls in for Izuku to have an off day from school. Also, since it's a workday Tokyo wasn't as busy, so they were able to visit quite a few landmarks. From the shrines of Nezu to Yasukuni Shrine to the Edo Castle ruin, the Midoriyas were truly trying to visit them all, that and Izuku taking some detour to see local heroes of Tokyo. Which made Hisashi smile as he couldn't wait to surprise him with a All Might fan meetup. After some nice lunch at a local ramen shop, they continue on their nice family outing. 3:49 p.m. Sakamoto Rima, a name Izuku picked up on this trip. Izuku was only 9, but he see the world a bit differently, and this was just one of the case. The world isn't black and white and never will be. There is no complete evil nor complete justice. He learned that while reading about historical hero. Rima is an example. Here to the people he is a hero who wanted changes to the government to bring Japan out of the feudal system into democracy, Japanese nationalism, industrializations. He wanted a change for the better, which makes him a hero. But what about those who didn't want to change? Does it make Rima a villain for enforcing that change? What about the Shinsengumi? Were they wrong? Were they villains? For they wanted to keep their way of life. Does that make them villains? Izuku ponders this but decided that he'll find the answers one day as he continues on with his parents on their lovely outing. He took out his notebook for heroes of the past and wrote down Rima and members of Shinsegumi's names before he forgets. Although deep down Izuku knew both sides were right for their own reason, but in the end there couldn't be an outcome both sides agreed sadly. The trip was definitely worth it as it made Izuku realize even more that before quirks people and civilization as a whole has achieved so much and had advanced so far compared to today. Izuku looks at the temples, castles, and artworks that are made and gives a nod of respect for those who made them and for the history that it holds, feeling grateful that his dad brought him out to Tokyo for his birthday. Izuku stopped calling Hisashi Papa after he was 7, feeling a bit embarrassed. Hisashi didn't mind, but will still miss those days though. 6:30 p.m. Are you guys hungry yet? If so, there's a nice sushi place we can head to, or would you guys prefer McDonald's for something fast? Hisashi asked. McDonald. I heard they got a new set of Happy Meals toys for All Might. Izuku says while practically jumping into his father's arms. Inko just smiled before saying, Now Izuku, we can get McDonald anytime, how about we go with Dad's decision? Izuku looked down before nodding, but Hisashi was slightly a bit panicked, he thought to himself. Crap. Inko, I love you, but if we don't head to that McDonald, we'll miss the surprise. Hisashi gave Inko a look of plea, and Inko finally gotten the message, and she quickly tells Izuku in a panicked tone. Oh, but since it's your birthday trip, let's go to McDonald, how about it, sweetie? But that Izuku lit up and nods right away. The car ride to McDonald was relatively peaceful. Hisashi and Inko chatted and praised Izuku for working hard in his classes and in his daily exercise to keep his dream of being a hero reality. Meanwhile, Izuku just sat in the back writing about the heroes from the histories of Tokyo in his Hero of the Past notebook, while simultaneously filling out his Hero Notebook 9 for the future. As they were about to arrive, Hisashi practically yells in joy for Izuku attention. Look Izuku, it's All Might. But that Izuku looks up and screams in happiness. There he stood in all his glory, was All Might himself meeting fans, but that happiness didn't last long at all. Explosion. 7:37 p.m, McDonald, Tokyo. Buildings collapsed, and the earth shook as people ran away screaming for help, parents calling for their lost child, while kids did the same for their parents. It was chaos as all electronic devices were cut offline completely, and nothing was working, so everyone ran on foot. At ground zero of the explosion, no one survived except All Might and a villain wearing a suit fighting him on equal footing. The local hero arrived and assisted the first responders on the evacuation of every possible civilian they could see and save. They all left the fight to All Might, as all of them saw the speed and power that was thrown around. Everyone was supposed to be evacuated, but at ground zero miraculously a roughed up vehicle was in between some debris that formed after the explosions gone off and had survivors in it. Hisashi awoken to the noise of his son, who was crying for his mother, and what he saw horrified him. A piece of debris has hit his wife and trapped her legs under them. He knew he couldn't remove it, so he tried calling for help on his phone, only to realize it was fried from something. The same with Inko's phone, and the radio in the car all fried. Inko awoken in pain, but Hisashi told her he was going to get help. Inko agrees, and told him to take Izuku, as this place isn't the safest. Hisashi agreed, and told Inko to hold on tight, as he will try to get back to her as soon as possible. Izuku was still crying, but quickly stopped at the sight he and his father were witnessing. They were in a war zone. Hisashi quickly covered Izuku's eyes as he saw the first few bodies that were under the fallen buildings. Hisashi tried to continue on, but he only took a mere 20 steps when two figures collide not too far away. Well, All Might, how does it feel to be in the same exact position your mentor was in? You holders of One for All are all the same. And so will be your fate. Why? Why did you choose to fight me today in here of all places? These people were innocent. All Might yells out the last few words with blood flying out of his mouth. Why, you ask? It's quite simple to send you a message. You can't save everyone. You're a symbol of peace in name only, nothing more. My other reason is relatively simple: to get my revenge on you. With that, the suited figures pulls back his hand and blasted All Might into the ground even further than before. You tore apart my dream, my empire I built over the last 200s, so it's only fair I return the favor. With it, the suited man once more brought back his fist, this time charging an attack. Streaks of red electricity bounced off his arms as the muscle mass grew on his arm. Soon the man was done and launched towards All Might at full speed, and All Might as well met his punch with Detroit Smash. The shockwave was massive, shaking the earth once again, and Hisashi was barely able to stand. He quickly ran back with Izuku and told Inko to keep Izuku safe, as the condition outside may be much more dangerous. As Hisashi begins to make a run for it to find help, he saw a horrific sight: All Might in the grasp of this man who was smiling madly. I have few jabs into your mind and ego, about the people you couldn't protect and your mentor you watched died, and you lose all your composure. Well, if I had known it was this easy, I would have personally hunted you down in America myself. Sigh. No use in crying over spilled milk. Let's just end this feud between One for All and All for One once and for all, shall we? The man pulls back his hand and arms, forming into a combination of different mutations. Drills, bones, platings, and muscle grew out as he was aiming towards All Might's vitals. No, Hisashi, what are you doing? You know Inko and Izuku are waiting for you. Hisashi was having to make the hardest choice in his life. He can watch or ignore the man who the world and his son admires and see as the greatest hero die here, or he can do something stupid. Screw it, if I can help All Might then he can get Inko and Izuku out of here faster. Hope I can pull this off. Hey old man. Taste this. As the man in suit turns around to face the new arrival, he was met with torrent of flames in his face, and he quickly dropped All Might in the moment of shock. Thank you citizen for your help, but I'll need you to get out of here. He is too dangerous for you. All Might practically panted those words out. I would love to All Might, but my son and wife who is injured is still here. I was going to grab help, but I was worried since he. Before Hisashi can finish the sentence, something pulled him away. A strong telepathic quirk grabbed him and launched him to a building. All Might was going to save him when a slightly ticked off suited villain came back and launched a powerful punch into All Might's head, leaving All Might with a concussion. All Might stayed down here for a few moments. A rat has interrupted this nice setup, but he has added another thing to your plate. Watch once more as you fail to protect. With that the villain floated towards Hisashi. Trying to play hero and now you pay the price, but I should thank you really. I can now taunt him even more. Now All Might will taste the disparity of not being able to protect another life, but before that I have to say your quirk packed quite a punch. Let me take that off your hand. And so he grabs hold of Hisashi head only to look disappointed. Sigh. So it was nothing more than a moment's strength. Otherwise this is a pretty mediocre quirk allowing you to breath fire. Well, I did say I was going to take it, so I will. With that Hisashi felt pain surging in his brain, and by the time it was done he no longer felt his quirk. Now when you go to the other side young man, tell them all for one sent you. With that Hisashi was punched with the attack meant for All Might and went flying only to be caught by All Might. I am so sorry I couldn't save you, All Might said with his face showing sorrow and regret that another victim has been added due to him not being strong enough and falling for his enemy's taunt. Hisashi was losing consciousness as All Might apologized. He couldn't say anything except, "It's fine. You're still just human after all. But please cough. Save my son and wife." But that Hisashi was gently placed down onto the ground while All Might nodded to him and tried to regain his footing after the beating from Afo. The battle resumed as Afo leapt towards All Might, leaving no breathing room to regain his composure. From a combination of enhancer to mutations, All Might was striked all over his bodies, with a few additional elemental quirks blasting towards him. Hisashi lay still as he knew the injuries were too much for him. He took in what little breath he could, regretting about if this was the right choice. So this will be how it ends. Soon he heard the frantic footsteps of his son. Izuku was running towards him crying worse than before as he saw the injuries on his dad. Dad. No dad, don't leave us. You're going to be okay, right? Please don't. Leave us. Please. Izuku pleaded while collapsing near his father's arm. Only to receive his father answer that was his last. Sorry. Izu. Cough. I helped All Might a bit. Me doing what feels right. But Izuku, I don't regret helping, but I do regret that I may have to leave you guys. Cough. Izuku, listen to me well. Remember when I said you can be a hero? Izuku hesitantly nodded. At that moment he was more concerned over his dad's injuries. Well, I still believe you can be, even knowing the danger. Be smart about it. Don't do something you regret. Cough. Be strong not only in the mind but in the body. Do what's right for those who you're trying to protect. And at the end keep on smiling like you said you would. So Izuku, send your old man off with a smile, eh? Izuku burst out tears, unable to stop, but slowly he pulled a smiling face while tears still continues to drop. With that Hisashi patted his son's head and closed his eyes. Izuku knew he couldn't carry his dad back to the car, so he turned to the car to comfort his mother, or maybe it was he that needs comforting the most. But something stopped him. Meanwhile up in the air. Rage, pure rage is powering All Might as he felt he failed once again. First time watching his mentor killed in an explosion on an island by Afo. Second time the large destruction in Tokyo, taking thousands or perhaps tens of thousands lives. And the third time a man jumping out to save him, only to be killed by Afo for an attack meant for himself. Afo? You will pay for all those you have taken from United States smash. The attack pushed them both back on the ground as their fist collided. But that All Might had just pulled his biggest attack he has ever done in his career. He thought he had finished the job, but as the smoke cleared out, it showed Afo's right arm twisted, bruised, and bleeding, but slowly healing back. My All Might, that attack would have finished me off. I am surprised that the symbol of peace would be so filled with rage that he would kill. What symbol of peace are you? Afo taunted the now tired All Might, who was still in disbelief that his attack couldn't finish the job. You of all people should know that you are unforgivable. The people you corrupt and killed, the society that you played in your palms-like game. Life means nothing more than a tool for your own sick gains. So tell me, Afo, why should I spare you? All Might answered back with hate and venom, filling every word he spoke. Now I am pretty sure Nana raised you better than that, now give me that famous smile of yours. Afo continues to taunt All Might. I'll smile when I finally know you're gone, away from others that are innocents. All Might yells and relaunch himself towards his opponent, a continuous back and forth fight started once again. Soon it was broken up by a large shockwave of air and other elements. All Might was shot back into the ground, this time paralyzed as bolts of electrify ran off his body. Afo laughed. Haha, it truly is too easy, by playing around your mind you became only powered by rage, making your moves all that predictable, sigh. Don't know why that women pick such a muscle head for a successor, but then again all of you OFA user are all the same, making your fates the same which is dying by my hands, but this time no one to succeed you and my mistake will be erased, good night All Might. Afo readies his attack, but then was pelted in the eye by a pebble. Sigh. Why can't I just end this easily, of course something will happen, or else it'll be too easy. He turns around to see a child trembling in front of the corpse of the man he just slayed a mere 10 minutes ago. The boy, aged possibly 9 or 10, held rocks in his hands ready to throw. This slightly amused Afo, but also irritated him. Afo using a earth-controlling quirk prop All Might up to let him see what will happen next. No. Afo, he is only a child. This is between us. Haven't you killed enough already? All Might coughs up these words while still paralyzed and trapped while watching in horror. All Might, don't get me mistaken or compare me with some bloodthirsty maniacs out there. This is to send the same message as well as my repayment for you, for tearing down my 2 centuries of hard work. After all, it's only fair I return an equal amount with some tips. After Afo finishes that sentence he delivers another punch to All Might head, but held back so All Might can still be awake for the next event. Izuku was frozen and trembling with fear. Why did he do that? He wonder what was that supposed to do, he thought to himself. It didn't matter as he was able to buy some time for All Might or for anyone to arrive and help out. As Izuku continues to ponder and think, he soon felt a strong pull, and he flew right into the palms of Afo, who held him by his neck. Now tell me child, why do you play hero? Do you have a death wish like that piece of trash laying on the ground over there? Afo pointed towards Hisashi. Izuku was already crying before, so he has no more tears to cry out, but he yelled back at Afo. You. Take that back, my dad is not a trash, he's a hero for trying to do what's right. Sigh. The beauty of being a child, so narrow in thoughts and very simple-minded. Your father was no hero, just someone who thought he could achieve and do something great by sacrificing oneself. He was weak, that's all, and you are following his footsteps of throwing away your life, just so you can follow the ideas of what a hero is in the world today. Afo explains tiredly. Izuku didn't know what to say as he did everything on an outburst, but he knew he had to say it. I don't know if hero of the world today are correct, but I know this is the right thing to do, to stop people like you from causing more harms to others. He finished off still trembling. Well, in show of respect I'll do what I did to your father, I'll be taking your quirk and ending you. With that Afo grabs hold of Izuku's head and felt nothing. What quirkless, and yet you still want to play hero. You're exactly like him, well time say goodbye child. As Afo was beginning to gather flames in his breath to incinerate Izuku with his father's quirk, multiple blasts of golden rays shot towards Afo, hitting him, and avoiding a gauntlet hand, reaches out to grab Izuku away from Afo. Izuku, 5 years no see, and this is where you chose my debut to be at. I see you have quite a taste. Izuku know that familiar voice, it been ages since he heard it, but there he was standing up proudly with one large golden axe in hand and a gauntlet adorning the other, his headwear flowing freely in the wind while wearing a red and blue clothing. King Gilgamesh. Chapter 3. To save you even if it means killing you. What the hell is this man's quirk? Portals, weapons that shoots rays, teleportation. Is he like me or is he born with these quirks? Afo thought to himself as he was dodging the hails of golden rays that tailed him, some of which exploded on impact. Brarg. Damn it all. Afo screams. Izuku, go wait with your mother, for the question you have I'll answer them when the time is right, but for now stay out of this, I'll finish this soon. Gilgamesh said to Izuku while holding his stone tablet and golden axe targeting Afo. Oh. Okay, be careful, please, Izuku answers and ran back to the car while looking back at both Gilgamesh and his father once more. Gilgamesh, while attacking Afo, notices something and looks into the possible outcomes. So I wasn't too late after all. If I end this game soon, then there is still a possibility. Mongrel, I'll applaud you for your fine little show, but you have wasted enough of my precious time, so prepare yourself, after which Gilgamesh summoned more staffs and wands out from his gate of Babylon. Big words coming from a nameless brat who just arrived, but with your quirk, I can see why you're so confident, it will make it more interesting when I take it after I defeat you. Afo yells out as he continues to fly around the beam shot from the wands and staff. Haha, nameless. A brat. I have lived far longer than you have imagined, but it's time to show you where you belong, mongrel. Rapid firing from the wands and staff begins. Back in the car. Inko, who was still trapped under the debris, but was worried about both her husband and son as the earth begins to rumble once again. Izuku quickly runs back and closes the door. Izuku. Sweetie, are you okay? What happened and where is your father? Izuku had no tears left, but he let out a soft sob before saying, Dad. Saved All Might. He's a hero. Inko didn't ask any further. The haunted face of Izuku, an answer he gave was enough to know what happened. She felt distraught at what happened to Hisashi, but now Izuku needs her, so she reached over and hugged him tight. Izuku, it gonna be okay sweetie, it gonna be okay, someone will save us. Outside in the air. How is he able to fly? Is this one quirk or a mutation? Whatever it is, I must have it. Afo thought as he blasted back with emitter quirks, smiling as he imagined the possibility of gaining such quirk. He was finally able to maneuver behind to grab hold of Gilgamesh when a wand appeared in front of his hand, blocking his way, and blasted his hand a hole through it. Erg. How? How are you able to do all of this? Afer yells out in pain, but was silenced by another barrages of beams. Silence, I do not need to answer you anything, for you should feel fortunate enough that I even need to acknowledge you, as well as letting you touch one of my many treasures. Gilgamesh replied tiredly and took aim at Afo, making sure to finish the job. You arrogant brat, I'll show you. With that, Afo threw a piece of building towards Gilgamesh, while the other hand charges a beam of plasma energy and launched it towards him. Gilgamesh disappeared into golden dust only to reappear behind Afo, knocking him back down to earth, and continues to shoot at him. The charge is complete, Gilgamesh thought to himself. Mongrel, you should rejoice, for I will show you the true power of myself, which is the power of Uruk. As Gilgamesh finished his declaration, he flew higher and begins his chant. By my order, ready the arrows. Use my treasures to show them the power that protects Uruk. My resolve shall flood the earth. Willamut Injur. As Gilgamesh was chanting, Sumerian symbols appears and circle around him. The surrounding area soon was darkened and then lit up to show it was all covered in a dust storm, and then a grand city wall appears mounted with turrets. As Gilgamesh floated higher, he gave the orders, and the city launched the treasures of Gilgamesh towards Afo, who was on the ground looking at the scene in this disbelief. This is impossible. What kind of quirks is this? No time, Kurogiri, get me out of here now. As a black mist quickly appears around Afo, but he was still too slow as a few weapons were able to nick him before he was fully teleported away. TSK, like a roach still alive but barely sigh. Isn't even worth considering a mongrel, but I better get to it before it's too late, Gilgamesh said to himself before flying towards Izuku's location. Jaku General Hospital, Underground Lab. Dr. Garaki, Master is injured, please hurry up, Kurogiri calls out as he laid Afo on a surgical table bleeding heavily. Master? How is this possible? With his quirks that he collected, the bleeding and injuries should have stopped and begin to heal. Kurogiri, what was the source of this injury? The old doctor known as Kaidai Garaki yells out in horror. He knew of All Might's strength, but nothing should have helped All Might make these type of injuries that could prevent healing or regenerations with his master quirks. I have no idea. By the time I appear to take Master away, I saw a city wall shooting barrages of golden ballistic at Master. Perhaps it was something in those ballistics. Kurogiri replies in a panicked tone. That was no simple ballistic, Kurogiri, huff. Huff. It was a crimson spear or possibly something within it that's causing this to me, huff. I narrowly angle myself or else my head would have been taken off. Huff. My body is currently going on overdrive with all the healing quirks and regenerative quirk I have, but it's only stopping the injuries, not healing it. I need you, my friend, to help me. Before Afo could finish his words, he fainted back onto the table. Didn't waste a single second and went straight to work on Afo, but a burning desire began to form in him. What was this crimson spear that can even harm the strongest combinations of quirks? Is it a quirk or a biological weapon? He must find this out. After weeks of surgery and finding new quirks to try and prevent the injuries from worsening, they were able to save Afo's life, but the results were not what Afo wanted. Mark my words, this isn't over, All Might and you nameless brat. With that, Afo slumps into his chair, letting Garaki finish his life support as quirks weren't able to fully heal nor sustain him. Tokyo, before Gilgamesh and Afo fight ends. Hang in there, Tashi, don't die on me. What would Nana say to me on the other side if I let you die? An elderly hero known as Gran Torino thought to himself as he zips his way towards the devastation. Flashback. Night Eye. What do you need? What do you mean Tokyo is under attack by Afo? How are you sure of that? Because All Might is there, and he hasn't responded back for quite a while after Tokyo's explosion. Responded Sir Night Eye. Alright, I'll head over as soon as possible. Tell Chio to be prepared, this won't end good. Present, or rather after the noble phantasm. What in the world is that? A giant city wall. Gran Torino thought while unable to hold back his surprise as he lands near All Might, who has blacked out after a while. Izuku, it's over now, Gilgamesh calls out as he opens the car door, causing Inko to panic as a stranger just opened their door and she couldn't do much to protect Izuku, but to only hold on to him tighter. Mom, please calm down, it okay, he's King Gilgamesh and he saved us. Izuku tried his best to calm his mother. This, I understand your worries, but rest assured I won't do anything to harm either of you, but I am here for more pressing issue, it's about your husband. There is a chance we can still save him if we can hurry to the nearest hospital. Gilgamesh revelation caused both mother and son to look back at him in shock. Even though Hisashi received such grievous injuries, he can still be saved. But that out of the way, Gilgamesh launched the debris off of Inko and carried her out to her husband. He was indeed still alive, although the breathing was barely audible and heart rate was slow, but he was still alive. We'll need to know a hospital or a doctor that are experienced on treating this kind wound, that's the main issue. Since we don't, it'll be best to take him to the nearest one. Gilgamesh explained, but before he was prepared to take off with them, All Might, who was slowly waking up and held up by Gran Torino, calls out a suggestion. I know of a person, she is very capable of working on these type of injuries. And my teacher here told me she is prepared for the worst right now, so if we can head to Musatafa Hospital, she could probably meet us there from UA very soon. All sides nodded at the suggestion and in agreement, thus Gilgamesh pulled out a strange vessel, and everyone could only stare in awe at the sight of it. Usually it's only meant for one, and mainly for myself, but everyone gather on, we'll waste less time if we ride my Vimana. But that the group took off, leaving a destroyed Tokyo, where All Might looked back in pain, thinking to himself. If I didn't let him get to my head. Musatafa Hospital. The group arrived within minutes as they landed in front of the hospital, where Chiyoshu Zenji, also known as Recover Girl, awaited with Sir Night-Eye and the hospital's staff. All Might hands Hisashi and Inko over to the staff as they hop off of Vimana. As they were all heading into the hospital, that's when All Might noticed a person missing, the golden-haired young man who saved them. He turned around hoping to bring him along for a few questions and a thank you, but by the time he turned around he was gone just like how he came. All Might felt suspicious about the individual as before he completely blacked out he saw the sheer versatility of the young man quirk. Could he be related to Afo? But then why does Afo not recognize him? Were they acting for a show? Better talk with teacher and Mirai about this. It's been a long day, hopefully it can end on a somewhat positive note. After finishing his thought, he rushed in with the hospital staff to treat his head wounds and bruised body. Hours have passed, while Inko only suffers some minor leg fractures and bruising on her abdomen. She was safe to say the least. Hisashi, on the other hand, would be an uphill battle. His internal organs were scrambled as one of his lungs were punctured and his stomach was twisted, ribs were shattered. It was a miracle that he was even barely alive at this point. Recovery Girl and a team of surgeons did their best, but the possibility of survival were null, as even if they were to stabilize him, he would only be alive for a mere hours before ultimately succumbing to his wound, not enough time for his organs to heal or be replaced. It didn't help that invasive materials byproduct of quirk was making it worse. It seemed that Afo had planned to use this on All Might so he can slowly suffer and be eaten from the inside out. Izuku sat there in hospital beside his mother, who was asleep. After the staff checked him to say he was fine, he opted to stay with his mother in the hospital. He was glad to hear the news that his father is still breathing, but his hope shattered completely as they said it very well just be a lost cause, as the damage was already too much for someone to recover from, but All Might pushed for this man's life to be saved. Izuku felt powerless. Sure, he was a kid, so what was he supposed to do? But then he heard a familiar voice. How long are you just going to sit there? There is still hope for your father, meet me at the rooftop. Izuku jumped off his stool and whispered to his mom, who was still sleeping, that he'll be right back, and immediately ran out of her room. As he arrived, he noticed no one was here. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Gilgamesh standing upon the fences of the rooftop looking over the cities, but Gilgamesh disappeared into golden dust, only to reappear in front of Izuku. Well then, hello again Izuku, wish our first in-person meeting would have been a bit formal, instead of being so tragic. You're really King Gilgamesh? Izuku asked in a hushed tone. Yes indeed, I am King Gilgamesh himself, or rather the heroic spirit of Gilgamesh, that summoned from the throne of heroes. But Izuku, I'll explain this later. As of now your father may not live past sunrise, which it doesn't have to be this way, you have the power to change that. Gilgamesh says while pointing at Izuku. But how? I'm quirkless, how I'm supposed to save my father if even the doctors can't do it? Izuku whimpered out those sentences which slightly irritated Gilgamesh. Izuku, you said that quirks aren't everything, and that is true. As of now of course you couldn't do anything. You're just a child with no power of your own yet, and let me just say this young one, quirks are indeed not everything. Before quirks there was always other powers, and an ancient one at that. Even without those humanity still achieved so much with only just their mind and body. But Izuku, you may not have a quirk, but you indeed have power to call your own, more than you will ever know. Gilgamesh say while gesturing to Izuku once more. I will teach you this form of power, but as of now we won't have time to learn the basics. It is time for you to realize your other abilities, which is the ability to summon heroic spirits called servants, to assist you like myself. Usually there are specific requirements for summoning servants, but you seem to be a special case as you have bypassed quite a few requirements. Here, take this. Gilgamesh reaches into his golden portal and pulls out a firearm, along with a giant shield of some sort. This shield here will be the catalyst for summoning servants. It's not necessary as you have shown, but it will provide a better result. Also, that pistol is an artifact from the servant you'll need. By having something close to the servant you'll be able to get a more direct results. If you don't, the throne will send you servants that fits your personality the most. Gilgamesh finished explaining and then asks Izuku. So do you think you're ready? I have many questions to ask, but you'll be here to answer them later, right? Izuku looks up worried and confused. You have my words, now let's begin. Izuku stand in front of the shield, think of your desire to save your father's life, and hope that the throne will answer your call. Gilgamesh calls out and places the pistol in center of the giant shield. Izuku closes his eyes and wishes hard for someone to answer his call to save his father, and then something click as the shield begins to shine lights of blue, blinding Izuku for a moment. Then standing in front of Izuku and Gilgamesh was a woman, long hair of light pink mixed with silver braided ponytail, and eyes that are close to crimson but lighter in tone. Her uniform was neat, wearing a red military-like dress jacket with a black dress skirt, while wearing 2 heavy bags on her belt. Hanging from her belt was the pistol. Please rest assured now that I'm here. Let's save everyone lives. Even if all lives will have to be sacrificed. The last line made Izuku confused and a bit scared, but no time for worries, as Izuku quickly went up to the young women and introduced himself while explaining his dire situation. Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya. I am sorry to have summoned you here all of a sudden, but please, save my dad, I don't want him to die. The woman looks at Izuku for a moment but nods right away. Of course, I will save him by destroying all that plagues him, so rest assured. Also, apologies for not introducing myself early, but my name is Florence Nightingale, servant of the Berserker class at your service. But that she nods and grabs Izuku as they hurried off to Hisashi's location, leaving Gilgamesh behind to put away the shield. Although dying is a part of life, losing those closest to you is something even I wouldn't want, although that's when I begin to have accepted my own mortality back then. Better do something about the surveillance system. I don't want the Midoriyas to be facing more trouble than they need to be. With that, Gilgamesh taps on his tablets and disappear from the rooftop. Izuku been through a lot within the 24 hours, but he doesn't know what to think of this at the moment, as he was being carried away like a package by this woman known as Florence Nightingale, running through the hospital's halls to reach the room his dad was kept in. The surgery was complete. The surgeons could now only monitor his condition, as there wasn't much else to do. His body was already too weak, and no stamina were left to help them further his treatment. Doctor as well as surgeon who had the quirks necessary, all needed the patient to be in a certain condition of health in order help, but in this case, Hisashi was already too far gone. The room was empty as all doctors and surgeons had left to treat other patients that have also arrived from the same incident. With this small amount of time the pair arrive, letting Nightingale begin her work. Since the doctors already finished tending to the wound, she began by using her skills to further improve the healing process. She used her skill Nurse of Steel. The room was filled with green light as colors began to return to Hisashi's deathly paled skin, but it wasn't enough as whatever quirk Afu used to attack with was still eating his inside slowly, but still at it. Seems that this isn't enough to repel them. Very well, stand back Izuku. And Nightingale began her chant. I will purge all that is toxic. All that is harmful. For as long as I have this power, I shall lead everyone to happiness. Nightingale pledge. As she chanted, a giant figure of nurse who looks similar to Nightingale appears, wielding a giant sword appears and slashed down towards Hisashi. Izuku was afraid of what will happen, but a wave of green energy spread throughout the hospital. Those who Izuku have met within the past hours all feel a wave of energy healing them in certain ways. For Almighty felt his head injuries getting better along with his bruised body. Gran Torino was feeling rejuvenated from his quirk jet use. Hospital staffs, along with Recovery Girl, who helped work on Inko and Hisashi, all felt their stamina return. As for Hisashi, the quirk's ability that was eating him away was completely gone, and his health was coming back to him, but his missing and damaged organs would still need to be fixed by the doctors. As of now, the doctors won't need to worry about Hisashi being too weak to handle the process. Florence Nightingale relayed this info to Izuku, how his father is stable, but his organs will still need to be fixed or transplanted by others. After which Izuku thanked her and ran to find Recovery Girl, who was with his mother, who was now completely healed without any problems, thanks to Nightingale's noble phantasm. Izuku didn't want to lie, but told Recovery Girl that his dad seems to look better. At first Recovery Girl thought of it as the optimistic thinking of a child's wish, but she couldn't ignore the idea that the critical condition patient was getting better, so she left to see Hisashi's condition. To the hospital staff's surprise, Hisashi was indeed in a much better condition. Many of the doctors speculated it was a quirk's doing, or a miracle, as many of them were feeling better and old back pains were healed. Even All Might joined in on the theory. Only for them to get schooled by Recovery Girl as they forgot for a moment that a patient was still here in dire need of help. Nightingale like Gilgamesh were nowhere to be seen. The surgery continued on without any issue. The transplant may take some time to come in, as no exact match would fit Hisashi, so artificial lung and stomach was placed in, but a few issues still exist. One was Hisashi quirk, as it was no longer there, but more importantly as he wasn't waking up. He was sadly in a coma, possibly from the traumatic near-death experience, or possibly due to the blunt forces of the injuries that impacted him, or maybe the abilities of another quirk. Recovery Girl and staff gave Inko the rundown on what she'll need to do if Hisashi were to be taken care of at home, and the number she can call if she needs help. It was about 4 days before the Inko and Izuku were released. Hisashi, on the other hand, would need to stay as he was still awaiting transplant. Before they were able to leave, they were stopped by an agent of the Hero Commission. "Hello Mrs. and Mr. Midoriya, my name is Shunaraku. I am here on behalf of the Hero Commission. We would like to ask you to not say anything about this event of this past Tuesday. If they were to ask, then you are to say that there was a terrorist attack and All Might was able to defeat them." But All Might didn't defeat them though, and why are we going to lie to people? The villain was defeated. Izuku was immediately cut off by Shunaraku. Yes, but by a third party nonetheless, and a villain at that. How would the public feel that All Might is tossed aside while the villains fought against each other? It would bring chaos. We're lucky the terrorist fried any sort recording, or else our society would be in a total uproar. Shu retorted with serious but exaggerated movements. He wasn't a villain, he saved us, even saved All Might. Even if he didn't have a license, he was a hero, or at least a vigilante. Izuku choked out those last words as he knew Gilgamesh was one of humanity's oldest heroes. There you have it, you admit it, he broke the law, he had no license, and he interfered with the job of a pro-hero. I bet that's why All Might couldn't beat the terrorist, because he had 3 additional baggages, or 4 in total, that he needed to be worried about, and then when All Might was about to win, the villain just swooped in for the finishing blow, taking All Might win. I thank you boy for providing such an insight on what truly happened. Naraku finishes with a smirk. But before you say anything else, Izuku Midoriya, remember you can only do so much. Who will the people believe, the Hero Commission and number 1 hero All Might? Or some quirkless brat with his family who is trying to justify the actions of a villain or vigilante, which by the way they're the same if you ask me. Inko had enough, she was about to reply before Naraku cuts her off as well. Now I wouldn't say much after all. Since your husband is out of commission, income in your house will be slow. Even if you do get a job, you'll have to worry about the money that is needed not only for your home, but also that to keep your dear Hisashi alive. We'll happily supply you the money as it is in our responsibility to do so, but why should we help those who agrees with villains? But that Naraku's smirk became a feral grin, eyes sharpened. Inko didn't care about the money, she can worry about that later, for this man insulted not only her son, but her family as a whole, and along with their savior, so she was going to retort before someone else intervened. That enough. Please remove yourself from the premises immediately or I'll happily assisted you out. All Might says while laying his side were Gran Torino, Sir Night-Eye, and Recovery Girl, who glared at the agent. Naraku quickly turns around, and his expression changed from his feral grin to a fake businessman smile. Ah, if it isn't our great hero All Might making sure the victims are safe, truly a good representation of what all heroes should aim for. Well, please have a nice day everyone. With that Naraku walked off the premises. The Midoriyas were shaken to see such a horrible man to represent the branch of the Hero Commission, but they were surprised to see All Might and the rest of these heroes as well. I am terribly sorry about that. I didn't know the commission would send someone like that, and for that I would like to formally apologize. With that All Might gave a 90-degree bow, before both Midoriya tried to get him to raise his head. I would also like to apologize for a few more things. One would be for myself not being able to protect you all back then, and the other sadly, would be to ask you both to agree to this story. All Might said with an apologetic voice. It's fine All Might, you tried your best, but why must we keep this story up, rather than telling the truth like you always do? Izuku asked with genuine confusion on his face. He knew lies would at times be necessary, but a lie that cost the life of over 10,000 people. Because this about the face of the hero society and of All Might's status himself, which is upsetting as it's necessary to maintain peace. Night-Eye said and continued. If it were any hero joining the fray of the battle, we could have awarded that individual or praised their assistance. But not only is this person a vigilante, there is no records of his existence anywhere, along with that no sign of a registered quirk. Although we do all agree he did the right deed, he still broke the law. And worst, he may very well be a fugitive from another country, which may cause international issues as well. Not only that, this individual was able to fight a foe who almost defeated All Might. If word got out, it won't be that simple thing as yesterday's old news, but Chaos as villains will be bolder as they know All Might can be defeated, while the civilian will start to feel unsafe that someone is able to defeat All Might, and a nameless vigilante came in and defeated the foe. Izuku looked down on the floor and nodded in agreement, while his mother patted his back, knowing that Izuku is seeing more of the ugly truth that is society. But that the hero were filing out the door and letting police officer in to take statements of the events, since the Midoriyas are both rested. Before that happens, Izuku ran up to All Might and asked him a question he already had the answers to, thanks to 3 people in his life, but he wanted to see and hear what All Might had to say. All Might, can someone quirkless still become a hero? All Might hesitated. He heard the things Naraku had said earlier of the boy being quirkless, but he didn't comment on it. Now he is asked by the same boy whose father jumped out to save him, and who he promised to save his son and wife. He knew he could only say one thing that would keep the promises of saving Hisashi's son. Young Midoriya, what you did that day was very heroic, saving me by buying time, but being a pro hero is dangerous. You witnessed it firsthand. You saw what a villain can do, and look what happened to your father, and you saw what happened to me. So no, I am very sorry to say it's too dangerous. But there are many other fields you can pursue that are just as heroic, like the first responders, police officer, firefighters, doctors, or even the Japanese Defense Force. There are other fields you can pursue. I am sorry, but without a quirk you can't become a pro hero. But that All Might gave a small nod, letting the officers in for questioning. Please forgive me, young Midoriya, but I can't let you throw away your life. Your father asked me to save. All Might thought to himself. Izuku was quickly hugged by his mother, who could only glare at All Might's retreating back. Haven't her family been through enough? First her husband was about to die, who is now in a coma, then a crude agent delivering a message that is more of a threat than anything, and now All Might of all people telling her dear son to give up his dreams. Inko knew that being a hero was dangerous. Now even more, she wished Izuku wouldn't choose this career. As a mother she wanted him safe, but she would never tell him to give up a dream that he always held dear to him, and she promised that 5 years ago with her husband to support him. Izuku? Sweetie, are you okay? Izuku slowly turned around. Although it seemed like he was about to cry, he quickly wiped his eyes and told her. Don't worry mom, you and dad believe me and that's all I need. I will be a true hero that will save people with everything that I got. Izuku finishes with determination in his eyes. Inko was worried more, but to see her son unaffected and still standing with pride, she couldn't help but to hug him once again. I know you will, sweetie, I know you'll become the best hero the world will ever know. Chapter 4. Explanation and Revelation. After a few hours, the police have finished taking the official statement from the Midoriyas. Both mother and son arrived home and immediately collapse onto the couch tired. The simple birthday trip evolved into this. What was their luck? Since today was a Saturday, there was no school. Both Inko and Izuku decided to take a nap to rest their tired mind. When they woke up it was almost 7, so Inko went to make dinner. As she was preparing for dinner, she decided to ask some questions that she'd been bugged out about. Izuku, who was that man who saved us? You seem familiar with him. Izuku took a deep breath before saying anything else. What should do? Should he lie to his mother who has been through so much? But then he decided to tell the truth. Mom, before I answer you, can you turn around? Pachinko stopped what she was doing to turn around and look at her son. Is this fine, sweetie? Yes, but I need you to promise me you won't freak out what happens next. Can you promise me that? Izuku asked in a serious tone. Inko wonder why he would ask that but shrugs it off. What the worst that can happen? Sure, sweetie. Okay. King Gilgamesh, you guys there? With that, both figures appear beside Izuku, who looks in relief that they weren't part of a dream, but was cut off from his thought as he heard his mother scream. Who are you people and what are you doing in my house? Inko screams. Mom? You promised, please calm down, I can Kinda explain, I mean King Gilgamesh will help of course. Both servants looked at the panicked son and mother with sweat drops forming on their heads. This will take some time to get used to, was the thought that both of them had as they could only stare. Few moments later. Okay, would you all like dinner before we discuss about this? Inko asks the servant after slightly calming down. We servants don't need nutrients to sustain ourselves, but we do enjoy the occasional food, some more than other, but if it's not too much trouble, then I would like some. The one known as Nightingale answers. So would I. Gilgamesh follows along. Dinner was Izuku's favorite Katsudon. Gilgamesh and Nightingale seems to have no real preference, but were respectful and finished their portions. After everyone was done, Inko was the first to speak. So where do we start? I guess you could say when I got these symbols on my hands. Izuku shows his mother. But the doctors said. Mom, I know what the doctor said, but this isn't exactly a quirk, nor is it related, I think. Izuku replied. You are correct, Izuku, that isn't a quirk, what you have on your hands is a command seal, but we'll get to that later. Midoriya Inko, as Izuku has introduced us earlier, my name's is Gilgamesh, the king of Uruk, humanity's earliest hero or first. And I am Florence Nightingale, some may know me as the Angel of Crimea. Inko could only nod her head, but grew suspicious of the two. I understand your suspicion, but this is only the start, as you two would have no idea of the world you're about to be welcome into. Gilgamesh explains. There is more to your world than just quirks, magic exists, and so does what you humans considered supernatural as well. Gods, heroes of myth and legends, monster, demons and angels all exist. The reason why the world isn't filled with it is because of the modern society awareness and interconnection. But many of the mythical beings are also current living in the reverse side of the world, a different plane of existence, if you will. Mysteries is what keeps that power, that world of magic alive, but acknowledgement and the beliefs of humans changing weakens the power and ties to that world's existence. The more the people know, the weaker magic gets until it disappears. It has been that way for a long time, since my era known as the Age of Gods, where magic or mana was plentiful and all around, now limited. But I am no longer too sure if this rules of secrecy still apply anymore. Something drastic have changed in this world within the last 100 years. Gilgamesh closes his eyes while he raises a hand to stop them before anyone could ask any form of questions about his thoughts. Anyways, you see, servants like myself and Nightingale, we come from a place called the Throne of Heroes, a place where when one who completes a goal or deed of great value in humanity's history can enter after the individual passed on. Some are actually there due to the being born from beliefs such as from myths and legends. Some are there as a placeholder until the time they complete their needed deeds, and there are quite a few more different ways and reason one could end up there. And no, that doesn't mean we are ghosts, rather we are known as heroic spirits in a form of servants. The throne is a timeless place, but when we are there we can be summoned back to Earth, no matter if it's the past, future, present, or even in a parallel universe or an alternative universe, by people like Izuku who are called master, and we become servants. The difference of a servant to that of a heroic spirit is that we aren't at our full capabilities. We are in no way weak, but it just means we specialize only in one area, rather than all we have in life. For instance, my epic tells tales of my many abilities, but here I am only a caster, which I specialize in it, rather than what I am in my legends. Also, heroic spirits is our true self, and can carry out powers more powerful than this servant form before you, but only the earth itself may summon that form, usually in a time of great distress. We essentially become copies or clones split off from the main spirit. When we return to the throne where our true selves are at, we will retain our copies' memories as if they are a book. However, copies that are summoned to Earth shouldn't have knowledge of any previous summoning unless intervened by a familiar individual, usually a master. Which is another reason I was confused as to why things like this is happening, as I haven't met anyone familiar but retain a lot of memories from my other selves. In which case I will go look into this myself. I know of a few groups that I can pay a visit to, given that if they still exist in this world or timeline. It's hard to know this while we servants are provided general knowledge of eras we arrived in. It doesn't give us knowledge on everything in the world, so gathering info may take a while. Gilgamesh says while he looks at the floor, figuring out their next possible moves. Some faction should still exist after allowing two noble phantasm activated in one night in prefectures not too far away is sure to attract some attention and needing cover-ups, but that mongrel named Shu was it. Seems like he just needed a scapegoat or someone to pin the blame rather than doing an actual cover, and the situation here is just getting more complicated. Gilgamesh thought as he grew more concerned over what is happening in this era. King Gilgamesh, back on the roof, you said I have other abilities, it's not a quirk, but do you mean I have or can use magic? Izuku asked with his eyes gleaming with hope and full of expectations. Why, yes Izuku, that would be the case, but it won't be true magic from the Age of Gods, rather, you are capable of using the product of magecraft, which was created with science. Modern humans called magus or magi did researches and develop it, while holding on to the old dreaming of reaching that level one day. But it's still quite versatile, and some of the highest mage under right conditions were able to defeat some servants, but of course those servants weren't exactly my level, nor anywhere near it, but magecraft is still much powerful than some quirks. One of these that you may possibly learn allows user to travel between parallel worlds. I said I will teach, and that still hold true. We'll begin soon after I finishing addressing with a few of my concerns. Afterwards we can begin our first few lessons, from history of beings like us to magecraft and many other lessons to make you Izuku into a hero. Gilgamesh points at Izuku with a prideful smile, and Izuku beams with excitement. Inko, although went through so much stress, couldn't help but smile that her son was going to actually become a hero and was going to be tutored by the king of heroes himself. Meanwhile, in the background, Nightingale saw that Gilgamesh had the information session covered, so she begins to clean the dinner table with care. That turned into a full house cleaning, as she believes a proper lesson must be taught in a healthy and clean environment, thus she cleansed the house. Not to say Inko was slacking, but by the time everyone noticed the house was spotless and sitting at the table was a proud Nightingale quietly enjoying tea Inko made early on. Oh, before we continue on the topic of training, I will tell you about your command seal on your hand. As its name implies, it what is used to command, for master to use on servants to give undeniable orders, to power up, to heal, the list goes on, but it will be used on servants. There is total of 3 before it vanishes, but your is different, it can be replenished unlike the usuals one given out in a Grail Wars that would take form of servant class, but yours seems to stem from Chaldea's organization. This would probably explains why your magic circuits within you seem so strange as it's so high, but yours is definitely not from a bloodline of any sorts. But it seems the patterns for the command seals have heavily modified too. Gilgamesh takes Izuku's right hand to take a closer inspection of the command seal, while holding the left hand, which wasn't a command seal, but he never seen this pattern, not even in his previous summon, but chooses to say nothing as unknown factors has already made Izuku's mother seem more worried. I feel this may be enough information tonight, as I know this is a lot to take in, but if it's alright for me to borrow your computer or laptop for some researches? Gilgamesh asked. But that Inko nodded. Her son apparently summons people now and can learn magic like from her old kid show. I mean, what else can happen? Midnight. Despite the servant claiming they don't need rest, Inko still prepared a guest room for the 2 servants. Nightingale went to sleep, but Gilgamesh took the family's laptop away to the rooftop to begin a couple of projects along with his researches. It was around 3:30 am when the door opened. Gilgamesh didn't bother to hide or disappear as he knew who it was. Izuku, it's still quite late, I am guessing you can't sleep. With that, Izuku nodded. And figured so. After all, these past 4 days were no simple steps, and finding out the world isn't what you exactly know it as is indeed something to keep you up. As he finishes, he closed the laptop and gestures Izuku over to have a seat. There will be plenty of time where I will explain more of magecraft and its history, but I suppose this isn't what you wanted to hear, then is it? Izuku again nods his head. Is this perhaps about the large oaf with the arrogant name of Almight and what he told you? Izuku flinched at someone being disrespectful to Almight, but then again, this is the king of heroes. Yes. But I am guessing it also because of your confusion of where you stand. He who you looked up to told you to give up, but I feel he may have his reasons, and although you are quirkless, you have powers that would make you different from others. Is that what worries you? MHMM. Izuku answers. Well, what is your answer then? Gilgamesh asked because he knew Izuku already had an answer and was just looking for someone to talk to. I will still be a hero. Even if I didn't have the abilities of magecraft or quirk, I will still do it. I know that magic isn't the same as quirks, but so what? If I can save the person, then it's extra life that I can save with this power. Like I said when I first met you, Gilgamesh, I wouldn't know if I never try. I will give it my all to save everyone that I can reach. Izuku says while jumping to his feet, then quickly apologizes as he noticed that he wasn't using honorifics. Gilgamesh, seeing this, laughs. Haha, it's fine. If I were in my younger days, you would have been gone no matter if you are my master. But it's fine, I am glad to still see you still so determined, and that you understand one thing: even with these powers not all life can be saved. You aren't as narrow-minded as that Almight, and that you will push and give it your all. But that I will allow you to just call me Gilgamesh. And I call you Mr. Gilgamesh, then it feel odd not giving you honorifics. Izuku nervously chuckles while rubbing the back of his head. Do as you wish, although it sounds odd. As long as you don't give me a distasteful name, it'll be fine. But that it was complete silence with exception of Izuku asking questions and Gilgamesh answering away as he typed away on the laptop. At around 5 am, Izuku finally grew too tired and began to drift on to sleep, which Gilgamesh noticed and carried him back to his room, and he returns to the roof to continue on his research and work. As sun rises, he decided to call it for the day as he didn't want to work himself to death just yet, but decides to look into the many possibilities of future for Izuku, and then he paled. Haha, we're definitely going to need a bigger place. Sigh. I wish you're here to assist me, like back then. See. A few weeks later, summer vacation. I appreciate your time teaching my son a bit on magecraft, but do you really think it's necessary for me to put so much money to invest in these specific stocks and these different companies? I mean, I'm not Hisashi, but I don't feel like this is a safe plan. Inko questions as she and Nightingale begins to prepare lunch. He may not seem like it, but this is one of his areas of expertise. Nightingale answered as she was basically scrubbing the pans and plates till they're shining, although she did the same yesterday. Gilgamesh ignored the statement and coughed into his hand, then he pulls out what seems like infinite wealth out of gate. My skill and my personal treasury will replace what's lost if that does happen. At first I was going to simply use my skill and wealth by providing the funds necessary for any future needs. But for a few reasons I decided against it. First, it'll be suspicious if money randomly appears, and another would be you too, because both would refuse, as it would feel wrong, and the ideal of wanting to earn something rather than to be given, which I am not opposed to it. Also, the funding will provide Izuku and I more equipments, along with any materials we need for magecraft, and just in case the commission for whatever reason do decide to cut their support for Hisashi's condition, we'll have no problem covering it at all. Inko nodded at Gilgamesh's explanation. Also, we should, or rather are pulling Commander Izuku out of school for next semester, and possibly until he enters UA. Nightingale added. Wait. Why should we? I mean, I pull Izuku out of school? Inko asked in surprise. Well, because Commander's been hiding this from you. My apologies, Commander. With that, Nightingale pulled off Izuku's shirt to show some bruising and slight burn marks that seems like they're from a hand Izuku's size. These were fresh, not from a few weeks ago, not from that incident. Wah? What, Izu? Sweetie, why would you hide this from me? Why? Inko begins to cry. Izuku held out his hand, shaking them, but put them down. Because I didn't want you or Dad to worry you the most. Since I was diagnosed quirkless, you protected me, and I appreciate it, but I know you'll always be worried sick about me for the littlest things, so I hid it from you. I didn't want you to worry any more than you have to. Izuku looked down in shame. Inko cries while hugging her son, saying she's sorry just like 5 years ago, but this time she decided to say, I'm sorry for being such a bad mother, even though you were hurting, but now I know you are one of the strongest people out there, and from now on I'll believe you all the way. Just promise me you'll stay safe, okay? I'll try, but I don't know if I can be safe working as a hero, but I'll try. And Mom, you're the best mom out there, Izuku says while hugging his mother. So, tell me who did this to you. I think I know who it is, but I need you to tell me, Inko asked in a serious tone. I Circa. The little angry Pomeranian, named Bakugo Katuski. Gilgamesh spoke up from his newly bought tablet before Izuku can reply. Indeed, his nitroglycerin sweat hand was constantly used to assault Commander while spiting profanity about Commander's status as someone subhuman. Nightingale added in. Izuku stood still, frozen by their blunt but true response. Gilgamesh and Nightingale were and would be able to help Izuku avoid Bakugo's outside assault most of the time, but once in school they couldn't, as this would trouble Izuku, since the teachers would call out him being the one to assault Bakugo. Those filth that claims to be teachers should have its licenses taken away and locked up. Truly a shame, and from what Gilgamesh has shown me, the surrounding schools are no better, Nightingale continued. Izuku's teacher were fine till he finished 1 to 2 grade. It was when 3rd grade started when he noticed they cared less and less about Bakugo horseplay. Izuku, I'll go have a chat with Mitsuki and Masera real quick. You guys can stay home or go out and eat. It will be a while. Also, don't worry about going to school next semester. I will homeschool you. Just got to get everything in order. Inko walked out of the apartment fuming and headed straight for the Bakugo's home. Local dinner. Why did you guys do that? Now Kaken's gonna be in trouble now, Izuku says as he orders a kid's meal of hamburger with potato wedges with orange juice. Across from him sits Gilgamesh, sporting a loose blue dress shirt while wearing white dress pants and some black dress shoes. To Izuku's side was Nightingale, wearing red pleated shirt with a white sleeveless skirt and her usual white boots. Well, it's simple, Izuku, because you'll never say it, because it's to keep his dream of being a hero safe. You still believe he can become a hero after all of this? Sigh. If he doesn't change now, he won't even fit the basics of the modern standard of a hero, Gilgamesh says as he orders a steak medium rare with a side of ale. He's right, Commander. This rude individual you called Kaken isn't your friend. It's not healthy for you to still chase after him and act as if he is. Well, I understand you look up to him as a sign or symbol of always winning, but there are many others you can look up to. You just need time to meet the right people. Atlas nodded him at the time being. Also, my apologies on not using my skills to heal you, as we needed evidence in order for the plan to work out with Inko. With that, Nightingale orders a simple house salad with water. I know you guys are right in looking after me, but no buts, Izuku. Your parents raised you too proper, which is good, but the classmates that beat you docile and socially awkward is making you suffer, and we'll have to change that as well. It's not bad, but not always the best. Others will take advantage of that, Gilgamesh says. With that, Nightingale adds in. With time you'll grow and see, and so will he hopefully, but you'll definitely meet people who will truly be friends with you. Izuku listens and nods his head silently as he thinks about these words and looks at the two of his serve. No friends, and smile. I may not have to wait and meet them. And then the food arrived. As food was served, Izuku noticed that Gilgamesh was still thinking about something he was about to ask when Gilgamesh asked them both about a trip. How would you all like a trip to Antarctica? Nightingale knew what was there, but Izuku. Wait, where are we going? Bakugo's residence. Welcome Inko, what a surprise. How is Hisashi? Is he getting better anytime soon? And same with Izuku, where is he? Mitsuki. We need to talk. Is Masaru and Kitsuki home? Yes, they're both home. Do you want to come in? Mitsuki asked as she never seen Inko like this. Within a few minutes the Bakugos all gather in the living room and sat on the couch across from them was a very serious looking Izuku Midoriya. So. As Masaru was about asking, Inko begins to talk. Kitsuki. Why did you burn, insult, and bully Izuku with your quirk? Every one of the Bakugos froze, even Kitsuki, but he then returned with an answer. To show the damn nerd his place, why else would I waste my time on him? Mitsuki and Masaru were shocked that their son admitted assaulting Izuku with his quirk, no less. Why, what did he do to deserve this? Inko grips her skirt while looking at the boy with tear in her eyes. Because Deku was looking down on me. He thinks his quirkless elf was better than me, so I taught him his place, and everyone agrees with me. Kitsuki answers with his a wild smile. And how did Izuku look down on you? Inko asked. He offered me a hand when I fell into a stream. I was fine, didn't need any help, but Deku feels like he better than me, thinking I was weak needing his hand, but I didn't. Inko stood up. Mitsuki Masura, I think we heard enough and you guys will do something about it, because Izuku, for as long as this had happened, has been hiding this from me, and I didn't find out until today. I regret not being there when he needed help the most, but for you too, I hope that you can make Kitsuki someone who isn't blinded by his pride and ego. But that Inko left, closing the door quietly behind her. Kitsuki? Was what Inko said true? Masaru said in a serious voice. He was always quiet, never really raised his voice, and not one to express his anger. Yeah, so what? The damn nerd had it coming, thinking he's better than me, wants to be a hero without the strength to back him up, and couldn't even help his dad when he said he was going to save people. What a joke. Kitsuki says while not looking in his father's eyes. Mitsuki slaps Kitsuki across the face. You always wanted to be a hero. Is this how a hero acts? Brat, you better listen up well, because I won't say this again, but this isn't how someone who wants to be a hero behave like. Kitsuki clenched his fist while glaring at his mother. Oh, yeah, you old hag, what do you and the old man know about being a hero? Old man gave up his dream because he know he ain't cut for it, and you hag never even wanted to be one in the first place. Kitsuki. As Mitsuki was about to scold, Masaru held up his arm and looked at his son. Yes, I did have a dream once of becoming a hero, but I stopped that dream because I also had future and passion in the field of fashion design. But Kitsuki, what do you think a hero is? Masaru asked. Someone who's better than everyone else and who always kicking villains' asses and winning. Kitsuki answers with a smile. What is Izuku's definition of being a hero then? Masaru continued, which irritated Kitsuki. I don't know, something about helping and saving people. Damn nerd couldn't even save his dad, plus if they can't save themselves then they ain't worth my time. Little did Bakugo know it's those last words that worried his father and foretold one of his failures in life. Kitsuki, do you think All Might thinks like that? He wins, yes, but he still save others as well. He goes out and rescues as many people as he can. He doesn't always go out to win against villains to gloat. Yes, winning is important, but for the right goal. You as a hero win when the day is safe, or the people you are in front of are safe, not by actively being out there to pick fights. Yes, taking down villains is important, but you got to think about the surrounding or else you may cause more harm than good, and I want you to think about your actions when you go to your room. When you're ready we'll head over to Izuku's place to apologizes for everything you've done. And Kitsuki, let me just say this, the event in Tokyo, even with your quirk, you won't be able to save me from those terrorists. Masaru says while looking disappointed at their son. Kitsuki's hand started sparking as he was furiously walking up the stairs. The damn Deku, this is all his fault. I'll get you for this. I will make you regret being in my way. Mitsuki, we should have been there more to guide Kitsuki on going to the right path. He has power, and he received too much praise for it, but not enough good to deserve them. Sigh. I can only hope he learns. Masaru says while sinking into the couch. Yeah, that bra. Her Kitsuki always did receive a lot of attention, but we never really expected this to happen. I just hope he can learn, or at least start by apologizing to Izuku. Mitsuki says while joining him with some tea. Midoriya's residence. I hope that sent a message. Oh well, at least Izuku has some company, even though they aren't exactly regular friends. Inko thought as she opened the door to see a bizarre scene. In front of her were Izuku, Gilgamesh, and Nightingale, who were all wearing heavy winter clothing, and it's in the near end of July. Sweetie, where are you all heading to? Oh hi, Mom says we're gonna go to Antarctica for something. Izuku says enthusiastically. Inko at first thought it was a joke, but then remember, Gilgamesh has an aircraft called Vimana. Inko is a easygoing person, but under so much stress after this past week, and today she kinda had enough and fainted. Mom? As Izuku was about run over and catch her, Nightingale caught her instead, ready to do her job as a nurse. With that, Gilgamesh hurriedly picked up Izuku under his arm and ran towards the apartment's rooftop. Gilgamesh, we still didn't get my mom's approval, and wait, what about Nightingale? Trust me Izuku, after a long few weeks and a stressful event like today, she'll need a nice rest, plus I don't think she'll allow it anyways. Mothers are not to be messed with under quite a few circumstances, especially when it comes to their children. So she'll defiantly not want you to go, and don't you worry, Nightingale will most likely prefer to do her job as a nurse, so helping out your fainted mother, it will be fine. Anyways, if you need her, you can summon her to us. Gilgamesh explains as he hops off the roof with Izuku landing on Vimana, which soon flew away towards Antarctica. Tokyo Imperial Palace same day. Ho, Prime Minister Sakata Modoi, what brings you here to my backyard? You usually don't visit till near New Year's to give my yearly briefing, unless you feel I am getting too old. Ho, I assure you, I am perfectly fine, and when spring comes again, I will shine alongside the cherry blossoms. A short elderly bald man who wearing a brownish-green kimono says while motions his kois to gather as it was their daily feeding time. Behind the elder was a slightly younger but still aged individual who has a hair of silver, not by age, but rather naturally as such, and he had a slightly wrinkled face with eyes that one can describe as the dead fish eyes. Emperor Tokugawa, you know I don't have much time to freely meet you, and I know despite being 80, you still have a spirit of a 20 years old, but this is important after 100-something years. Servants have returned to Earth. Few weeks ago we had to do more than just a simple cover-up for Afo and Almite, but also for the strong mana outburst of a single servant, a servant summoning, and 2 noble phantasm. Minister Modoi said with full seriousness. Ho. This is indeed interesting. Has the church or the members of the clock tower reached out to us or to that master? Or any other third parties? I thought after the Fayuki Grail War we agreed to never hold another one, and it will be locked away permanently, so why did servants appear? The emperor asked in an amused tone. Here are the full report on the events of that night, but to answer your question, no, for both sides, we were able to cover it up quite well, unless they just choose to not do anything, and no other third party besides AFO at the locations, and as for reaching out to us, that's also a negative besides those hungry media. And that's still the case. The Grail is still secured, and all nations agrees to never touch it, so we are still unsure why servants were summoned. Modoi answers in all seriousness and a bit tired tone. Oh, I see, and why bring this up to little old me? Don't you just need me to do some formal ceremony and that's it? Emperor says. As you were one of the few who knows about that world, I wanted to ask for your advice, sir. What should we do? Modoi asked while not moving any closer to Emperor Tokugawa. Don't bother the master for now, was the answer Prime Minister received. I see, but may I ask why? Modoi asked while expression still unchanged. I am fairly sure we know who the master is based on the reports, although we know not of his 2 servants are, but I trust the child will grow up to be a fine young man, and we should support it. After all, it's the first master in 100 years who summons not for a Grail War, nor for fixing history to prevent humanity's end, but just seems to be saving others. Why should we corner him? He didn't do anything wrong, and last I checked those laws only worked on quirks. Ho. After all, we are not the commission, so I say let him grow, as I feel great change will come to this society like Almite, but not by making a single pillar, but rather multiple, and leading society forward, further than where we are today, and for the better. As the elders we will watch only and guide the youngster when they need it. Speaking of the commission, are you planning on doing anything about them? Their program of nurturing a hero isn't really. Emperor Tokugawa looks back at Modoi for the first time as he finishes feeding the koi. We're trying our best. They've been a faction of their own for a bit too long, and the management of the heroes aren't perfect as we can see by some of these heroes' behavior, but we are trying our best, and Emperor, I will keep this boy in mind and trust your judgment then. Have a nice night. But that the Prime Minister left, leaving Emperor Tokugawa staring at the moon with full anticipations in his eyes. So a master has appeared after all this time. Let's see what you will do, Midoriya Izuku. Ho. Chapter 5. My omnipotence mom expects too much. The ride was relatively smooth, moving at a fast pace, could have been to Antarctica within an hour or actually 20 minutes, based upon how fast Gilgamesh has said the top speed can go. It was truly unbelievable. During the ride, Gilgamesh told stories of an event called the Grail War, where there are usually around 21 participants, masters each with a servant fighting for the Grail, although in Izuku's world, there was only one Grail War, the one in Fayuki back in pre-quirk time of 2004, with 7 masters and 7 servants. Some timelines it happened either later or earlier, and was actually the 5th or 6th Grail War, but all of this was fought over some Grail that can grant the person any wishes they wanted. Another timeline and universe, there were horrible consequences to those who won, while in their world the winner got their wish granted. Izuku liked the stories, but he hated one part, summoning servants to fight and destroy one another. Sure, there were some form of comrades, but some servants and master were horrifying individuals. All of this was done in promise of a wish fulfillment. Izuku decided what he would do if there was a Grail war. He doesn't know if it'll work, but he'll try. He doesn't want the servants to fight each other for their master's own personal wishes, but then isn't this what he was doing, summoning these heroes here to be his servants for his goals? Doesn't this make him a horrible person, a hypocrite? Isn't this like slavery? The light chop was delivered to Izuku's head. Izuku, you gotta calm down a little, stop muttering so much. I understand this is a habit, but at least separate them from words you want to speak and words you want to keep quiet. Now from what I can gather, you're feeling guilty, isn't it? You feel wrong for summoning us, making us do your work for you like slaves. Well, Izuku, you have nothing to feel guilty about this. Gilgamesh says, patting Izuku's head, while they glide across the surface Indian Ocean as some flying fish were coming out the water. Wah. What? Izuku choked out. You heard me, summoning servants has been around forever, and it's been used for many things, some for ambition of their own, some for a wish that benefits all or just one, but ultimately servants aren't slave, they have their own free will, even though we are summoned to fulfill master's orders, but we don't have to follow through those master orders. For example, like some master who are incompetent or hasn't earned a servant's trust, loyalty, or even companionship, which led them to use the command seals to force his obedience. And I don't see you becoming or doing those things. You have a goal and noble dream to carry out. Despite how foolish the aspect of your dream are, I still believe you'll make it a reality, and with all your servants' wholehearted support. So don't look down, but look forward with your chest out, because you'll bring the world to a new age. Izuku wasn't used to being praised so much, so he felt embarrassed that someone was praising him other than his parents, but he did as Gilgamesh said, stood up with his chest puffed up, and was struck in the face by a flying fish who just flew out of the water. This scene didn't go unnoticed by Gilgamesh, who just started laughing. Yuhahaha. It's not that funny. Izuku says while rubbing his forehead and releasing the lost fish. Soon the laughter died down. Well, Izuku, I am quite glad you're so considerate. My time here in this world, I only had a few master. They were mostly considerate people like yourself, very thoughtful and treated servants like friends or compatriots. My archer class was a summon of my youthful years, so I was quite arrogant, but I did meet masters and humans who were definitely mongrels, in which I despise. But that's in the past now. Let us continue watching the view, shall we? Fine, but can you fly a little bit higher, because that's a lot of flying fish coming towards us, Izuku asked. Very well then. And Vamana flew just a bit over the flying fish's range. Did you fly so close on purpose? Silence. Back at the Midoriya residence. So they really did just leave, without asking me, huh? Yes. Why didn't you leave with them, Nightingale? You seemed like you were ready to go on this trip. Well, that's where Gilgamesh got me. He knew I would stay behind to look after someone, and it's not like Commander can't summon for me when they need help, but they may not need it since Gilgamesh is with Izuku. I see you have quite the faith in him. Is there a reason why? Simple, most servants during their time of summoning have probably met each other a few times, so since now we have retained those copies' memories, I have seen him in action. I mean, you too, haven't you? You can call me Inko. I mean, Gilgamesh does it anyways, and yes, I understand where you are coming from. Understood. So how goes the process of trying to begin homeschooling, Commander? It will be a bit tough, but shouldn't be too hard. After all, I did finish my degree before deciding to just settle down and being a housewife to spend time with Izuku. I see. To say the least, Inko may be adjusting a little bit better than what most would expect, and the conversation was quite normal as they enjoyed the afternoon tea. Antarctica. Wow, it's so cold here. What are we looking for again? We're not looking, rather we're going to a location to get our answers, and there it is. Soon Vamana lands in front of a large snow pile in the mountains. If one were not to take a closer look, no one would notice the odd shape of the snow pile, but when getting closer, it would seem to be too symmetrical. This won't do. What do you mean? Ah. Without finishing his question, Gilgamesh set the surrounding snow on fire, melting it to reveal a building and an entrance. They're much better, Izuku. I present to you Chaldea Security Organization, a place where I met one of my masters within such timeline. Anyways, let's head in, shall we? Oh, the door is locked. Well then, that won't do. But that explosion rang out, the door was blasted off its hinges, and Izuku could only stare in shock. Why? Wouldn't this alert the government or related officials? Calm down, I made sure to check the facility earlier and made sure it won't alert anyone of my return, or rather our intrusion. Additionally, Izuku, don't remove your scarf. This building hasn't been touched in 100 years or so. The inside definitely has collected quite the dust. Another good reason why Nightingale wasn't brought along. She may have insisted on cleaning this whole place by herself. Sigh. The throne give us knowledge of the eras, but I guess not to the extent of everything, huh? But it seems like they just left this place. Well, dirty was just dust and grimes collected over the years, no trash, no items or material scattered. So what happened here? I imagine humanity would want Chaldea to stay open in case more threats to humans, so. Before Gilgamesh completed his thought, Izuku ran forward like something calling for him. Izuku, wait, don't go running ahead, it's dangerous. Scratch that, this is an empty abandoned facility, what dangers could there be? After what seemed like tens of minutes, the pair arrived at a door, and Gilgamesh couldn't help but wonder, how did Izuku get led to this place? This place is Da Vinci's workshop, Izuku says out loud. Izuku, how did you? Gilgamesh asked in surprise. Well, yes, he thought Chaldea would hold some answers, and through his premonition, he was able to see them getting answers, but it didn't show Izuku's sudden revelation. I don't know, but should we head in? I don't see why not, you problem child. Somewhere in a Japanese agency. Achoo. Oh, Eraser, you got an secret admirer out there for you? Or maybe right here, it me now, let's get married. A woman with seafoam green hair calls out to the tired, scraggy looking homeless man. No and big no for that last one joke, I feel like someone just stole my future catchphrase TSK. Is that joke? Eraser, have you finally followed my footsteps? No, stay back, Emi, you are not doing that again, no. Back to Chaldea. Wow, this place is amazing. Wait, Da Vinci, as in Leonardo da Vinci, he worked here, wait, he was summoned here. Izuku yelled in surprise, as one of the master of the Renaissance was a summoned servant here, but at the same time that explains so much of the items that were all over this room. Gilgamesh couldn't hide his smirk. This kid summoned the King Gilgamesh and a legendary nurse Nightingale, and he was now going crazy over Da Vinci, so he decided to play a joke on Izuku, or rather something he'll learn soon enough. Ah, yes indeed, they indeed did summon he, the legendary artist himself, to Chaldea to help humanity 200 years ago. He was of great help. Mr. Gilgamesh, why are you emphasizing he so much? Is there something I am missing? Izuku asked worriedly. No worries, oh, and it looks like we'll have our answers soon enough. A staff that looks like a piece of artwork was picked up and handed to Izuku. Izuku, as I said before, we servants aren't slaves, so don't feel guilty of summoning us. You can return those servants that don't want to come along with you back to the throne, but I believe you have what it takes to unite servants under your ideals and goal to change humanity. Know this society into something the humans are proud to live in, so go ahead and summon this servant to find out the answers to our question. Izuku nodded as the same setup was placed and paid down the staff. Throne of Heroes, please answer my calls. A familiar blue light surrounded the room and swept up the papers, leaving a mess, and from this a beautiful woman appears wearing a beautiful dress of blue and violet red. Her appearance reminds Izuku of the Mona Lisa. Wait, did I somehow summon Mona Lisa? Is she a heroic spirit? Izuku thought to himself, and the figure soon spoke. Nice to meet you once again. I am servant Leonardo da Vinci. Yes, from now on, I will be Da Vinci-chan only for you. Oh, so I just summoned Leonardo da Vinci, that's all. Wait. Da Vinci's a woman. But that a light tap on Izuku's shoulder woke him up from his muttering. Izuku, you see, the throne hero are a time based upon legends and myths. The genders at time are either hidden or changed due to different events, so not all servants will be summoned in the genders that you know. At times it's based on true history that humanity either hides or doesn't know, but Da Vinci case it, just because he chose his ideal beautiful form, so he is an exception to that rule. Indeed, I am King Gilgamesh, as this body is the perfect and most beautiful one could be, but that's beside the fact. My experiment and planned work. In which she hurriedly grabs Izuku into a hug and spun him around, who was very shocked at what happened just now. So it was you, what purpose, or rather how and why did you create Izuku's magic circuit and command seal? Gilgamesh asked a serious tone. My purpose is simple and complex at the same time. Why don't we have a seat? I'll go make some tea, and I'll tell you from the beginning. Izuku's mother will have my head if I allow you to make anything here for Izuku to consume that's been sitting here for over 100 years. Gilgamesh says while watching Da Vinci opening a containers. Oh please, who do you think I am? I prepared for this moment, so I have some nice Kai tea I stored away safely here. I'll be right back. Few minutes later. Thank you, Mr. You're welcome, Izuku. You can call me Da Vinci, but I am pretty sure you guys wanted the answer by now. So I won't cut corner, but 200 years ago servants were banned from being summoned after the world erupted into chaos with widespread of quirks appearing. The officials and mages feared that the existence of servants would have the danger of exposing the two or rather three different sides of the world, which would bring in more chaos where we have regular humans, quirks, and magic. I am assuming you know the dangers of exposing magics to public, right? So one by one we were sent back to the throne, and agents of Chaldea basically lost their jobs, and I was the last to go. Seeing everyone leave, we couldn't do anything with the original director and family head of Animisphere deceased, funding were no longer available, and no voices of support. We lost our grounds. Da Vinci spoke in a tone that was slightly sad, but still seemed to continue on. I don't blame the officials. The appearance of quirks was already issues of its own, no one knew what to do. There were calls of putting people with quirks down, locking them away, or even experimenting on them. It didn't help that crime rate skyrocketed for people with quirks. They used those powers to harm others weaker than them, while some quirked people were ostracized by family and friends. Izuku, you probably understand where I am coming from, but the history of how quirks started wasn't pretty, so the government who knew of our existence shut us down, as the exposure of more unknown would only bring more instability to society. Of course the mages, who doesn't want to lose his power due to servants. Da Vinci finishes with another sip of her tea. That being said, I didn't just want to disappear back to the throne. When I was first summoned, I was told that I wouldn't be here for long, as there was no way to maintain me here, so I found it a way to become a permanent servant, because I don't know when will I ever get a chance to be summoned again, so I took matter into my own hands, and well, I felt the same way when I was told to be returned. But it felt worse, as I won't be able to see the staffs, other servants, my fellow artists, Mash, and Chaldea's masters Fujimaru, Ritsuka and Ritsuko. All things must come to end just like in life, but what if it didn't have to be? So I went straight work before I was returned. I began to experiment on Ritsuka and Ritsuko's magic circuits and command seals. It was indeed a gamble, as unlike the mage's bloodline, this will be completely new form of hereditary abilities. But since this would be all new, there won't be any way to tell if it works. To put it simply, I was able to make the magic circuits of the Fujimaru siblings into a hereditary form that would gain more mana over time and would be more connected to the throne in order to be able to summon servants. So judging by this, you must be one of their descendants. I already knew that from when you summoned me, but nice to meet you again, Izuku. No worries. Mash and Fujimaru's were on board with the idea to meet again. Da Vinci calls out in a very happy tone as she shook his hands. The same for me, Da Vinci, but I have a few worries. Wouldn't the government be mad that we broke the law, and wouldn't this cause trouble if more people are aware of magic making you guys disappear? And well, the last one isn't a concern, but is there more people like me in the family? Well, Izuku, you don't have to worry about the government. You see, well, they have banned the servant summoning, they never have banned magic itself, and well, since it's technically not a law, so they have nothing to be mad about. Secondly, this is actually something I have discovered about quirks. They aren't as natural as it seems. They are byproducts of Goita, one of the demon god of Solomon. They twisted Solomon's idea into a goal in which almost forced humanity into extinction, and Chaldea solved it by going into the past and solving history's crisis caused by the demons called singularity. With each one solved, we were closer to ending Goita's plan on incinerating humanity. We thought that by solving a singularity we would fix all the problems. Well, it did fix it, was to an extent, as it turns out, and what remains of Solomon's goals of a perfected humanity, although by incineration, was turned into the forced evolution that slowly came to be quirks of today. Even if magic was revealed, it won't weaken our existence, but we are still no at the level of the ages of gods. Wait, so is quirks magic then? Izuku wonders before starting to mutter. Well, that's a no, it's more of a byproduct, the forced evolution to become the perfect humanity that the demon gods were trying for, as they believed that it was their goal. But it does mean that people with quirks can't use magecraft, and the potential of magecraft are in the quirkless population. It essentially like a trade-off. Although it seems that magecraft potential is still rather low even with these changes. I guess we'll have to go to the clock tower to see what are the changes. Oh, and to answer your last question, no. I made it so specifically would only allow one individual to be able to bear both magecraft potential of a magic circuits and the connection to the throne. So when one appears, the others would disappear if they were born quirkless. If they had quirks, well, they would have never experienced anything. Izuku tools out a notebook from somewhere and begins to furiously take down notes, which made Da Vinci chuckle. Oh, I can tell we're going to get along just well. Da Vinci, we should probably head back, it's getting pretty late, and I would prefer not to get on Inko's bad side, for when you two mother meet one another, Gilgamesh says while arms folded. Mother? Da Vinci and Izuku asks in a confused tone. In a way, Da Vinci, like your mother, although not birth mother, she was the one who gave you these abilities through your ancestors. Actually, wouldn't that make you a great-grandmother? Well, we should hurry up. Well, I am more into idea that Izuku would be my student while I am his mentor, but I wouldn't care if he was my son, I'll still teach him the same. Izuku meanwhile didn't know what to do. Was Gilgamesh and Da Vinci joking? What going to happen when he gets home? How will he explain to his mother? The same now, is there anything you need to bring? Oh, if you would be so kind, this whole workshop please. If this wasn't for Izuku I would have never agreed to allow my gate to be used for such task. After an hour later. On the ride over the Indian Ocean. Da Vinci, Izuku has fallen asleep, no. He has indeed, and how may I help you Gilgamesh? Da Vinci answered while Izuku slept on her lap. Cut to the chase then, there is more you're not telling us, am I correct? Gilgamesh asked in a slightly tired voice. You are indeed, well I am telling the truth about wishing servants like us get a chance to come back to Earth again. That's only half of the reason. Some of the past events may not have been wiped up completely and are to possibly return to ruin humanity once again. The reason why I didn't say so was because Izuku is so young. Just like Mash, she was young along with the other children that were made to save humanity. I couldn't possibly stomach the idea of doing it again. I didn't think that fate would have it once again to give such task to a young boy. Da Vinci says with a bit of sorrow in her voice. Then Gilgamesh spoke. While it is true Chaldea did many horrible things in order to save humanity, hasn't history always been like that through wars, battle, conquest and much more? And before you say anything else, that boy you're holding in your hand has potential. He is stronger than he seems and will be up for any task if it means to save another life. Also, Izuku, you're not good at lying nor pretending, so you might as well get up, Gilgamesh said bluntly. I still don't know how your mother is so easily fooled by your I am okay. But that doesn't work on me, and Da Vinci, how did you not notice? Was it that bad? Izuku asked. Yes it was. Gilgamesh answers. Oh, but I was sure that you were asleep. When did you wake up? Da Vinci asked. Around ruin humanity portion, but Da Vinci don't worry, I'm not afraid. I will train my hardest so that I don't disappoint you or any of the servants that I would summon in the future. Together or even if it's just me, I will do everything that I can to defend humanity, or as much as I can with my abilities. I won't make you regret making me the inheritor of this magic circuits and command seal, I promise. Izuku tells Da Vinci in full confidence. You know, Izuku, I feel quite proud already, like a mother watching her son growing up so fast. Let's sign you up for a university. I am sorry you're doing what now? But I am only 9. No worries, we'll work hard, Da Vinci says while winking and holding a thumbs up to Izuku. As the conversation begins, Gilgamesh could only shake his head and laugh tirelessly as he looked forward as he piloted Vimana back home to Musatafu, while holding a picture of him, Izuku, and Da Vinci posed with a colony of emperor penguins. He smirked. Chapter 6. Preparation for my first step. Return from Chaldea. Mom, are you mad? Izuku nervously asked. No sweetie, why would I be mad? I mean, it was Gilgamesh that took you to Antarctica, you didn't walk there yourself, Inko calmly replies. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh was furiously typing away on the family laptop while simultaneously scrolling through his tablet, paying no attention to the mother and son. He'll be like this possibly for the entire day, or till someone stops him. For someone who claims he doesn't want to work to death, he sure was a workaholic. Anyways, Izu, sweetie, who may this be? Inko continue. Oh mom, meet Leonardo da Vinci. Da Vinci is. Well. Hello, as your son has stated, I am Leonardo da Vinci, and you must be Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure to be in your acquaintance. Da Vinci says as she begins to shake Inko's hand. Then she saw Nightingale. Hello to you too, Nightingale, I am surprised to see you were summoned as well. Hello, Da Vinci, and nice to see you again. Nightingale replies. Oh, well. The same to you. Wait, you're Leonardo da Vinci, you look more like Mona Lisa, his painting. Inko says as she eyed at Izuku, who just says. It's a long story, we'll talk later. Indeed, I am. I'm flattered that even after all this time people still recognize my perfect work. It's no mistake why I chose this form. Da Vinci answers proudly, chest puff out. But that statement, Inko was more confused. She thought she prepared for anything and everything, but she was wrong. What next? Her son is going to give her grandbabies in the next few years. She was slightly going through a crisis before Nightingale sat her down on the couch while giving her some hot water to calm herself. Anyways, Inko, I understand that Izuku would be homeschooled from now till he is in UA, but how about I offer you another suggestion, having Izuku enter the clock tower? Da Vinci asked. The clock tower, but Izuku is only 9, how will he be able to go into a university? Inko frantically asks. Well, with my help and along with Gilgamesh's assistance, we should be able to get him up to the basics. Oh, and the clock tower isn't just an average university, but also an institution for mages. I used to have some acquaintances there, but it's been 100 or so years, so I doubt the living members are there, but I am sure they left a few good words for me. Da Vinci presented the idea with pride. But Izuku is still just 9 years old, we also can't possibly afford that, abroad stay, Hisashi to take care of, and many other things. Inko replies back worriedly. Inko, don't you worry about one thing, check your account, I have everything covered. Gilgamesh says while somehow looking tired as if he was up for a week. Wah. What is this? No, this can't be real, this must be a mistake, a joke, right? Oh Gilgamesh, I never took you for a joker, but April Fool's was months ago. Tell me, how did you make this money? Did you rob a bank? Inko yells in confusion. As of now, sitting in her account was not only her original 17 million yen saved up for any expenses, but now with an additional 600 million yen. Inko knew the investment that Gilgamesh told her to make should take quite a while in return, but this is just overkill. Inko, a king does not need to rob a bank in order to be rich. Using my skills of golden rules, my luck status of A, I simply calculated the numbers and what was the best numbers to buy, and bought only one lottery ticket using only a mere 200 yen. Also, yes, the other investment are taking time, I'd say at least 2 maybe 3 years, till any money are made back, so I am monitoring what to keep and what to sell. On the side note, we should be able to send Izuku through clock tower no problem, he also has the potential they seek. Gilgamesh explains while continuing his work. Impressive, Gilgamesh, while you're on the computer, can you check for me who is the current acting head of the institution? Da Vinci asks. After a short research, Gilgamesh stares and grins at the results. It seems this will be simpler than we expected. I have heard of this man, or rather being before, in one of my other self. It seems he somehow became the head of the tower and association. This will indeed help us in many ways. Gilgamesh then hands Da Vinci the tablet, in which she nods in agreement. Yes, I do remember him. Chaldea had files on him, as he is capable of second magic. Since he is no longer human, it would seem to make sense how he still be alive. Just makes me wonder why the church hasn't taken action on him at all, or why he isn't traveling. As the conversation drives on, Izuku fell asleep on the couch. Nightingale came by and picked him up to put him to bed, returning later. Thank you, Nightingale. Izu must have had a nice long day. Inko sighs, and Nightingale replies. You're welcome, you and Commander may both call me Florence if you would like. If that's fine with you, then I will. Inko answers, which made Nightingale smile slightly. Then it's settled, Gilgamesh and I will teach Izuku the basics of magecraft until he is fit to go into clock tower, which starts at new course in about a month. We'll turn in his application after we get in contact with the headmaster. Also Nightingale, you'll be in charge of teaching Izuku about first aid and your style of combat, as will we. Da Vinci explains the plan to Inko and Florence Nightingale. Well, I have no objection to first aid training. My combat abilities is mostly based upon my berserker class, not actual combat, so it's made up of my strength alone. That may be an issue. Nightingale replies back. Well, we'll talk more about this tomorrow. How about it? It's getting late for us all. Inko said tiredly, as it'd been another long day and well, she couldn't do much. From what it seemed so far, the servants all cared about Izuku in their own way and have done a lot for the family, so she trusts them to an extent. Good night everyone. Have a nice evening. See you all in the morning. Good night. And thus Gilgamesh was alone in the living room, typing away his projects and calculating the cost and where all the funds should be relocated to, while also acquiring some new funds. Another long working night, huh? Well, it's easier than running Uruk, so that's fine. Sidhu. Oh, that's right, must be my age, haha. Training in August. Izuku went through series of tests to see which area in magecraft he would be most suited with, and the end result were more than Da Vinci and Gilgamesh can ask for. Izuku is suitable to all fields of magecraft. The only problem will be that it will be harder for Izuku to master one single form. But with time he'll be able to at least master a few forms, while at least being advanced or novice another. The choice will be his to decide over time. The practice was easy, as Izuku was a fast learner, and the slight training regiment that Nightingale set up helped Izuku build up more stamina, so he won't only rely on his magecraft, although combat skills were lacking despite all three servants' best effort. Gilgamesh, although fought as an archer before, he only tossed his weapons from his gates and was semi-proficient with most weapons he handled. Against a saber, lancer, or any other class he would win, but not within the other servant's own field, and definitely not using his caster's body for this. He would prefer to fight with his spells, wands, and staffs, and predict his opponent moves and weave around them, or using their momentum against each other. So Izuku chose this style from Gilgamesh to practice with, and he observed Da Vinci and Nightingale too. Da Vinci wasn't really a fighter, but Izuku picked up her style similar to Gilgamesh over the preference of magic, but the differences is how Da Vinci calculated her movements and releases her arsenal and spells, so if Izuku were to mimic her, he would need the right gears to do so, and at the end, Izuku decided this fighting style wouldn't fit him. Nightingale at first glance seems to have no style, but upon closer inspection, Izuku found that he can learn a lot from her. Each hit is precise, but most importantly it targets the human body's weak point, so this was something Izuku can definitely learn from. All in all, it was a very successful few weeks. Although Izuku wasn't able to cast any spell just yet, he knew all of the fundamentals and how it works, what weakness can he exploit and how to strengthen them. He loved magecraft now and did extensive research and note-taking on all known spells. This combined with his quirk studies, which he also continued on. Clock Tower, England. Headmaster, we have a letter from a couple of particular individuals. We at first thought it was a joke, but after studying the monolith in these letters, we find they are the real deal. So we leave this for you to look over with it. The staff left the letter in front of the desk. The headmaster picks up the letters and soon gave a wide smile. Finally, someone who may truly learn from my tutelage, send them an acceptance form, but also tell them there will be tests, just basic written ones, as it seems this boy has just begun his journey. He may have not had the full experience of actually using magecraft. Izuku Midoriya, let's see what potential they see in you, said the headmaster of the clock tower. He was an elderly man who wears a full black suit, with a black cape draped over his shoulders. His hair and beard was flowing with silver gray. With a smile, he looked toward the sky from his office, awaiting for this student's arrival. Back in Usatafa. Alright Izuku, well, we are happy you picking up some styles of fighting. I feel it may be best for you to find someone more suited for you to learn from. Gilgamesh tell Izuku in a serious tone. But I am learning your styles. I pick up the small details and use it like you guys do. Is there something wrong? Izuku asked, afraid that he has done nothing but disappointed them all. No, Izuku, you didn't do anything wrong, but since you're not like us, our servants' fighting style won't be the most effective nor efficient way for defending or defeating enemies. That's the issue. Da Vinci tried to cheer Izuku up. As they say, Commander, you'll have to pick up some other style of fighting. Our fighting style is based on our strength, class, and skill set. That's how we move so efficiently, but since you don't have those, it wouldn't end well for you. Nightingale says while patting Izuku on the back. Does that mean we need to summon someone else or sign me up for a martial arts class? Izuku looked up to the three of them. Because if we are summoning more people, this might be an issue. The apartment is getting crammed. I mean, doesn't sleep. Da Vinci and Florence kind of take turns on the couch or bed in the guest room, so I don't know if we have the space. Worry not, Izuku, I have it covered. Gilgamesh pulls out his tablet. Gilgamesh, did you do something to Inko account again? Nightingale question. I think I know what happened. This'll be interesting development. Da Vinci lays her back against the fence of the rooftop while drinking some tea. Bill, what did you do to Mom's account? Izuku now was slightly worried. Why are you all looking at me like I just did something wrong? I simply went out and acquired more funds. I played only one more lottery for the prize money of 450 million yen. I know, don't go overboard, so that's why I picked the number 2, and I have also made some investment into a few particular companies, one in which we are, or rather the Midoriya's, own half of it. Gilgamesh, if I may, what company was it that you invested in? This question from Nightingale piqued Da Vinci and Izuku interest. I invested in a support company that seems quite popular for the quirk-run Society of Hero, so I originally placed down around 100 million yen and then added another 2 in there, and here we are partial owners of an interesting support company. Which one in particular? I doubt it's Detonarit. They have been quite secretive in their openings and starts, and I highly doubt we have enough money to even become partial owners at the moment. Da Vinci wonders. Oh, no, defiantly not that one. I have seen what they will be in the future, so I opted out. Although their products are interesting and aimed for many different quirk populations, not yet for Hero. But no, not them. I chose a small but worthy company that is capable of competing against any large companies. I chose a small one called Hatsum Industries. They are reliable and I have seen the possibility of greatness. Gilgamesh replies. So how did they agree for you, or rather us, the partial ownership of the company? Nightingale asked, while picking up Izuku from their practice. Well, I was originally just some sponsor supporting them, but apparently one of their products backfired on a client, which unluckily for the Hastums was the client who was a spoiled brat. He bought his way to being a hero, and he threatened legal action if compensation weren't paid, so add greedy onto the list. The amount was absurd just for the slight incident, but apparently that hero say his reputation was ruined. Which wasn't the case. That hero never had any good reputation to begin with. He was in it for some limelight and for the women, cared not for the job, only thought it was fun and joke. So the Hatsums lost all of its supporters and sponsors because that hero was apparently a big name from his family, so no one wanted to be dragged in, so I came in and solved it. They later emailed me their gratitude for help and explained their baby daughter who wanted to invent and help was the one who created the accident, and they were sorry that they dragged us in. I just told them not to worry as the girl's heart was in a good place, but that's how we became owners of a support company. Izuku's face showed happiness that they kind of own a support company, and more when he learned that Gilgamesh were able to help someone in the process, but darkened when he heard how heroism was a bought-in job and said Hero was abusing their powers. Izuku, you okay? Da Vinci asked while placing a hand on his shoulder. Commander, do you need some rest? Nightingale added. Oh, it's nothing, I was just thinking about how we now own a company and of course helping them out. Izuku partially lied. But all three of the servants picked up on it and chose not to ask, then Da Vinci spoke. Oh, if Izuku's like this, imagine Inko, haha, oh wait. Oh no mom. The group of four rushed down from the rooftop and back into their apartment to see Inko laying flat on the floor, foaming from the mouth, eyes white, and beside her was her phone displaying their new amount in their bank account, 2.5 billion yen. Gilgamesh. How did you manage this in just a month? 2.5 billion yen in a month, how? Didn't you say you only gotten 450 million more yen and spent some of it already, so how? Izuku screams. Never ask a magic caster for their secrets, well in this case a king, how he obtained his wealth. Are these all legal? Da Vinci stares at Gilgamesh. Oh very, I just put in a little extra hard work, that's all, and don't worry about the amount, they'll be put into use soon. Izuku, you know the mountain around Musatafa, right, and how one is starting a new building. Well, long story short, I bought that one and hired a few construction companies to start building us a new home there. Gilgamesh, that's not a house, that's a start for a large skyscraper they're preparing to build. How will I explain this to mom? Commander, I don't think you'll need to explain anything. Inko is awake. Oh, never mind, she is out again. I'll carry her to bed and check on how your father is holding up. Nightingale says while picking up Inko and leaving towards Inko and Hisashi's room. I just wanted to be a hero. How did I become rich like this? I didn't want this much wealth. That's why you are already better than the other master, you don't constantly go out to seek wealth to fill your greed. But don't worry, we can donate some of the money to any trustable charity, but we'll probably need the most of it for some of the servants we'll summon in the future. Okay, I guess, do you know when our new home will be ready then? Izuku asks in a tone that say I give in. Here, let me see that, Gilgamesh. As Da Vinci reaches for the tablet of the king and puts on her glasses. Well, Izuku, according to the blueprints that Gilgamesh planned out, this building will have 100 stories, not including the 50 level of basement, and with the furnishings of the whole building I will give it tops 13 months, long term 2 to 3 years. Da Vinci finishes while handing Gilgamesh his tablet back. Wow, so I'll be 10 or 12 by the time it's done. Wonder what dad will think when he gets up. Wait, what about the issue for the servants we'll summon now? We don't have room at the current moment. Izuku says while panicking. Well, Izuku, remember we servant don't need many human necessities, so sleep arrangements shouldn't be an issue unless the servants want to. Worst case scenario, we'll just go into our incorporeal form. It'll feel weird for you to not see us, but we'll be around. Da Vinci says while trying to keep Izuku from getting too panic. Indeed, plus with additional servant Izuku you can learn more from them, gather experience before entering the clock tower. How about it? Gilgamesh added while looking up from his grand blueprint. Don't I have a say in this anymore? About Izuku, about my own house. Everyone turns to see Nightingale holding a weak Inko up. Mom, I'm sorry. 2. Izuku, sweetie, I already agreed for you to become a hero, but I never imagined you having to leave home so early in your life. You're really becoming like your father, always going out to work and never coming back. Sigh. But what I also meant was how Gilgamesh single-handedly changed our financial situation with a little over a month, and he told me years. I didn't even do so much beside looking through and signing some forms, Inko exclaimed in almost tired out tone. Inko, if I may, it's because the gods have smiled upon you, along with my skills and insight. Gilgamesh finishes with a slight smirk and with an exaggerated gesture. Well, I knew our family was slowly changing, but this is too much. I only have one thing to say to you all, please take care of Izuku as he walks this path. All the servants gave their form of agreement. Gilgamesh gave a wave while continuing his work. Nightingale gives her nod, and Da Vinci energetic yes. Mom? Izuku, I said this before, but I will say it again, I will support you and be behind you all the way through, me and your father, and I am sure these heroes here. Thanks, Mom. Izuku hugged his mother, who in turn embraced him as well. The servants all smiled softly at the scene. You're welcome, Izuku, you're welcome. Now who wants dinner? Oh, what are we having tonight? Can I suggest Italian? I'm not a picky eater, but I absolutely refuse to eat katsudon for 5 meals straight. But it's good. No, Commander, katsudon may taste good, but it's not healthy to eat it for 5 meals straight. Inko, I know Commander will be leaving soon, but you shouldn't spoil him. Fine, Florence got me there. I wonder where I left the recipe on how to cook Italian cuisine. Hatsum Industries. May, come here. Listen, sweetie, I am not mad, but I am disappointed. I told you many times when daddy and mommy are working on important things for costumers, you don't touch it. You can make your own stuff, but don't mess with client's item, please. Mr. Hatsum tells his daughter. But dad, there is so much improvement I can make on those babies. If I had only not messed up the wiring, then it would have worked perfectly. May answers back. May, I know you're a good kid, very smart and well creative, but there is a reason why we don't have you helping us just yet, and well, it's because you're not ready yet, you still need some training, and well, that's why you're aiming for you, right? May nodded. Well, sweetheart, you're definitely gonna make it into the support department and blow them away, figuratively, please don't literally blow them away, please. Add. But failure is the mother of all success. May answered back. Well, can you try to not blow things up when you do make a mistake, then? I'll try. Good, well, before summer ends, let's go say thank you to the Midoriyas for helping us out, okay? And with a nod kissed May goodnight and left her room only for May to continue tinkering with her new baby. May. You better be asleep by the time I get up there. Yells from the bottom floor of their house. But that it was truly lights out for May. Meanwhile in my prefecture. Is this for real? It can't be for real. A woman with brunette hair calls out to her husband. But it is. At first I was skeptical about this, but after checking with 4 other construction companies they all confirmed it, we're all hired. Also further proof of this is that one of the mountains that was bought in Musatafa was indeed under the name Midoriya, so honey, we're indeed in business. But why would they hire us? Wouldn't larger companies work faster and better, do you think? It's trying to hide something. The woman asked her husband once again. I asked all I could, but the email and phone call answers I got back all said same thing. I wish to hire honest, hardworking individual, those who put care into their work to make sure no mistakes are done, and through my researches, I have found your company to be one of, if not the most trustworthy and hardworking companies out there. If I am satisfied and impressed with your work, you and 4 other companies will receive extra pay after the job is complete. Honey, you and I worked in this business for almost 20-something years, and I say my instincts telling me this is indeed a job we can do and trust. If you say so, I'll trust you on this, but if it's a sham, don't say I didn't tell you so. Mommy? Daddy, is everything okay? A sleepy little brunette girl with a permanent pink blush on her face walked into the living room sleepily. Oh, Achako sweetie, sorry for waking you up, everything is fine, Mommy and Daddy were just talking about this new work we found, it's a good pay too, so we decided to accept it. Really? The young girl, now awake, smiled at her parents' happy revelations. Yes, really, but before we start on the job, Daddy and I will meet with our new employer to discuss some things. Can I come, please? I promise I'll be good. Memories of a younger Achako running up to them wanting to help them when they were exhausted after a long days of work flashed through both parents' mind, should they say no. Both parents reluctantly agreed, hopefully this employer won't be someone who will nitpick things like this. Okay sweetheart, you can come. Yay. Mid-August. Alright Izuku, are you ready to summon the servant that will train you with fighting abilities, other than magecraft? Da Vinci cheered. Yes, excited and nervous Izuku answers. Very well, let us begin, Gilgamesh calls out as he placed down the giant shield. Oh, this very exciting, this will be the first time for me to see Izuku summon a heroic spirit. Indeed, it's exciting for everyone's first time of witnessing something new. Hirinko, you should put this on. Da Vinci hands her a pair of sunglasses. Why is that, Da Vinci? Because, what Commander will do next is quite flashy, if you will. Nightingale calls out as she was prepared to take out any possible dangerous servant. But that Inko immediately puts on the glasses, and Izuku once again calls out to the throne. The light shines and twists, but instead of 1, 2 figures appear. The older of the 2 spoke first. My name is Li Shuan. I'm just a simple old man who no longer has a spear. But, what, I'm not so lacking that I can't protect you. You'll be taken care of from here on, master. The old man with hair gray aged from his years, who was wearing shades and a tradition Chinese clothing, say with a respectful light bow, while the younger man, skin tanned, white hair and crimson eyes, wearing a clothing of red and black, spoke up from behind him. Archer class servant. I have been summoned and come at your request. The grayed hair and red eye archer didn't say another word as his eyes sharpened towards an individual in the room, and he begins to tense up until Li Shuan raised his hand. Hold on now, young man, you may have your feuds with this individual, but we are summoned under one master, so let us hear what they have to say first. But I am pretty sure you two are regaining your copy's memories just now, like I did, so you know us working together isn't impossible. I never expected to see you again and summoned by the same master, so what's the deal this time? A singularity, more Lost Bolt world, or you need servants for the Grail War? If so, you may want to send back one of the casters for another class servant then. If you wait and let us explain as Lee has said, you would have saved some breath, wouldn't you, Archer? Gilgamesh replies a grin. TSK. Now calm down everyone, let me explain, and Gilgamesh, I know your feud with Archer, but you should have matured from your Archer self, after all you aren't the teenage you, Da Vinci says while standing between the two. But technically I am still the same. Gilgamesh answers, then turns back to his work. If that's how you see it, alright, I guess I'll have to get used to explaining this to every servant now. Da Vinci begins the explanation. Chapter 5 Da Vinci explains how quirks came to be, the changes etc. and Izuku's dream of becoming a hero. Oh, that is indeed an interesting development, but master, I will agree to teach you my arts, the techniques and training. The road from here will only be harder from here on out. Lee says while looking at Izuku. I will also agree to teaching you, not like it's the first time. I have taught someone, although you are a bit younger than those I taught. Archer joins in while measuring Izuku's height. Thank you all, but you guys don't have to call me master, just Izuku is fine, and I guess Nightingale will still call me commander, huh? Izuku tells them in a nervous tone. That's right, commander. A small smile was on Nightingale's face. Followed by Lee. Young master, if it's alright I will just call you master or young master from now on. Well, if it's okay with master then Izuku it is. Archer answers last. Thus training begin with Lee. From time to time they will practice on the rooftop, but Lee only taught Izuku one set of movement. He told Izuku, in order to learn more he must master the basics. When the basics are mastered, they will become more reliable and more powerful, at times even surpassing that of advanced set. It is also for him to make sure there is no unnecessary movement, as well as to conserve strength. Archer didn't teach Izuku anything at the moment, as it was agreed that if Izuku learns too much at once it may hinder his abilities, so Archer spent his time planning training regiments for the future, and he always lent a hand to Inko for every meal time for this ever-growing family. One night. What brings you to my roof? A working Gilgamesh calls out to the newcomer. My apologies, didn't know you bought the rooftop, your majesty. Archer says as he closed the door. Well, I guess you can't take a joke, relax. So what is it you need? I am very occupied at the moment. I need to prepare Inko the correct documents and necessary notes to manage all of the financial parts of Izuku's future. This doesn't seem like you. Why are you doing this for Izuku? Have you really known me? You knew of my youth, a tyrannical king of arrogance, but not the current me, the mage who, although still is the same, brought his people prosperity as a king, and now I will do it for Izuku, for him to lead this era down a correct path. You too are disappointed, aren't you, about this era and their ideals of what is a hero? Although the faults lay in Goita and demon gods, but humanity choose to live down this path instead of advancing. It was not what I had envisioned before my death. Gilgamesh exclaimed as he gestures towards the surrounding and soon divided into to his work once again. I guess we can agree on some aspect, but I can't say I forgive the other you. Archer says while leaving the roof. Don't expect you to, mongrel. Final day of August. Izuku has everything packed and ready. He has already received the headmaster letter for him to test and see if he is qualified to study in Clock Tower for the next 2 to 4 years. When Izuku opened his door he was met with an unexpected scene. Everyone was dressed very formally. Good morning, are we leaving today to the Clock Tower? I thought we leave for it tomorrow. A group of good morning later, Inko begins to explain to Izuku that their business partners both wanted to meet the Midoriyas, so since Izuku won't be home anytime soon they planned for it today. After about an hour the two families of business partners arrived with an unexpected third party. Hello, everyone, welcome to our home. I am Inko Midoriya, and this is my son, Izuku, Mitsuki, Masaru, and Kitsuki. What brings you all here today? Hi, Inko, I am sorry if we came at a bad time. We were going to talk to you and Izuku, but if you're busy then we'll come back another day, Masaru spoke up in his usual soft and polite voice. If that's the case then why don't you guys come in and wait? If you wanted to talk to Izuku it best to do it now, or it may have to wait a few years as he will be leaving the country for 2 to 4 years. Inko replies to them while welcoming everyone in. Oh, why is that if you don't mind me asking? Mitsuki was interested in why Izuku will be leaving for so long. Izuku will be learning from the Clock Tower, Inko replies back while handing tea to the guest, with Da Vinci and Nightingale help. Meanwhile Archer finished making some snacks, and Lee helped serve them. Everyone who tried them were blown away by how tasty these treats are, and continued to praise Archer's work, and thanked Inko, Da Vinci, Florence, Lee, and Archer for their service. But Inko, Izuku is just 9, you can't be serious. Was what Mitsuki said after they got out of their food trances. I am, and Izuku has the letter allowing him to take their entrance exam. Now if you don't mind I think our guest here have something we need to discuss about. Inko retorted while shifting attentions. To say everyone was not impressed would be a lie, since a 9-year-old was given the chance to and was allowed to take the Clock Tower's entrance exam, and it was a serious invitation to allow Izuku to take it, but the next event was something no one expected, not the Urakas, not the Hatsume, and not even the Bakugas. Hi, we're the Uraka Construction Company owners. My name is Shuhei Uraka and my wife Ryoko, and this little princess is our daughter Achako. We came here today to give thanks for allowing us this opportunity to assist in such large projects. I know it's signed under S name, but is it alright if we give thanks to possibly your husband as well? He was the one from the email and phone calls, right? Oh, the same goes for us. Sorry to interrupt, but my name is Yo Hatsum, and this is my daughter Mei Hatsum. Sorry my wife couldn't make it, but I would just like to thank you, and as well, if it weren't for your assistant, my small company would be no more. At this moment Inko didn't know exactly what to do, because those were all Gilgamesh's doing, not hers. Inko, sorry about keep asking you question, but who are those people standing with you? Are they relatives or other visitors? Mitsuki asks. Inko didn't know how to answer that either. Should she say it's magic? Was it safe? They did say it wasn't a problem anymore, but Izuku. They're familiars summoned by Izuku's quirk. Inko answers in a flash. The servants didn't make a move, Izuku froze, and the rooms were silent until Mitsuki spoke up again. Inko, I don't mean to be rude in any way, but didn't you say that Izuku is quirkless? He developed it this month. Oh, and Mr. Hatsum, my husband is in a coma, but the one you're looking for is Gilgamesh, one of the familiars summoned by my son. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Gilgamesh, and I am indeed the summon of my master Izuku, as Inko has just introduced, and I am happy to accept your gratitudes. Gilgamesh says with a slight bow. Meanwhile Archer was desperately trying not to burst out laughing seeing Gilgamesh like this. One after another the servants all gave their own introduction, which quickly made some of the visitors ask some questions. Sorry if this is rude, but why are some of their names similar to some historical figures? Asked. Oh, I can answer that, because my quirk summon familiar that I know of, so they're based off of my knowledge of them, but appearance and power wise, I have no control over that, but they're all their own being and are able to perform many amazing tasks. I can summon more over time, and they can appear right beside me when I need them. Izuku mutter storm begins. It was filled with part lies in order to sell his powers as quirk, while keeping things a secret. This is indeed a fascinating quirk was what many people said. Some still had a hard time believing, but just let it go, except for one who was fuming with rage. After a few more talks about Izuku quirks, the adult decided for the children to meet one another, all except for Kitsuki, who was kept under close watch. Izuku, Achako, and Mei quickly became good friends after a few back and forth conversation about heroes and their dreams of going to UA. It was a bit awkward for Izuku, as he didn't have friends his age and his servants, well, they were a lot older. Achako and Mei thanked Izuku, or rather his quirk, for helping their family out, and Izuku was happy that him summoning Gilgamesh has already helped a few people. As they begin to watch the sunset on top of the roof, an explosion launched the door open. The trio turned to see a very angry blonde. Deku. You liar, how much money did you pay for those extras to pretend to be your quirk? Doesn't matter, after I beat you up I'll expose the useless liar that you are and be the real hero. Kitsuki charged towards Izuku with explosive nitroglycerin popping in both hands. Chapter 7. Unexpected Day. Bakugo Kitsuki wasn't having the greatest time. It shouldn't be like this, he thought. Ever since he gotten his quirk he was supposed to be number one. He was going places. No one could stand up to him. No one could stand beside him. He was better, no, the best there was, and everyone said so, even Deku. But then Deku looked down on him. The quirkless useless Deku thought he needed help from someone as useless as him. What does that make him? Bakugo Kitsuki, if he needed Deku's help, he would be someone who is weaker and more useless than a Deku. Now that his parents knew he was showing Deku his place and said what he did to Deku was wrong, they punished and scolded him. What did they know? Better yet, what did any of these extra know? For some reason Kitsuki parent decided to take him to Deku's place to apologize, since he wasn't going to do it anytime soon. They can't make him apologize for that, he didn't do anything wrong. Or rather, they soon arrived at Deku's place, but other people were there, something about business, whatever. But what pissed Kitsuki off the most was Deku apparently got some weird quirk that summoned people. That's bullshit and anyone would know it, but everyone seemed convinced, and Deku has some perfect story for this. His paid extras also played along with his story. Deku, you are so pitiful that you're lying about your quirk. I'll show you not only your place, but what a liar you are. Midoriya's apartment rooftop. Deku. You liar, how much money did you pay for those extras to pretend to be your quirk? Doesn't matter, after I beat you up I'll expose the useless liar that you are and be the real hero. Pack. Bakugo. Izuku panic. What should he do? Should he dodge? He can do that, but if he does then his new friends will get hit. Alright, Izuku, let's see if Lee's training paid off. With a swift movement Izuku moves forward. He ducks under both Kitsuki explosive palms and trips him up, after which Izuku quickly grabs a hold of Kitsuki's wrist and twists them behind his back, in which he quickly puts his weight on Kitsuki to prevent him from getting back up. Achako and Mei were surprised that this timid-looking boy moved so fast and fierce, with such precision like a pro. You're Raka. Hatsum, can you bring someone here? Oh wait, I can call my serve. Familiars here. There will be no need, young master, for we assumed the worst when the blonde ran out of the room. Lee and the other servants were there already, or rather standing and balancing on the fences. Archer hopped down from there along with Nightingale. Gilgamesh appears from his golden dust, and Da Vinci took the stairs like any regular person. Few moments before Kitsuki was subdued. Nightingale breaks her teacup and looks slightly agitated. You imagine he would learn, but like a disobedient Pomeranian he is, timeout isn't enough. As she finishes her sentence she transforms out of the business attires and into her usual servant outfit, opens the window and launches herself towards the apartment's rooftop. Truly befitting of a mongrel, Inko I sense Izuku has unconsciously summoned us, we'll be back. Gilgamesh too turns back into his original form and begins to turn into golden dust disappearing from the room. Oh, I wonder if young master will utilize our training. It's just two children play fight, but nitroglycerin would make this troubling. With that both finishes their outfit change, Archer and Lee vanishes from the room. Shall we head out then? Oh, well I guess they couldn't wait then. Da Vinci begins to walk out of the room after her costume switch. Da Vinci, if it's an emergency shouldn't you also teleport to Izuku? Inko asks while following along. Yes, but it would be overkill, so Inko why don't you and the Bakugas and the guest talk for a few moments while we handle this. With that Da Vinci climbed the stairs. Back to present. Young master, I am pleased you have utilized the moves well, however Lee was cut off by Nightingale, who immediately went to check on Izuku for injuries. Commander, are you alright, did he hurt you? How about you girls, anyone here hurt? Knight. Florence, it's fine really, no one got hurt, I took care of it. Izuku says as he was picked off of Kitsuki. Wow, Midoriya, that was amazing, that blonde was like Rog, and you went swoosh and he was down for the count, that was so cool. Achako explains the fight with excitement and exaggerated manners, causing Izuku to blush. Indeed, that was awesome, if you had some babies on you can probably take down that blonde even faster. Mei's comment froze almost everyone in their spot until Izuku and Achako cleared up the misunderstanding. Itsuki was shocked by Izuku's moves, but it soon was clouded over by his unyielding rage, only to be knocked out with a chop on his neck by Lee. There we go, can't have him continue his behavior like a wild mutt, but as I was saying young master, your moves were good, but you hesitated a bit too long, in a fight that may cost you your victory, so after this we're doing some more training. Lee says with a mighty grin as he carried off Kitsuki. You did well, Izuku. Archer says while ruffling Izuku's hair. Indeed you did, one of the few things me and him can agree on, well done Izuku. Gilgamesh says as he disappears once again. Soon everyone left the rooftop. Back in Midoriya's apartment. Inko, we are terribly sorry, we didn't mean for this to happen, we just wanted Kitsuki to apologize for what he has done, we didn't know he would do this. Mitsuki and Masaru pleaded as they made Kitsuki bow in front of Izuku in apologies. The Hatsum and Uraraka kept quiet as this was a bit more personal matter, but they couldn't help but look at the blonde boy with disapproving eyes, who in return still glares at Izuku. Damn nerd, how dare he show me up and makes a fool out of me. The servant's disappearance and immediate action just a few minutes ago showed some connections between Izuku and them. To everyone in the room it showed that there is indeed truth about Izuku quirk, based on not only their protection to Izuku, but also somehow sensing him when he is not around. Many in the room heard of sentient quirks before, but this is on a whole another level. After a few more minutes Izuku was the first one to speak, which surprised Inko, but the servants knew what their master was going to do. Aunt Mitsuki, Uncle Masaru, please look up, and Kak. I mean Kitsuki as well, I don't blame you guys, I know there must be a misunderstanding somewhere, and I won't hold it against you guys, you've both been kind to me, even though Kitsuki hasn't. I used to want to be friends again, but I now know it's too far gone now. Kitsuki, I'll say this once, I never looked down on you ever. Every praise and ever words I have said to you about you and your quirk were from my heart, but let me just say this, if you want to be a hero, you start changing a bit on how you handle other people, because this isn't the way you treat someone. I know we may possibly never be friends, but can we at least start talking like regular people? Izuku finishes while holding out his hand, hoping that his old friend may take it. His hope was denied as his hand was slapped aside like that time he held out his hand when Kitsuki fell. Kitsuki exploded with rage. Shut your damn mouth, Deku, you don't tell me what to do, you showed me up and looked down upon me, and now you still continue to mock me, while making yourself look good. You enjoying this, you quirkless useless trash? What do you know about being a hero when you lied about your quirk? I know for a fact all these extras are paid, so you can stand up and make yourself look special. Huff. Huff. Kitsuki didn't care about all the disapproving looks he was getting from the others. He didn't see the shock expressions of his parents, nor Inko nor Deku, but his blood did slightly freeze as Deku's familiar stared him down with glares that seemed to be able to cut through steel. However, all of that was quickly washed aside by his continuous rage. Is that so? Then how can I make you believe I have a quirk? How can I prove to you that I never looked down on you, that I used to look up to you? Izuku asked in a sad tone. I don't care. Arg, I don't know, didn't you say you can summon these extras? Well then show me, show us that you aren't a liar. Kitsuki demanded as he was frustrated. He didn't know what he was doing, but was he in any way wrong? Doesn't matter if Deku can't prove his quirk, then he is a liar like a villain who lies as they breathe. Izuku was slightly worried it only been a month, but he now has 5 servants in total. His apartment was getting cramped, but the main issues is can he do it, summon a servant in front of a crowd like this, revealing the hidden world of magic. As he was contemplating, Gilgamesh came over and placed a hand in his shoulder. You want to see his quirk? Very well, our master will show you the summoning aspect of his quirk. The Throne of Heroes. Izuku was shocked, but a quick glance at Gilgamesh, he knew it was alright. Now his quirk is called the Throne of Heroes. It's a bit nerve-wracking as more people are watching, and this time he doesn't have the shield as a catalyst for summoning. He will only rely on his left hand's mark that connects him closer to the throne for summoning. He closes his eyes and started to call out to the throne once more. The familiar scene covers the living room as the crowd stands behind Izuku watching in awe as blinding light flashed around the room. It was a good thing Da Vinci and Nightingale handed sunglasses to everyone first. As the light show gets brighter, a large individual begins to appear. He was standing at 298 cm with 2 crimson horns and crimson eyes appear with a mask on his belt. Scars littered his body and his white mane flows freely, and then he bellows. Woo-oh. His scream shocked the apartment, and he begins to look around. He saw other servants, few he was a bit familiar of. Then he looked at all the humans who were all afraid of him, and then his eyes wandered towards the green hair boy, who has fluffy hair just like his hair. The boy didn't seem to be afraid. Scratch that he was slightly scared, but not like everyone else, minus the blonde one who was in disbelief, and then the boy spoke. Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you. Sorry for summoning you here all of a sudden, it was a bit necessary, but if you don't want to stay, I won't hold it against you. May I ask for your name? With that, Izuku reached out his hand. Many people call me Minotaur. But my name is Asterios. The man now known as Asterios ponders Izuku's words about returning, then shook his head. If you want me to go, I will go. But I don't. Do you want me to leave now? But that he shook Izuku's hand, and which Izuku smiled happily, thankful to meet another servant who he can work with, although he was a bit surprised he summoned the Minotaur of Legends, but who knew he seemed to be so friendly. Asterios couldn't help but also smile slightly at the boy who was his summoner and master. He seemed nice like Thesis before Asterios died, and reminded him a bit like Uriel when he first met her. Everyone stared in awe. Now they knew Izuku wasn't lying about his quirk, everyone except Inko Izuku, and the servants who hid the truth of magic. They felt a bit bad about lying. Itsuki had enough. He felt like he lost a lot today. He was humiliated by Deku losing a fight, and now he was shown what Deku can do with his quirk. TSK. Kitsuki ran out of the apartment. Was he really wrong all this time? Kitsuki. Wait. Inko, we're so sorry about today, and we're sorry to everyone about today, and for all of your time. With that, Masaru and Mitsuki ran after their son. It was getting late, so Inko decided to make dinner for everyone. The Hatsumes and Urakas tried to decline as they already felt like they took up so much time, but Inko just smiled and said it was fine, the more the merrier, and it will be a great send-off for Izuku as he was leaving tomorrow for the clock tower. Inko was gathering ingredients when she felt like everything in the fridge wasn't enough, and Archer agreed that this wasn't enough, especially with their new companion Asterios, who would definitely eat a lot. Asterios also tried to decline, but Izuku and Inko insisted he sit down and eat with everyone. They weren't short on money, so Inko asks Izuku to go out with Da Vinci to buy some groceries. They would also bring Asterios along so they can have a helping hand while getting to know him a little better. Ichako and Mei wanted to go along, although their parents were reluctant about letting 3 9-year-olds go alone, but they were quickly reassured by the presence of Izuku's quirk, who were definitely reliable. So the 5 of them left to buy some more groceries, while the rest begin cooking what they could. Archer and Inko begin cooking while Nightingale prepare the ingredients. During this time, Gilgamesh continue future plannings with and for both companies and construction on the large skyscraper, which will be more than just a simple home. Li Shuwen was about to offer a hand, but was declined for his help when everything was taken up, so Gilgamesh handed him something interesting. It was a list of his 20 disciples that he taught in life, and where they went to. With a small smile, he took the list and begins to look over them. Bakugu's residences. Both parents were lecturing Kitsuki about what he did, how his actions weren't right, but for him, he didn't care, or rather he drowned them out. Too much had happened. Deku showed him up. He has skill, he has a quirk. Why didn't he say anything earlier? Was he even really looking down on him? Even though Izuku explains himself, Kitsuki ignored that, still feeling as if Izuku was hiding something from him. Why does he feel this way? Was he wrong? Was Kitsuki wrong all this time? After an hour of scolding, Kitsuki was told to go to his room. Hopefully he'll learn after today, but sadly he didn't. After Izuku has left the country for 4 years, Kitsuki went back to his old self, as the constant praises continued back in his school. No one contested his spot or stood up to him, and he grew more arrogant with his quirk once more. Even therapy sessions showed no signs of bettering him. Shopping. The trip was fun. Izuku learned more about his new friends. Achako wanted to be a hero, so she could help people like the new rescue hero 13, but more importantly her parents. Mei mostly cared about making quirk support equipment or just inventions in general, and would be glad to support him and Achako to further advertise the Hatsum industry. She hoped she could bring her family's industries to a new height, higher than it is now. Da Vinci liked these two girls. They all seem quite positive for Izuku's growth. Sadly he will be leaving tomorrow for intensive studying and training, so he needs to say goodbye to them. If only he meet them earlier, he would have had some great friends. She was especially interested in Mei due to her enthusiastic nature and as a fellow inventor. They arrived at the grocery store and bought tons of food. Izuku read that Minotaur ate people. He doesn't know if Asterios is like his legends, so he just bought different kind of meat, but Asterios didn't seem to be like his legend, the ferocious monster who kills and eats his sacrifice. Well, not that Izuku know of yet. Now that Izuku thinks about it, if the legend were true, he doubt the people actually fed him real food, so he was forced to eat people. Saddened by this thought, he wanted to make up to Asterios. But Gilgamesh's explanation on how some servants came to be were by their legends and myths, so it's possible that Asterios is like his legends and myths. Asterios, is there anything you want to eat? We have enough money to buy you anything you like to eat. I got you some chicken, pork, and fish. Would beef be alright for you? Izuku asks. That is plenty, thank you, master. Asterios answers with his slight nod. Izuku, you can just call me Izuku. Oh, and the same for you guys too, your Raka Hatsum. Izuku told his new friends who were pushing the second cart filled with vegetables. Okay. Maz. Izuku. Asterios answers with a small smile. Well, in that case you can call me Achako. And me just Mei then, man, Mei proclaimed, which confused Izuku. Why did you call me man, Hats? I mean Mei. Simple, you own a part of my parents' company, and well, I don't, so technically I work for you as of now. But it's under my mom's name though. No, it just under Midoriya's, plus it your quirk that helped you obtain it ownership, so yeah. Mei said with a smile. If that's okay with you then I am fine. Alright, let's go to the checkout. As Izuku and the rest were about to leave, Izuku notices Asterios staring at the candy section, so Izuku went and grabbed a bunch of different candies and placed them in the cart, but mostly chocolates, as Asterios seemed to eye it the most. Izuku, well, I have no problems with you eating sweet. I think this is going a bit overboard. Da Vinci knew what Izuku was doing, but still wanted to state it to catch Asterios' attention. Oh, this isn't for me, it's for Asterios. He seemed like he wanted them. Izuku smiled back at them. Huh? Mast. Izuku, this is too much, I don't need this much, the food in these carts are more than enough. Asterios says as he was surprised and wanted to tell Izuku how grateful he was already. Nope, think of this as a welcoming gift for you. Now that said, I must plan for one for you all. Izuku went into deep muttering. By the time he was done, Asterios had not only carried all the goods, but also him, Achako and Mei on his shoulders, while Da Vinci just smiled and carried the remaining groceries. Asterios seems to be happy as he was bopping up and down on the way home, but then he stopped as his ears were picking up something down the alleyway. He didn't want to meddle with other affairs, but the sound reminds him of himself back in the labyrinth, constantly fighting to live, so he asked everyone to get off and stay behind him. Alleyway. No, so tougher you brat, trying take my money. An angry man says as he kicks the white-haired teen once again. But the use of a flashy quirk if it harms you that badly, another person added, and he too stomped down. The teen wasn't moving, he was too tired, too hungry, and too exhausted, he thought to himself. So this is as far as I can come, huh? 6 to 7 years on the run, I could only come so far, wasn't even able to get back at that bastard yet, and here I am about to die, sorry mom. But I guess some people will die. Blue flames begin to form. His thought process was stopped by a monstrous roar that made his attackers fly off of him and onto the walls. When they saw what was in front of them, they ran as fast as they could. The beast took a look at the teen and gently picked him up and carried him back to his master. Back with the group. Da Vinci got in a fighting stance as two men came charging towards them, but relaxed when they seemed to be scared, of course the roar from earlier. After a few moments, Asterios came out. He was holding a teen in his arm who was around 16 to 17. We should take him to the hospital, he is very malnourished, and there is quite a lot of scarring over his bodies from the looks of it, self-inflicted, so possibly by his own quirk. Also the bruising from the 2 other beatings, so the police as well as Da Vinci explains she was already dialing before the boy calls out. Wait. Please don't call the police. I don't want to go back to him, please. Asterios looked unsure what to do, and Da Vinci wanted to call the police, as this was the only right thing to do, but something about this boy is telling her otherwise. Soon Izuku suggested taking him back home, as there must be a reason why he doesn't want to go back, so they agreed. Asterios carried everyone, and the passengers carried the groceries, and they rushed back. Upon arriving home, Inko and Archer already cooked up everything they could. When Izuku came back with everyone, she saw the boy Asterios was holding and immediately knew something was wrong. Nightingale came and quickly took hold of the situation. Using her skill, she stabilized the teen, and his scars were healing too. After the insane situation passed, Inko asked why didn't they take him to the hospital, and Da Vinci told her the situation and why they didn't take the kid directly to a hospital or call the police. After about 10 minutes the teen woke up. He was wary and didn't know who all these people were, but Izuku came by with a tray of food. "Dear, you seemed hungry, so have some, we have plenty more if you want extras." Everyone got a chair, or at least tried to, as there were limited amount of seatings, but everyone had a nice time. Inko and Archer were both excellent cooks, and many got seconds. Asterios ate his 5th or 6th fill, but seems like he could eat more. As for the boy, they found he ate his fill, but started to cry after all. This was a first real meal in 7 years that wasn't leftovers, rotten trash, or scraps that you couldn't considered food. The adults at the table all felt upset at his condition, and Inko, along with the Uraraka and Hatsune parents, went over to tell the teen everything was alright and he was safe. Asterios even went over and gave him a pat on his head. "It's going to be alright." After dinner, the group decided to ask the teen some questions so they could see where they could head from here, starting with an introduction of everyone, even the servants, as Izuku Quirk. "So, now that you know all of our names, is it okay if we know yours?" Inko asked. "My name is Tuya," the white-haired boy answers. "Tuya, is that right? It's a nice name, but if you don't mind me asking, what's your family name?" Tuya inhaled deeply. From his 6 to 7 years of running away, he was always looked down upon, mostly due to his sketchy look, unknown background, and scars forming around his bodies. These people were one of the few peoples that show him any form of kindness in the past years. Todoroki. The room was quiet. Todoroki is the family name of the top hero known as Endeavor. He sped through the ranks like All Might, and he has a firm spot as a number 2 hero. Nothing much was known about his family life, except he had 4 children. One was reported dead during an accident, and it was the eldest son named Tuya. "He isn't lying if that's what everyone is wondering," Da Vinci said. "How do you know?" "Simple, with experience." His facial movement, body gestures, shows no sign of someone making up a lie, rather someone trying his hardest to tell the truth, that he wanted to hide Florence. It's as Da Vinci had said, his vitals haven't indicated he was lying except slight sign of strong emotions when giving out his family name. "I see, then Tuya, what are you going to do from now on? From what it seemed like you don't want to go back." "I don't know, I have at least 1 year before that bast. That man can never lay one hand on me ever again. I probably try staying in the street again." "Young man, are you sure we can't get the police to help you?" asks. "Good luck trying to do anything against a number 2 hero. He has connections, wealth, power than any of you here. If you don't want your livelihood literally burned down, I suggest you ignore going to the police." Tuya answers with a slightly mocking tone, but that soon died to a heavy sigh. "Sorry about that, and thank you all for having me, but I think I stayed long enough. Have a good night, and once again thank you." Just as Tuya was about to leave, he was stopped by Izuku, who grabbed his hand. "Well, what if you stayed here?" The Hatsumes and Urakas were surprised. Even if the teen told the truth, he was still a complete stranger. Why would Izuku do this? And then Inko stepped in. "Tuya, if you really don't have anywhere else to go, why don't you stay here with us? We technically will have spare rooms soon." The answer was simple, out of the sheer kindness of the Midoriya's hearts. Even though it seemed bizarre, the servants didn't say much, but Asterios was a bit happy. He related a bit of himself to Tuya. His father was not there, but his adopted father was too, someone who he didn't like. Tuya begins to cry once again. The time he spent on the street, he saw barely any kindness. His father was brutal. The heroes never came to rescue like they say they would. He did everything he needed to do to survive. Almost tried to kill 2 people today. And now they are offering him a place to stay. 7 years, which felt like decades, alone trying to survive. Now this. After a long day, everyone finally parted ways. Izuku got Mei and Ichako numbers so he can call them abroad, and more talks were exchanged by the adults about future constructions and about the support company expansion. Asterios was eating a lot of the sweets till Inko came in to tell him it's not healthy to eat so much sweet after dinner and before bed, and he complied as he got up to sleep in the living room. Li Shuwen begins watching through records and videos of Chinese martial arts after his passing. Some he was impressed, while other he was disappointed on how such art form became a mockery and disgrace, as half-assed moves were pulled for the use of entertainment, the same disdain he showed about this hero society. Gilgamesh was lecturing Inko on the finances and what to do for her account, while also continuing to expand their influence through more investment. Inko swears Gilgamesh has already expanded their family's account way too much. If she looks now, well, she gonna probably have a heart attack. Archer and Nightingale were silently cleaning the plate, but Archer couldn't hide his smile as he reminiscences the last time he cooked for such a group and how they all smiled. Da Vinci was putting together some plans. After talking with the Hatsum, she found out about more tools she can utilize for her future work and experiments, also the Nescari replacement for some of Chaldea's gears. Izuku was talking to Tuya, who was slightly surprised by Izuku. At first he was just thankful for the boy helping him out of the streets, but as they talked, he noticed that the 9-year-old see flaws of their hero-based society. The ideals that hero who are in it just for the fame and rich aren't wrong, but rather it shouldn't be their driving motivation. He doesn't want to force the idea onto others as it's not right, but he is willing to tell other if they would lend a ear. The more Tuya talked and listened to Izuku, the more he wished for Izuku's dream to come true, a world in which all hero work together rather than alone, and to help everyone in need that they can reach, even those who aren't too far gone, and even those who aren't troubled by villains, but just by life or society. Tuya thought to himself that Izuku will make that dream a reality. Izuku can and will guide the future if he can keep up his words. You know, Izuku, I was forcefully trained since my quirk came in, every day 8 hours, until school started, then 6 hours. Also I could be a hero that surpasses All Might. Every day it wasn't all that bad at first, until I found out my quirk hurts me the more I use it. I hated heroes because of what my father wanted, and what he stand for, and possibly what the hero society is. But seeing you and what your mom is willing to do for me brought back hope, and hearing what you said about your dream, I want to see it happen, that new society of true heroes. Izuku couldn't help but to smile. He was able to restore someone's hope. Izuku decided to ask. So do you know what do you want to do now? At first I hated heroes, because of my father. I wanted to find a way to get back at him, but maybe I'll give being a hero a shot, to change society by becoming a hero to make sure that no one else suffers through what I have been. Hopefully I am not too late. I mean, I am 17 now, a bit too late for hero school. So, you want to be a hero? Worry not, I have it set up for you. Gilgamesh shows up in the guest room. Gilgamesh, how did you? Remember my skills, I can see into the future. Anyways, I've set up a meeting with the principal of UA, a rodent by the name of Nezu, an entertaining individual if you will. I feel all of us will get along with him just fine. But Gilgamesh, we're leaving for the clock tower tomorrow. How can we have a meeting with him? Quite simple really, your mother will meet him, and judging by how things turn out, I'd say to his training and early background he would do just fine, and if Nezu were to be the caring rodent he is, well, let's just then say we have everything all set. Now off to bed with both of you. With that, Izuku was ushered back to his room. Next morning. Izuku, I barely know you, but your quirk is insane. Are you sure this is legal though, crossing the country like this? Tuya asks, still believing the servants are Izuku's quirk. Yeah. Is this legal? I forgot to ask this last time because it was Antarctica, but this time we're going to a populated country, Izuku worriedly asked. Oh, the clock tower will handle our travels abroad, and this way it's faster too, no need to wait for an airport, and not yet for a private jet ride. With that, the mana begins to lift off with Izuku, Gilgamesh, and Da Vinci. The other servants, Inko and Tuya, waved at the departing trio. The mana was out of sight within seconds, and Izuku's first step to being a different hero has now begun. Chapter 8. My first step. Izuku was nervous, not for the flight of course, he could definitely get used to flying in Vimana after so many, but for his entrance into the clock tower. After all, he was only 9, can he actually do it? What would the others think of a 9-year-old technically quirkless entering? Then what about other mages who worked hard to get in? Also, what about those mage families, would they look down on his presence there at the clock tower? Izuku, are you okay? Da Vinci asked as Izuku was on a muttering spree again. Oh, I'm sorry Da Vinci, it's just, I am very nervous right now, like this will be my first step, right? Or rather officially, I guess, to obtain power to become a hero. I'm just worried, what if others don't like me for being quirkless? I know that since it's still a mage institution all mages are quirkless, but I am assuming they either don't tell or just say their magecraft is a quirk, but I am talking about the other students who are there just to take the clock tower as a regular university. Won't they hate me like my old school? What about the mages, will they dislike me for being nothing more than just a nameless person? What if? Izuku begins to cry, tears starts falling down his cheeks. Da Vinci hugged Izuku and patted his back, calming him. After all, this is a 9-year-old who lived through the bigotry of society. No one came to his aid, he who kept strong in front of those he is closest to, even his mother who he hid his injuries from. His nervousness was building up on him, eating him away. Even though he was getting better over time, he is still just a child who have always shown kindness to others, but rarely received them from others beside his parents, servant, and his newly made friends who he just left. Izuku. Stop. You're a very strong individual, and don't you worry about a thing. No one will do anything to you, as long as I, Da Vinci, have something to say about this, and also this is an institution. I expect better behavior from people than from grade school, so don't you worry about meeting another Kaken and just keep calm. Da Vinci says as she smiled kindly at Izuku. How long are you gonna cry? Gilgamesh calls out, making Izuku worried. Did he disappoint the first person who outside of his family to ever give him hope and believed in him? Izuku winced slightly at Gilgamesh, ready to accept some harsh words. How do you expect to inspire and to lead others if you are driven into tears so easily? Izuku, you will cry only when you feel a sense of accomplishment, or when you ultimately fail, and when you do, you will pick yourself back up and undo that failure. Don't make me regret every lending you a hand. With that, Izuku wiped his tears clean and smiled once more. Thank you, Mr. Gil, Da Vinci, thank you guys so much. And tears came out again, but this time not from his nervousness or anxiety, but out of joy. The sight of Izuku's was like watching the Niagara Falls. Gilgamesh looked at the boy and sighed, while Da Vinci chuckled lightly, and in the horizon was the clock tower. At UA. It was early in the afternoon, a set meeting time, thanks to someone. 3 figures stood in front of UA waiting. I can't believe he would do this too, sigh. But it's Gilgamesh, what do you expect? Inko, who was once again dressed formally, said out loud as she brought along her paperworks. I am terribly sorry about this. If I hadn't opened my mouth about being a hero, none of this would have happened. I should have waited till I could test out to be a hero. Tuya told Inko, who instead told him. Nonsense, Tuya, this isn't your fault or anyone's really. It's great that even after all this time you now have a dream to follow, even though you were put through so much. Alright, we should be meeting someone to guide us in now. Also thank you, Lee, for coming with us. It is my pleasure. With the young master away, I really don't have anything else to do, and beside watching what going on outside isn't to bat alongside that, making sure the 2 of you are safe. I just killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Lee replies while adjusting his glasses. So this UA, quite large facility but a bit wasteful. Not long after that 2, or rather 1 figure arrived, and sitting on his shoulder was a pet, a plushie in a suit. Hello everyone, am I a mouse, a bear, or a dog? Nobody knows, but I am the principal of UA, Principal Nezu. A cheerful chimera calls out as he was now standing on a shoulder of a large hero wearing red silver costume with silver hair. And this gentleman who is carrying me around is our hero course teacher of 1B and hero Vlad King, but you may call him Sekijiro Kansas. Since we're on school grounds, please come to my office, we have much to discuss. It's a pleasure to meet you all. As have said, I am Vlad King, but you can call me. Vlad King gives them a greeting and a nod as he turns back to campus, guiding everyone. Ho ho, a first time seeing such a friendly chimera and one of this size. Usually they are quite ferocious and doesn't usually look like a toy, Lee thought to himself. After a short walk they arrived in Nezu's office, and Vlad King left to continue his work with class. As the door closed, Nezu began pouring tea for everyone. Lee enjoyed the tea, but in all honesty he prefers some tiguanyin, but hibiscus wasn't too bad, just wasn't his taste. Matcha would be an okay substitute. Now then, let's get to business. Mr. Gilgamesh has made some bold claims from yesterday email about one of our alumni who is also the number 2 hero Endeavor. I wanted to talk to him, but judging by how it looks, I am assuming he isn't here. Nezu sips his tea, expression unchanged, still smiling. Now then, I do wish you and your family are well after such horrific events in Tokyo. Don't worry, I know the truth behind that whole event and not what the public were fed, but it is strange how soon you are tied to another event. May I ask who this is? Of course, he along with Lee here were summoned by my son's abilities. Think of them as familiars. But Principal Nezu, I assure you the claims are in fact real. This is indeed Tuya Todoroki that was claimed to be dead 7 years ago in an incident. Inko replies back in a serious tone, not breaking eye contact from Nezu's beady black eyes. From your son's abilities? Interesting, this is indeed very interesting, but do not worry, I do believe that this boy is indeed Tuya Todoroki. Since I became principal here in UA, I always saw students that's graduated from here are always students in my eyes, so when news about NG's eldest died, I went to investigate and found it interesting that no bone fragments were even found at the site. It is indeed quite strange, as bone usually can survive up to 1800 to 2000 Fahrenheit. Of course, I also theorize it was Endeavor's prominence burn, as it can reach up to 2200 Fahrenheit or even hotter if he pushed a bit, but that theory was scrapped. After all, some wooden structures still survived, so the flames weren't that hot, and most importantly is that NG was always a prideful and ambitious man, even when he was a student. I may not know what he is like behind closed doors, but I know he is not a killer. Violent yes, but killer he is not. But that Nezu took another sip, finishing it and pouring himself and others some more refills. Tuya clenched his hands and bit his lip. The thought of his father just angers him. Meanwhile Inko patted him on his back. Lee listened and could only shake his head about the so-called father. That and also your white hair, it's like your mother's, and sorry for this, but your eyes are like your father's. I already pieced together what I needed to know about why you never returned home in preference on the street, or rather you didn't have a choice. Well, let's decide then. Tuya, welcome to UA's hero course. Nezu cheered as he stand on his chair. I'm sorry, but what? Tuya screamed along with Inko. They didn't imagine this turnout. Meanwhile Lee smirked and continued drinking his tea. My apologies, don't get too excited now. For now you'll have a lot of catch up to, since you missed out 7 years, also that and you will have to pass our special exams, but despite being on the street so long I feel you'll have no problems catching up, as NG being your father I assuming his education expectations were also very high. So in this case we shouldn't worry about you trying to catch up. From now on you'll be my personal student and all activities will be under me including internship, and by the start of classes A, B 3rd year, we should assume you'll be able to fully integrate into the other hero class. So what do you say, Tuya? Do you accept? Nezu held out his hand. Why? Yes. I do 100%. Thank you, Tuya called out as he grasped Nezu's hand. Or paw. No, young man, you should thank the Midoriyas for reaching out a helping hand. Also this will make you the oldest student to attend here, although you said you've been running away for 6 to 7 years, which is the correct time, but Tuya, you're actually 19 years old, not 17 or 18. You ran away when you were 12. The reason why you haven't noticed this, well, it's because of your conditions. The malnutrition's not only stunted your growth, but also affected you mentally, and being in the run without basic necessity, while being alone may have also contributed to your mental state. But worry not, our hero counselor Hounddog will always have time for fellow students. Speaking of heroes, I am surprised your son isn't here. I heard he is a big hero fan, and he dreams of becoming one. Where is he? Nezu curiously asked and looked at Inko. Oh, my son Izuku is going to study at the clock tower for the next 2 to 4 years. Ah, I see, such a shame that a gifted child with such a heroic heart has already chosen another path, but entering that university at 9 is amazing. Well, I feel that whatever he chooses he'll do great. Nezu wanted Izuku to become a hero or come to UA. After all, his quirks of summoning these familiar were most interesting, but of course the slight concern, as on the files it stayed Izuku is quirkless, but what Inko said sparked his interest, his abilities, so something that's not a quirk. Principal Nezu, you must be mistaken, he will still attend UA, but he wants to first enroll in the clock tower for his side studies and harness his new abilities. Inko answers. Is that so? Well, I do understand having such a unique ability, summoning sentient being. He would definitely need more control, and he seems to be quite ambitious, for at such young age doing some side studies in a university nonetheless and being accepted, truly praiseworthy. But now Tuya, I understand this is sudden, but how would you like to disguise your identity? This may require help. If she doesn't mind, but how would Tuya Midoriya sound to you? Tuya and Inko was surprised, as Inko spoke up. I don't mind, but how? Or rather, when did you? Well, to be honest with you, did all the talking and negotiating with me on yesterday's email. After all the information he provided I was already on board with the idea, and I just needed a little nudge, so when Tuya arrived, well, let's just say the deal has been sealed. Nezu says with a smirk. As of now Tuya will be your adopted son, and this paperwork can be terminated anytime you want. Also, has also provided info on your quirk, so don't worry, support items will be made for you. We'll even let it change your own flame's colors, so Endeavor doesn't find you easily. If he claims anything else, well, let's just say I will have your backs. With that, Inko nodded at Nezu's word. Well, is there anything else left for us to do today? No, that will be all. Tuya, you'll start next week. Your uniform should be sent to the Midoriya residence soon. Inside will include your ID as well, so rest up well. I do hope to see you all quite soon. But that they left UA, Nezu looks at them as they walked out of the gates. Interesting, again set abilities not quirks, huh? Well, the world is always large and quite the mystery. Let's see who else I can recruit in the next years as teachers. HMM. Nezu hums happily as he flips through his paperwork. Ah, these 3 will do just fine. Let's see what I can do. And send. On his screen was an email to Midnight offering her a job at UA, along with the option of letting her propose 2 heroes that may be interested in working at UA. Nezu knew who the 2 other choice would be and smiled. May take some time, but it will do. Meanwhile, on a lone rooftop, a hero wearing full black looked down on his target who just used a drug called Trigger. He sneezed as he jumped, feeling a sudden chill up his spine as he apprehended the target. Why do I constantly have this weird feeling this month? Entranced to the clock tower. Izuku was very intimidated. This is his first step. Well, to put it lightly, he always imagined his first step would be at UA and not at an institution, especially not at the age of 9 and out of country to one of the world's top institution. As they waited in the office waiting room, a young woman came out to greet them. "Hello, are you Midoriya Izuku perhaps, and these two are your servants? Yes. Well, please follow me," the young woman says. "Oh, yes, hi." Izuku answers and follows her. For some reason Gilgamesh slightly flinched. She looked familiar, but then it clicked and Gilgamesh asked, "Would you by any chance? Or are you related to Rin Tasaka from the Tasaka mage family?" "Why yes I am the great-granddaughter of Rin Tasaka, and apologizes for not introducing myself earlier, but I am named after her, so you may call me Rin or Tasaka if you want to," she answers. "But I am surprised a servant recognizes her. From what I know of, servants shouldn't be able to retain memories of their previous summoning. Is it because of me being her bloodline? Were you possibly her servant? But I don't recall her joining the Fuyuki Grailware though, or did the change also affected the throne?" Rin asked. "Well, from what I have gathered, it definitely has affected the whole world more than we imagine, but let's discuss this inside, maybe even later," Da Vinci says, trying to avoid unwanted eavesdropper. "Of course, I apologize for that. This way please, but you sir seem to recognize my grandmother. What was your role in her time?" Rin asked Gilgamesh with interest on knowing a bit more of her famous grandmother that headmaster once taught. Memories flow through Gilgamesh's mind. Should he answers truthfully, what's the worst that can happen? Izuku's 4 years will be hell. That wouldn't be a good outcome. As Gilgamesh begins to think back and remembers the various past, his constant laughters and taunts, calling others mongrels for what they are and believe in, his arrogant dominance over others while fighting with many opponents, and his roles through the different Grail War, across the different timelines and universes, but those were his younger archer self. Would it be counted against him? There was that time they were allied for his kingdom for a singularity, but that wouldn't count. She was pseudo-servant for Ishtar. She was still influenced by inhabiting Rin. A few more moments pass. This is the closest to a good image, Gilgamesh thought. Well, I don't know this particular timeline's Rin Tasaka, or if we may have never met, but the one I did meet, we raced cars against different servants. Archer was there, and we lost to a toy lion whose rider was King Arthur, with a boy with red hair constantly throwing coins into the toy lion. Gilgamesh blurted out. There was a long moment of silence before Rin said, "I see." Turned around and continued to guide them to the headmaster's office. No one said anything. "Did you guys really raced cars?" Izuku asked. Again no one said anything. Back in the Midoriya household. "Duia, it's fine. The article was quite a few years back. It's a bit hard to remember the exact dates. I am sorry we didn't notice sooner, and don't blame yourself about it either. You were only 11 or 12 when you ran off on the streets, and being alone does do a lot to the mind. No mentioning your conditions, we found you." Inko tells Tuia, worried that he may be taking things too hard on himself. "Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's just hard to think that, although I did remember 7 years. I just never imagined my mental state would be in such wreck that I wouldn't even remember what's my real age." Sigh. "Now I had time to think. I wonder how's my mother, sister, and my 2 little brothers. I know it's selfish to leave them like that, but I kind of do want to wish them well. Oh, and sorry, I had no idea that Principal Nezu and Gilgamesh would go ahead and change my name like that. I promise I'll change it as soon as I can," Tuia exclaimed. "No worries, it's just a name. You can keep it or change it whenever you like. You have my permission to use it. I am sure Hisashi and Izuku wouldn't mind. After all, our family is always growing with Izuku's power," Inko told Tuia as she manages the home's finances once again. "So how are you feeling about starting your career very soon?" "A bit nervous. In reality, if it's possible I would have steered away from this career path, but it's a bit embarrassing to say, but Izuku inspired me. His ideals of what a hero are is inspiring, but to have dream like that to achieve, it's a really noble one. Sadly I feel not many would follow it, as human ambitions and greeds are at times what's driving people. But one person is still something to make a change. A single nail is still important in the grand scheme of things, so I'll do it to become a hero and help make that change. And now that I know I am 19, I'll ask Nezu to not hold back on me and be a hero in about 2 years." Tuia planned, and Inko smiled at his declaration. "That's a wonderful goal, Tuia. If you don't mind, can you and Asterios go out to buy some more groceries? Unsurprisingly, we ran out since yesterday." With that, Tuia and Asterios both left for the store. It was a good thing Inko bought some XXL casual clothing for Asterios, because his first day was filled with constant stares due to his attires, but now no one bats an eye beside the occasional look of how tall he is. The walk home was kind of eventful, a few heroes saving others from accidents, and small-time purse thief. There were some things that made Asterios want to intervene, but Tuia did his best to stop him. Even went to explain to him that even though he is a part of a quirk, he can't just go intervening with hero work until Izuku got his hero license, or else the Midoriya will be in trouble. Asterios then stopped. He didn't want his master and his master's mother to be in trouble, so he agreed. As they continued to walk back, they passed the alleyway Tuia was found, and then Tuia spoke again. "Hey. Thanks for what you did yesterday. I know you're just part of Izuku's quirk, but if it weren't for you, I'd either be dead or possibly done something I may or may not have regretted, so thank you, Asterios. Asterios was told of this world current situation, and as for now all servants summoned by Izuku will be considered quirks and shouldn't reveal their true identity or anything related to magic, so Asterios just simply nodded and said you're welcome and smiled. If it weren't for the secret he may have told Tuya, he understands him a bit, having a father who was not there but made his life miserable, a mother who gave birth to him who he doesn't blame for not helping, trapped alone and fighting to survive. For now he won't tell. As they got back they were immediately sprayed by disinfectant. What are you doing? Tuya asked. It's fall, the time of sickness. I must make sure anyone who enters this house is clean. Now both of you go ahead to the bathroom and wash your hands. I'll take care of the groceries with Archer. Nightingale replies, and both Tuya and Asterios complied. Tuya wished his old family was a bit like this. In only 2 days he felt warmth. His train of thought was cut off by Nightingale scolding Archer, saying his way of cleaning wasn't good enough, followed along by Archer's tired sigh. Yep, he could get used to this family. Clock Tower headmaster's office. Knock. Knock. Come in. Hello sir, Izuku Midoriya and his servants have arrived. Rin announced. Yes, thank you Tasaka, you may return to your other duties, I'll handle things from here. The elderly man said while raising his head from his paper. With a nod Rin leaves the office while the three filed into the room, meeting the gaze of the elderly man. Hello Izuku, welcome to the Clock Tower, and I am sure you know that this isn't just a simple institution. He smiled widely. But a much more otherworldly institution of teaching as well. But where are my manners? My name is Kishore Zelrich Schweinerg, but you may just call me Headmaster Schweinerg, or just. But if last name of mine is too hard to pronounce, you are permitted to use my first or middle name. Any questions? No. No sir, my name is Midoriya Izuku, it's nice to meet you. Izuku nervously said, and Da Vinci Gilgamesh followed suit, but Da Vinci decides to ask a few questions. Fisher, I have a few questions. Chaldea kept files on you, but how are you able to be the acting head of the Clock Tower and the mage associations without the church stepping in to intervene on a vampire that is one of the undead apostle? Da Vinci asked. I guess the thrones still don't give enough information when they send out servants, but Da Vinci as the last servant before being sent back, you already know of the chaos that was the start of quirks, am I correct? Well, the Holy Church took some of these matters into their own hands, or rather the more zealous members, and after that incident the government were forced to intervene, and the church itself too were forced to stop them. Ever since then they have stayed quiet. Actions are closely monitored by some mages working for the government, even more so after news spread in the mages world that quirks were a result of magic, but it itself isn't really magic. So the church may not like me and want to dispose of me, but they can't anymore. Kishore says while getting up from his chair to get closer to the three. And the reason why I run this organization's well, it's because there is no better way. Since the birth of quirks the number of people who are capable of magecraft have dwindled as more quirks individual appears, and since people with quirks are no longer capable of magecraft even if their parents were, this art begins to disappear as capable members were growing older. This also became a crisis for many families of mages, as some of their heirs can no longer carry out the family's torches. As he told the stories he rubbed his tired temple. So it was decided that I watch over the mages and continue the teaching. I sided with humanity through and through and took on students ever so often, so I decided it's maybe for the best. My strict tutorage also created fine mages within the association, so all in all there is still hope. Now then, let's get to business. Izuku Midoriya, your magecraft potential was artificially made. I won't hold that against you, but I want to know what is your goal here. Why are you here? Izuku was very nervous, not because there was a vampire in front of him, but because he is the headmaster of Clock Tower. He took a breath and said, I want to become a hero. Ahaha, so that it a childlike dream to be the sword and shield of the law and defender of the defenseless, is that it? In that case then. Before Kishore could finish, Izuku cut him off. No. The law isn't always right and so is society. I want to be a hero so I can change it. I will still uphold it, but changes are needed in where it's due, so that way I can better help others. I know I can't save everyone, but I will try my hardest on saving everyone that I can. The world isn't fair, and that all men are not created equal, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't help others that are down or keep it that way. I know this sounds like a childish dream, but I want to help others. That's always what I have wanted to do, and now that I have the ability to do so I will use it. But even if I don't have a power like that, I'll still strive for that goal. After all, this won't be my first setback, and definitely won't be that last, but this will not stop me. Izuku says with determination. Haha, forgive me Izuku, but this how I am, I disdain those who use their power for hurting others or just evil in general, but I laugh upon those who believe in complete justice or those who do good and in the end diving to their graves for their ideals. You may be the same, but I see that you are different as well, so Izuku take the entrance exam here in my office, for you to become a mage. But if you do pass we'll have you complete your middle high school education within 1 to 2 years, while also taking mage related courses. By your 2nd or 3rd year, you'll be starting your university courses, after all clocked hour is now indeed a university. By your 4th year, well let's just say hopefully you'll graduate university and learn a good deal about magecraft, of course you're always able to come back to continue. With that Izuku begins his test. The test result surprised Rin who graded his paper even for mages these questions would provide some difficulty. He even got the theories correct, in the end it wasn't a full 100, but a 96 still a high score for the current year of mage students. These 4 years will be interesting. Izuku received his scores and was impressed that his studying paid off. His living quarters surprised him. He and his servants would be staying in the headmaster home. Kisher explains that since he is so young, he may be targeted by other older, maybe due to jealousy or competition spirit, but that's only the mage side. For the regular students it shouldn't be an issue beside a few snobby individual here and there. The main reason for Izuku to stay here is also so Kisher can begin help assist Da Vinci and Gilgamesh teaching Izuku not only spells and furthering his magecraft, but also keeping him on his grade level, along with his training and possibly summoning other servants. And so it begins my 4 years here. Huh, didn't know I was so tired and sleepy. Izuku says as he settled in bed. Good night and good night Da Vinci. And he drifted off to bed. Good night Izuku. They said in unison. But I don't get a good night and I let you stay in my house. Kisher says as took a sip of cough. You're a vampire I doubt you need sleep. Da Vinci retorted. The same could be said for you servants. We can choose to sleep. Gilgamesh replies. Well so can I. Touché. Da Vinci answers and the three begin their work. Chapter 9. A long road ahead. Kisher, tell me who was the fool that thought that children who just finished high school are capable of handling the law. It is quite idiotic isn't it? Children are impressionable, they can be easily manipulated. I mean that's how many of the world's armies throughout history were built. By training children and brainwashing them into believing it's the right cause. Gilgamesh talked while drinking some coffee Kisher brew. By the commissions or rather NATO and all the head of every global government, when quirks first begin appearing as you know, it was complete madness. Then after a while it became a dream for people to become superheroes from fantasy, and that's not even the worst part. When those fools created each their own independent commissions within their own countries, it was basically begging to be an issue. Not only did the commission become their own separate branches of government in each country, but they also implemented the hero courses within high school to basically draft in more soldiers. Kisher said as he stared out into the stars above the sky. As you said Gilgamesh, it's really just brainwashing the young minds and creating soldiers, using the ambition of children's dreams into a driving force. It's even worse now since majority mainstream heroes are just celebrity or rather glorified superstar who are given the right to enforce the law and which attracts many attention. Most are doing this for fame and fortune instead of actually doing their job. Not all are like that, a few are able to be reasonable and do their jobs correctly and do it well, but not all. Izuku will be different. He already faced the cruelty of society and experienced the inequality it dishes out to the people it deemed different, but he will help all those in need that he can help. It surprised me he's still holding on even after having his idol crush his dreams, but the big blonde oaf is just over his head if you ask me. Da Vinci said while finishing her coffee. As the trio continued to prepare the new semester for Izuku they soon were satisfied with the result. Think we're overdoing this a bit for 1 to 2 year time? Da Vinci stared worryingly at the schedule. Izuku would be fine, he practically strives on hardships. Gilgamesh laughs at Da Vinci worries. I expect nothing less of a student that will be under my personal guidance. Haha, can't wait to see where the boy heads off to in the future. Kisher nods and grins at the future prospect of his student. In the other room Izuku practically felt chilled despite the room being very warm, so he pulled up his blanket to keep warm. It was a new day, the start of Izuku's first lessons in middle school. His academic ability back in his old elementary has proven his intelligence close to middle school level. If Izuku's old school weren't such a bigot, he could have skipped a few grades and grew up to be a genius innovator of any kind. If heroics never work out, they truly lost their chances. The lesson went smoothly for Izuku, but it was agreed by his teacher and servants that Izuku's regular education would be 8 hours a day for 4 days, while his magecraft training would consist of 8 to 10 hours for 2 days and a single day to rest. That was his weekly schedule, and surprisingly no complaints. Few weeks later. These are impressive. Rin says as she looked through Izuku's work. Even though Rin was still in 17, she like her great-grandmother were a prodigy of sorts. She also trained under Kisher and now serves as his assistant headmaster. Despite her young age, not many can hold a candle to her beside the other person, so her position was stable and unchallenged against. Sigh. If only the schools in Japan knew what they were giving up. Hi Rin. Hello, Izuku, how is your training with the headmaster? Izuku nervously scratched his cheeks. I've trained with Da Vinci and Gilgamesh, but I have to say this is the first time I've been pushed till my muscles feel like jelly. Rin nods. Yep, that's him. Her time with Kisher was no cakewalk, but she earned her position here, and so will Izuku. She smiled warmly at Izuku. It's like having a little brother, I guess, as Rin thought to herself. Rin then gave Izuku a head pat which was slightly embarrassing Izuku. Rin, why do you prefer to work on paper? Isn't computer filing a bit easier? Eek. Rin practically jumped at Izuku's question. Rin. Izu. Oh right, I think Gilgamesh wanted you to go grab Da Vinci back from the library a few minutes ago. But I was just with Gilgamesh 10 minutes ago, are you sure? Rin, are you feeling okay? Do you need some rest? Izuku looked at her as he got closer. What a kind child. I feel ashamed to call myself a big sis, not only for my inability to use technology, but making up lies to my little brother. Rin thought to herself. Izuku, I am fine, I just remembered it wrong. Da Vinci was in the library waiting for you, that's it. Oh okay then, bye sister Rin, I hope you feel better. With that Izuku bolted out of her office. What a kind boy, sigh. Why great-grandmother, why must you curse me with your inability to use technology? Why? I mean, these things aren't even that much advanced than your time, so why is it so confusing? Rag. Rin yells out, looking at a distance. She could have sworn she saw the figure of her great-grandmother apologizing for this misfortune. Meanwhile, outside the door, Gilgamesh and Kisher looked at one another and just nodded. With that, Gilgamesh sent Da Vinci a text about Rin's current situation and told the genius, you got this. With that, the two did a 180 and walked away quietly. That girl's is a smart one, like her ancestor, but like her. Well, it's hard for her to wrap her head around modern tech. I don't even know how I am better than her, sigh. Back in Japan. I regret running away. A tear-stained Tuya said as he was drowning in a pile of books. Now Mr. Midoriya, you're actually doing quite good for yourself. Despite missing in years of work, you're still doing pretty okay. Nezu chuckles as he grades Tuya's work. Tuya, who although missed 7 years worth of education, was actually holding up quite well, probably thanks to Endeavor's insane expectations for his masterpieces. Nezu was surprised at where Tuya excelled in. It was science, mostly biology and some chemistry. Meanwhile, math, civics, history, and language he was passing to say the least, but definitely improving. May I acquire where did you learn your science from, or where you study at these last few years? Oh, Principal Nezu, I was actually self-taught in those areas. Well, I did learn in school. It was not until I ran away I decided to focus on science. It's mainly to help somehow resolve my conditions. As you know, although inherit a better version of his quirk, I also inherited my mother's quirk aspect, which causes me to be not immune to my flames. And well, I tried studying on ways to possibly help myself, but I was very limited as my only resource were either libraries, bookstores, or at times the internet cafe, if I had the money. Nezu nodded. Such a talented individual, if only he were raised by a kinder families. Oh well. Your grades are decent, and if I do say so myself, continue at this rate you may be able to catch up with the first-year students academically, of course hero training aside. But not fast enough. I need to become a hero soon. Nezu, face unchanged, still smiling, but was curious why Tuya wanted to speed up his learning. Was it because of his age, or perhaps? Tuya. Why do you want to be a hero? From what it shows on records, it should have made you dislike this field. Why are you rushing? To protect not only my families that I left behind, but for those who suffered like me. Reach out to those who never thought they could have received help. Some of these aren't actually my dreams, but an inspiration from Izuku. Although our times were short, he showed me a path and a future, and I want to make his dreams come true by paving a better future for him to guide this world of heroes. Interesting concept for a boy so young. I really can't wait to teach him in 4 years. Speaking of young Izuku, how is he? Izuku? He calls back a couple times now, video chat, and he seemed fine, working hard, and definitely is enjoying his time there, I'd say. But Principal Nezu, do you think I can? Or you can help me become a hero within 1 to 2 years? Nezu closes his eyes and drinks a bit more of his tea. He thought it is definitely possible. Tuya's training since 4 to 12 was enough to make any teen or grown man cry in pain, but he pulled through. His education isn't lacking, and hasn't had his education suffer that much from his years running away. Although he'll be lacking in some aspects, he can definitely improve it. This will also be a very interesting task. Not long ago a new young hero emerged and created quite the name for himself within a year. Hawks. Nezu had nothing against this young hero, but everything about him was odd to say the least. Having an agency within a year was not only as hard due to needing reputation but also money in which is hard to make within many heroes' first year. Even for All Might debut his first year it wasn't easy. After Nezu research he found his answer: the commission oversees Hawks from his actions as a hero to his entirety until he became a full-fledged hero. The piece on the chessboard for the commission. Let's play a game, my dear commission. Who will be the better hero? One who has a dream to improve society, or the puppet you made in your ideals to use however you like? Duia, I'll make you a hero within 1 year, but since this is such a crash course, you'll work directly under me for 6 months until I know you're ready. Do you accept? If you do accept, then know you're in for it. Duia took a deep breath and nods. Nezu smiles widely, showing his sharp teeth, and quickly goes over to his desk to pull out a brand new laptop. He hands Duia the laptop. This here will have all the information you'll need to learn and memorize about our 3 years here in UA. By the end of this year, or rather a year from today, I expect you to memorize it and take a test. Of course you'll still be learning with me and taking the provisional license exam, which you will be obtained within this upcoming year. Now do you think you can handle it? With another confident nod Nezu smiled even wider. But good. By the way, how was your time with Hound Dog? Flashback to a week ago, first session. After the explanation of how Tuia came to be who he is today and how he got here. Endeavor. Please calm down, I am supposed to be the patient here, please. Back to present. It could have went better. I never knew Hound Dog was such an emotional person, but talking with him definitely made me feel better. Tuia says while finishing his tea. But he cares a lot about people and is really hard to anger, but I guess you broke his limit with the origin of you. Speaking of which, Tuia, what do you want to be done with Endeavor? Sigh. Nothing. Nothing. Well, not exactly nothing. He is the number 2 hero. He may not be a symbol of peace, but he still symbolizes something for the people for quite some time. If we were to kick him down from his throne, the people would still panic. No. After all, if the top hero is a hidden criminal, then who's to say others aren't? People trust will wither away. So do nothing. With time others will surpass him, and including myself, and that will be my act of revenge. Nezu listens and smiles at Tuia's words. He knew this wouldn't be enough for Tuia's revenge, but he knew it will be enough for him. Clock Tower. Running through the university frantically was green hair 4 feet boy. Maybe I should have asked sis to tell me which library Da Vinci was at. Sigh. This place is huge, I wonder if she's in oof. As Izuku was talking to himself he bumped into someone. As he falls to the ground he heard this. Who brought a child to this institution? A blue-haired teen calls out as he pulled Izuku to his feet. Thank you sir. You're welcome. Now tell me, what are you doing here? Well, I kind of go to school here. Haha, that a great joke kid, no really. At this time Izuku felt slightly intimidated. For some reason he disliked this individual in front of him. Something about him seemed fake, to put in better terms. Just as Izuku was wondering what to do, Da Vinci came by and picked him up to leave. There you are Izuku, come on, let's go home. Da Vinci. Oh, so you're this kid's mother. Please watch your kid closely next time. This is an institution, not a kid's playground. Without another word the blue-haired teen left. Phew, thankfully he didn't say anything else. Da Vinci, who was that? Izuku asked worriedly. Him, let's just say he is from a family of trouble. His ancestor wasn't a decent person, and well, his great-grandfather wasn't any better, and I guess by a random luck, he is fortunate enough to be here in this institution, and I am guessing a mage as well. But Izuku, be careful when you're ever alone, especially with him. Even if we get exposed, immediately summon any of us to you, or summon a new servant if you have to. Let's just say his family is troublesome to say the least. Tonight I'll have to speak to Kisher about this. Okay, but is he that dangerous? I wouldn't say dangerous per se, but when driven by emotional or one's own delusion, it would indeed be troublesome. But that Da Vinci, holding Izuku in hand, came to Rin office, who was looking at how to use a computer for dummies book. This is not what it looks like, Rin said, as she quickly threw the book away. As Izuku got ready for bed, he came downstairs to the studies where Gilgamesh, Da Vinci, Kisher, and Rin were at. As he opens the door, all 4 turned around. Izuku, it's getting quite late, what are you doing up? Rin asked. Oh, sis, I just wanted to wish everyone a good night before bed, and thank you guys for working with me so hard for these past weeks. Is that alright? Of course that's fine. Okay, good night, Da Vinci, Headmaster Kisher, and of course good night Sister Rin. Good night, sleep well, good night Izuku. The 4 said in return. And Izuku turned around after that. As they made sure he left the room, it quickly turned back to a more serious atmosphere. So can anyone tell me why Amatu is here? Gilgamesh asked with his finger interlock, staring straight at Kisher. Gilgamesh, I share the same distant of that family as you, from Zauken to Shinji, they're all problematic to say the least, and since both are rather all servants now have memories of all their copies, as far as we know, you all or rather you Gilgamesh have experience with this family. Yes, an ignorant bunch, and vile to possibly to create that girl, for what a grail, and in one version I was devoured by her, tch. Quite vile bunch of mongrels that deserves none of my mercy. I don't know much, I just know them from description in our files. Back when we needed to recruit masters for Singularity, the Matu family was specifically scratched out due to behavior issues to say the least, so his application was rejected, and I don't think his family participated in this world's Grail War, but I guess in Gilgamesh's various experience they have then. Da Vinci asks as she turns to Kishore. Yes, that would be correct, I overseer that event, out of many worlds Grail War this was one of the successful one, but the events afterwards made many rethink it uses, thus the Grail is locked away permanently. Kishore, back to topic here, why is he here? How do we know that's not Zauken inhabiting his descendant's body, and how do we know Izuku won't be in danger? Psi. His full name is Zauken Matu, and I am sure it's not that Zauken who jumps bodies. I made sure to permanently end him myself, took some time but it was done. The Matu family was somehow lucky enough to give birth to a mage heir, and well here we are today. The reason why he is named Zauken was because the family believe he will have powers that rivals their ancestor, and to answer for why a Matu is here. With a deep sign and a couple of rubs to the eye. Because there wasn't a reason to deny him. Yes, his family did some horrid things, even his great-grandfather Shinji, who committed a horrible deed. Quite a few versions of Shinji committed different acts, might I add, and deserves to be locked away, but the board decided that we cannot fault the child of their parents' sins. Yes, his family reputation is already in the drain. But there was no reason to deny him Sai, but you all have my words, if he even thinks to lay a finger on Izuku or anyone he'll be out of here before he knows it, fair. But that the group nodded. Yes, great-grandmother quite detests that Shinji after what he has done to great-aunt Sakura and what he tried to pull on great-grandmother, Sai. Might want to steer clear of him for who knows what he might try. Rin says, clearly not liking this Matu already. Ah, yes Rin, that Sakura girl, what happened to this world's version if you don't mind me asking? There is something that been bothering me. Gilgamesh asked with a smirk on his face. Da Vinci saw this and raised a simple brow. She know Gilgamesh has something planned, she just doesn't know what. I find it strange you are asking, but great-aunt moved in with great-grandmother and great-grandfather. Why? Rin asked in confusion. Oh, nothing, was just wondering if she had any children of her own, and may I ask who this great-grandfather is? I don't know if it's because you were acquaintance of my great-grandmother or just being strange. If you must know, my great-grandfather's name is Shiroamiya. We didn't follow his family name because we needed the Tasaka family to continue on, and yes, Sakura did have a child who is my distant cousin. Her name is Sakura Miya. Let's just say the family relationship was complicated but not strained, okay? Rin tells Gilgamesh, who had the biggest grin anyone has seen. I see, please excuse me, I gotta make an important phone call. With that, Gilgamesh left the studies, leaving a confused Rin, who turns to see Headmaster Kishore laughing his souls out and Da Vinci just shaking her head. Japan 8 AM. As soon as Archer's phone rings, he picks it up and sits upon the couch. Hello, it's 8 AM in the morning, and why is it you calling me out of everyone? Archer asks in a hushed tone as he gets off the couch, passing Asterios, who was sleeping on the floor. Morning Archer, would you like some tea? No thank you, Lee, I'll be on the roof if anyone needs me. Please, as if you establish any other contacts then beside us servants, Izuku, Inko, or Tuya, my partnership doesn't count as your contacts, Gilgamesh calls out from the phone. Is this how we're going to start this morning? You calling just to talk about my social life and berating me for it? If that's all, I am hanging up. Archer says as he leaned against the rooftop fence, closing his eyes and mentally sighing. Oh, no, I just called to congratulate you, that's all. A cold bead of sweat drips off of Archer's face. I don't like this. Why are you congratulating me? What are you planning? Nothing at all, fahaha. I was just wondering when you were going to visit your grandchildren. Archer drops his phone. Archer? You still there? Should I take the silence as a no? Archer, I really didn't take you for a playboy. There was nothing left of that phone, and that afternoon Archer apologized to Inko about the broken phone. Back at the clock tower. As Gilgamesh closes his phone, Da Vinci came out of the corner. I never took you to be that type of person, Gilgamesh. Da Vinci says while shaking her head. And I didn't take you for the type to eavesdrop, beside I did nothing wrong, just doing something nice, by congratulating a comrade, that's all. Right. With that, Da Vinci left, leaving Gilgamesh, who was still smiling. Months passed by and Izuku was near completing his middle school course. He hasn't interacted with the student body, but the staffs were decent, some dislike him, but most were accepting of him. While some even felt sorry for him for having Kishore as his direct mentor. As those months passed by, Izuku still couldn't tell why people were afraid of Kishore. He was just like a kind grandpa, a bit weird but kind. His magecraft training went well. He was able to enhance his bodies and do tasks of many strength enhancer quirks, with agility as his selling point. Rin estimated that with enough training Izuku can be like a speeding bullet, but the training was cut short to prevent him from overusing his muscles and to prevent problems for him when was growing up. So this training won't continue until his body is ready. As Izuku roamed the halls of the university to return some book he borrowed, he ran into the Matu boy again, this time without bumping into him. As he walked around, Zouken calls out to Izuku. "Hey, aren't you that kid from a few months ago? Why are you still here? I told your mother that this isn't a playground. And I told you I do go to school here." Izuku answers with a confused tone. For some reason this irritated Zouken. His slight smile turns into a frown as he lowers himself to Izuku's level. "Now you listen here, I am not making jokes when I say kids like you shouldn't roam these halls. This place is for higher education, not some kindergarten for you to roam freely as you please. Now let's get you to the office so we can get your mother to take you back." With that Zouken grabs Izuku's arm and drags him off. "Hey, let me go, I gotta return this library book." Izuku tries to pry off Zouken's grip, only to no avail. His physical capabilities is still too much of a different compared to some people who were older. The most he was doing was being a nuisance at best. As they walked, Izuku was getting some stares. Most of the student bodies don't know him, so they chalked it up to a misbehaving or lost child being taken to the could have broken free, but didn't want to reveal his magic, so he had no choice but to follow. When they reached the office he was told to sit, and soon Rin was called up to the front. "Izuku, are you okay?" "Yes, sis, I am fine." Answers with a slight sniffle, as it felt embarrassing to be dragged by the hand across the university when he did nothing wrong, and to be stared at by others. Rin noticed this and glared at Zouken, who in return was slightly surprised but just kept a smile. "Ah, what brings you here? As you can see I was just returning this lost child." "Cut the crap, Matu, what did my little brother do to bother you?" "Oh, he's your brother then, I am terribly sorry, I didn't notice the resemblance, but I simply was returning him as stated before." "Well no thank you, the faculty know Izuku just fine, and he knows how to navigate the school just fine." Rin answers back, still glaring at him. "You're welcome, by the way, would you like to join?" "No thanks, come on Izuku, let's return your book." With a nod Izuku held Rin's hand and left the office with Matu still standing there, smile still plastered to his face, only this time his smile was cracking. As the two walked the hallways Rin spoke up. "Izuku, from now on don't walk alone, don't know what he is doing so be careful, okay?" Izuku nods again. "Good, so how is everyone at home?" "They're fine, mom is handling things well with the amassed wealth that Gilgamesh made within a few months. Florence is helping mom with dad and around the house, Archer helps mom too, but mainly the cooking portion. Asterios and Lee are helping out as well, but since there are already so many people to do chores, their help is rarely needed. Oh, and Tuya is studying at UA." Izuku cheered. Rin smiled, but couldn't help wonder why just the phrase Archer made her have a slight sense of familiarity, but she throws it aside and brought Izuku to the library. Since Rin brought her work she sat quietly and did her things, while Izuku went to pick out his books. He decided on a few history of Camelot, a few William Shakespeare collections, and some additional magecraft studies he wished to pursue. He wants to dive in a bit into alchemy as it seems quite useful. After a few hours Rin helped Izuku haul back his book to the headmaster's quarter. Since most of it was in English Izuku wasn't having the easiest of time. While he was getting better he was still far from proficient at the task, so Rin and Da Vinci took turns teaching him and reading to him these bedtime stories. "New Year, Happy New Year, everyone," Izuku yells through the room. "Happy New Year's 20x," everyone in the room calls out, and through the monitors showed Isaac's family, Servant, Uraraka's family, and Hastum's family. Everyone had their fun although Izuku didn't return home. Inko decided to hold a New Year party inviting their new friends while video chatting with Izuku across the world. He is definitely growing up healthy and his mentor seems like a decent person. Everyone chatted and in the end had a very good time. As party came to the end and cleanup started Izuku noticed Gilgamesh was nowhere to be found, so Izuku left to go find him. It was around the 1 to 2 a.m. when Izuku noticed Gilgamesh in his caster clothing, staring at the dark moonless night on the roof. Izuku ran up and called out him. "Huff. Huff, what are you doing up here alone at this hour?" Gilgamesh turns to see Izuku. Gilgamesh's face shows a seriousness expression, but then returns to his usual kingly smile. "We've been together for about half a year now, you know that I always come to the rooftops to do some extra work, Izuku." "Yeah, but this feels different, are you leaving?" Gilgamesh was slightly surprised by this, but decided not to hide this. Yes, I am, he answers in a straightforward tone. Izuku hasn't cried in a while. He felt guilty. Did he disappoint Gilgamesh so much that he is leaving, his first servant, supporter, mentor, and real friend leaving, without a single teardrop? Don't leave please, I am sorry, did I do something wrong, did I disappointed you? I will improve, I promise, please don't leave. Sniff. Izuku ran towards Gilgamesh and held onto to him. To his surprise, Gilgamesh hugged him back and then pulled him away to wipe his tears away. Still that same crybaby, did you already forget what I told you on Vimana when we arrive here? Izuku shocked his head. No, how could he? It was one of the many important lessons that Gilgamesh along with all his servants have taught him. But then stop crying, Izuku, you haven't done anything to disappoint me, rather you have impressed me. You who were giving hate because you're different, still raised yourself to this height by accepting any challenge, and that made me proud. But Izuku, my leave isn't permanent. This is another test for you. I want you to prove your worthiness once again for me to become your servant, assisting you on your dream. So I will leave to travel the world, and by the time you are in UA, you have exactly 1 year to prove yourself to be a true master of heroes. Gilgamesh replies with a smile. But I still need your guidance to be the hero I wanted to be. Then plenty of guidance you shall receive. You have many servants, each with their own talents, wisdom, and experiences that they can provide. You'll make do even without mine. Gilgamesh ruffled Izuku's hair before jumping into Vimana and slowly taking off. As Vimana begins to slowly fade away, Izuku ran to the edge of the roof and yells, I promise. I will become worthy. Gilgamesh heard it, but he just waved, knowing that Izuku can't see it. After a few more minutes, Izuku rubbed his eyes and walked down the roof when a hand grabs a hold of his neck and slams him into a wall. Izuku begins to lose his consciousness. Chapter 10. One Person, Two Mind. Izuku Midoriya was missing. After the New Year party, he left to find Gilgamesh. During this time, Da Vinci went Gilgamesh's desk to find a note about his departure. Soon Rin and Da Vinci were searching for Gilgamesh, or rather Izuku, when they saw the green color aircraft that flew off. They quickly headed towards its direction only to find nothing except Izuku's slippers. Immediately Izuku was declared missing. Da Vinci couldn't contact Gilgamesh as he left behind all forms of his communications. Thus she immediately called back to Japan to Archer and Lee, who would be better in searching. Meanwhile Rin explained to Kishore about the situation, who in turn ordered the staff to search the campus, while he and a select few individuals searched London. Japan. Da Vinci, why are you calling at this hour? Shoo. There was a long silence as Archer's mood darkened. What about Gil? Oh, you have to be joking, he. Alright, so Kishore will prepare us a plane for England. Okay, I'll try not to tell Inko. Lee, who was just reading, looks up to Archer. After explanation, Lee stood up, face show no emotion, but his aura was filled with killing intent. So were the two other servants. Izuku. Gone, we must save him. Asterios stood up with his dual axes appearing, but Nightingale held him down. Asterios, wait. I am assuming there's a reason why Da Vinci called only you two. Correct, both of us are at least capable of concealing ourselves or maneuver along with speed, and since this society is still silent about magecraft, then we would be best to hide, and also servants are technically still not allowed to be here in this world, so it'll be trouble if we were found by other mages, but who knows, we may have been exposed already. There was a long silence as Nightingale closes her eyes, then looked up. I don't condone this. As a nurse I am supposed to save lives, or at least try to, but do make sure this individual regrets what they have done. It will be done. Archer, let's head off. Did they say when our plane will arrive? Within 3 hours, so we should be heading out soon. We promise you all we will find Izuku. I am assuming he is not conscious, as he hasn't summoned any of us. Sigh. Alright, let's go. As the servants begin to head out, Inko appeared out of her bedroom, tears stained from her face. She grabs a hold of Lee, who in turn catches her as she cried out her words. Is it true? Someone took my baby? Is it? No one wanted to answer her. After all, a mother whose husband is in a coma, her son who she must separate for him to study abroad now missing. What words can truly help her? Where was Gilgamesh? Where was Da Vinci? You all promised to take care of Izuku. You promise. Inko was in no way an unreasonable woman, but a mother who placed trust into someone else to care for her children. Gotten her promise sobbed into Lee, who handed her to Nightingale, who tries to comfort her with Asterios, who was slightly confused on what to do. But they left the fault with the other servants, maybe as there were ways to prevent this, but a moment of carelessness in the ideals of safety can cloud anyone's judgment. The noise woke up Tuia, and after an explanation almost exploded with anger, wanting to come with the two servants who declined. If Tuia was caught, then his future would be gone, because there is no doubt the Mage Association may toss him under the bus for a cover-up. After a while longer, Archer spoke. Inko, I don't ask you to forgive Gilgamesh or Da Vinci, but just know this: we never had any ill intentions for any of you. The two may have screwed up, but we'll bring him back, we promise. The pair left Japan on a private airport designated for mages while hiding their servant identity. Unknown location. Izuku begins to wake up. His head was hurting, but his consciousness was slowly returning to him, but before he fully awoke he heard two voices. What have you done? It's not my fault. A brat like him shouldn't be here. Shut your mouth. Your jealousy over a child could ruin our chances. All we needed was a few more years here, and we could have gotten everything we needed. It's always about what you want. What about me? My success and goal is yours, so shut it. As Izuku awake to their argument he freaked out, not only because he was heavily chained, but he only saw a single person when he heard two, and lastly because it was Matu, who was there. His eyes weren't normal, they were like a frenzied beast, wide and slit, staring at nothing, then focusing on Izuku. Within a second of noticing he was awake, as Izuku was about to summon his servant he was frozen. Even his subconscious was frozen as Matu grabs his head and made Izuku sink back to his dreams. Before he went back to his desire to sleep, he heard Matu say something that disturbs him. It's your fault. All your fault. Mine? You kidnapped a child, for what? Your jealousy over him for a girl and him being more talented. Sigh. No matter, although the original plan is derailed we can still use him. Our plane along with getaway ride out of here will be ready, but not before taking a souvenir. We'll need both of the boy's hand. From that symbol and what we heard, he is a master of heroic spirits. We can use that. Experiment on him and use his power for us. Yes. Yes. The ha 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 ha. The sound of the laughter was haunting, as it sounded like the laughter was constant, switching between two people. I have to get out of here. Izuku screamed in the void. At first he thought he was transferred to another room, but that's probably not the case as his hands were not bound by chains. As he wanders through the dark he ran face first into a tower of books which tumbles down. Well, hello there, quite an entrance by knocking down my collections I see. A man wearing a fancy green suit calls out as he brushes his mustache. Now my fair boy, tell me, how did you get into my studies? As he helped Izuku up to his feet, Izuku stares at the man then at his surroundings. Hi. Hello sir, my name's Izuku Midoriya. I am sorry to bump down your books like that. I don't know how I got here, but I'll pick it up soon, I promise. As Izuku scurries to pick up his mess the man stops him. My boy, that is quite alright, you just gave me a small inspiration, but since you're a bit of a guest in my home, why don't you stay here? I'll bring some nice tea and snacks, so you can tell me what you remember. You seem like a person who lived quite a life, so might as well share it. He says as he walks out of the room. Izuku may not be exactly good with people, but so far he has been able to tell who doesn't have malicious intent, and well, it seems that so far the man seems like he has none. As he returns he brought back some delicious looking snacks and tea and sets it down on the table, calling Izuku over to try them. As Izuku did so, he took out a book and a quill and asked Izuku to tell him all he remembered, or rather from the start. Izuku found it strange, but this place seemed familiar to that moment when he met Gilgamesh, so he didn't mind and told the man his life. As Izuku drinks and eats while telling his story, many papers and pages starts floating around and changing the surroundings. Izuku was 4 again, living a life that has his parents' support, but constant bullying due to being different. He looked down saddened but didn't cry. It's in the past now, he told himself. As the world shift again the man appears and said in a moodless tone. So this is your origin. Then it shifts to when it all started, Izuku's dreams reignited by his father, and the meeting of the king, a hero of the human civilization, the king of Europe Gilgamesh, who gave an interest to him. The man smiled and said. A journey has begun, and your future await you. Ages flew around once more, speeding through Izuku's life, his struggles, his hardships, and then that truly fateful day that his father almost died in the hands of a monster in human skin, and when the king came to Izuku's rescue. The fight, or rather the event, played as if Izuku was still outside. Seeing the fight in person was very different from when he was hiding the car. And the man who is replaying Izuku's life just smiled as he saw the awe look in Izuku's face. He knew he did well to retell a story if the original was acting this way. As they continue on, the man saw Izuku's growth, and then with a snap, they returned to the man's room. Izuku Midoriya, I'd like to make a deal with you. I'll get you out of your chains in one condition. Let me, William Shakespeare, witness you making the story of your life, for I am excited in what you have to show for it, and where you'll blossom. Izuku stared at him. Wait, you're the William Shakespeare, the Shakespeare? Haha, indeed I am, though it is a bit odd you are so surprised. I mean, a king of legends, a nurse on the battlefield, the Da Vinci, a mythical monster. And you're still surprised. Yay? Hahaha. You'll be an interesting one, so what do you say? Master Midoriya. You can call me Izuku or just Midoriya, but yes, I can agree to that. But you think you can take on Matu? Oh heavens no. Why, you think because we're heroic spirits we can all fight? That would be wrong, but I do however have quite the tricks up my sleeve. See you soon, Master Midoriya. Within the basement. As Izuku wakes up to hear the yelling of Matu once again, but he doesn't see Matu, instead Shakespeare. I am letting the boy experience some moments from his past. I suppose he does have quite the family issue, but I got his keys, so let's get you out of these. And here we go, let's get out. Whoa, that is seriously dangerous, young man, someone could get hurt. As Shakespeare frees Izuku out, he pushes Izuku away from him as there was a sword lodge between the two within seconds. Was wondering when the next time you wake up, was expecting a few days, but 16 hours and you woke up. And you surprise me by summoning a servant, which is surprising. This barrier block any sort of telepathic connections, quirk or magic, but I suppose the throne says otherwise. Sigh. You leave the boy and I won't destroy you. Quite a luring trade, but I'll have to say no. With that, Shakespeare tosses Izuku past Matthew, letting Izuku fly over Matthew, who tried to give chase only for a chair to be swung at him, and which he dodged. You. Matthew stares at Shakespeare, who just chucks the chair to the side, as if he didn't just try to attack Matthew. Stay out of this. Yes, but no, the boy's my master and someone who will go beyond this dirty little hut of yours, so I cannot let you snuff out the flames of a enteral fire. With that, Shakespeare continues to dodge. Oh, I won't let the flames die, I let it burn on and on, just without its other baggages. As Matthew cast more spells at Shakespeare, he smirked as he thought it landed only for pages to fall apart from Shakespeare's body. It was a fake. Anger sparked in Matthew as he ran through the hallways of the basement to chase after Izuku. Upstairs. Come on, they usually appear. Why? Oh right, barrier, maybe I should directly summon somebody from the throne, but the possibility of dangerous servants, it's too much. As Izuku ran through the building, he finally found the door, but it was locked. Okay, what to do, I can. As Izuku was panicking and muttering away, Shakespeare appears behind Izuku with a key and unlocks the door. Come on master, let's be on our way, I really can't run fast and would prefer a head start. But before they could leave, Shakespeare quickly grabs Izuku out of the way. Seriously, young man? Again. Playing with knives is dangerous. No reply, only deep stare of anger as Matthew bounced from wall to wall, chasing after them. As he was about to strike, he fell for it again, paper copies, and he turns to see the pair run towards the woods. As he takes aims towards Izuku's back and launches a flurry of knives. A sick grin formed on his face, only to be turned back into confusion as other weapons came in and exploded them upon collision. Hours ago. Archer and Lee arrived in London, where Da Vinci gave them the rundown. It has almost been a full day since Izuku went missing, and they were all worried. Izuku not summoning them was one thing, but another would be why couldn't they connect with him. As Lee and Archer begin running through alleyways and searching through different buildings and rooftop, they soon all turned up empty. Sigh. We spent all night looking, where could he be? The mages haven't found anything, have they? No, but we have a suspect, Matthew. He is a mage and student at the tower, wasn't in his dorm, nor any of this properties within the city. I am assuming he took Izuku due to their run-in. Archer answers as he continues to check off locations. Soon Da Vinci sent a text message about a possible location, an abandoned property in the countryside near London, that apparently from Matthew's fellow peer, said he likes to frequent there. As soon as Archer tells Lee they were both summoned. Present. And our cavalry has arrived, master, hahaha, what a grand entrance. Archer, Lee. Izuku screams the name of his two servants who landed gracefully from the trees. Hello Izuku, we'll talk about you walking off alone after this is done. Lee says as he ready himself alongside with Archer, who nods in agreement. Damn it all. Matthew screams if it only were Izuku and Shakespeare he could have taken them both, but these two unknown servants were strong. What should he do? Before Matthew could do anything, Lee appears right in front of him, landing a heavy punch sending him back into the house. As Archer steps into the house, he quickly sees why Izuku wasn't able to contact them. The barrier, well, you are indeed talented, but Matthew, you are going to give yourself up and we'll be lenient on your punishment. Now tell me what you were going to do with Izu. Before Archer finished asking, Matthew activated a rune blowing up the floor in front of Archer. As Archer jumps out, the whole building it was soon set on fire and quickly collapsed in on itself. Damn it, sigh. Well, that was that. Now Izuku, let's go back. Archer says. The four of them headed off to the nearest road to be picked up by Kisher. As the dusk begins to turn to dawn, our hero is saved, ending off our chapters here. Shakespeare writes, actually, would you gentlemen tell me what chapter we're on, sir? Shakespeare yells out behind everyone before quickly following along. The next day. After a full day of rest and constant apologies from both sides, as Izuku was sorry for being alone at late hour, and Da Vinci apologized for the miscalculation from her side, along with Gilgamesh who wasn't there, but Da Vinci assumed he would apologize in a different way. Gilgamesh already knew this event would be a possibility with his clairvoyance, but he selected a path that Izuku would prevail, thus still acting upon his promise of awaiting Izuku to be a worthy master. As Izuku calls his mother, she wanted him back home as this was already too much for her to handle, and that Gilgamesh broke the promise to look after him. Izuku tried his best to plead with his mother, but she didn't budge. It seemed like the end until Kisher and Rin stepped up and both begged Inko to give them and Izuku another chance, promising her the best of their abilities to ensure Izuku stays safe for the next 3.5 years. Kisher, because he wanted his pupil to achieve not only his dream, but reach a point in magecraft. Rin did it for Izuku to continue on achieving his dream. Inko stood there silently, then reluctantly agreed, but asked Izuku to please don't worry her again. Izuku, although promised, knew that it was impossible. A search for Zouken came up empty. There was no body, so the likelihood was high that he escaped. The authorities were called, and they were warned of Zouken as a kidnappers, thus ensuring he doesn't leave the country, but it was proven useless. For the next week it was agreed on that Lee, Da Vinci and Shakespeare will stay with Izuku, and Archer will return back to Japan. Before returning, Archer and Izuku was buying souvenir for Inko, as Izuku and everyone agreed maybe buying some gifts would lessen the anger of the mother. Rin followed along as she was scared something else would happen to Izuku. The whole time Rin felt Archer looked very familiar, but she couldn't tell from where. A family photo maybe. Archer, on the other hand, tried his best to act normal. He doesn't mind telling this Rin or Sakura the truth that he was technically their ancestor, but he prefers to tell them under a circumstance that was more at peace. After buying a specially made umbrella with some nice chocolates, they agreed this should be fine for Inko. The day arrived and Archer was about to leave. The group sends him off and went straight back to the clock tower. Meanwhile, on another flight. In the first class area, a man was drinking his champagne. While looking through his computer on a name Midoriya, he found articles about him, or rather on his family. Under his bandaged face a slight smile appears. Now I lost my chances to obtain the hands, but in return my other self will slumber. A fair trade, I guess. Now it's all up to me, huh? Damn all of you, why can't I get things my way? It isn't fair. I am the head of the Matu family. The other one spoke within Zouken's mind. It's not as strong as it used to be, but I guess he isn't permanently gone. Sigh. I cheered too soon. Excuse me madam, another drink, please. A flight attendant came by and refilled it without saying another word. The plane ride was silent. Everyone within the plane was asleep beside a few flight attendants and the pilots, who were instead in trances. Zouken just smiled on. My plans truly went down the drains. It could have taken a couple more years and we know I could have secured all the knowledge I need to perfect magecraft within our blood, but you had to ruin it. Over your interest, but in return that Midoriya boy was an interesting specimen, so I guess not all was lost. As Zouken closes his eyes, the other voice was trying to claw to the surface, only to be trapped in once again. Shakespeare played his cards well when he used his power to trap the other Zouken in his own past, dwindling his mental states. Alright Izuku, now with this we won't lose you. After Rin finishes her sentence, a necklace was placed around Izuku. It was rope made from a mane of a mythical beast, and the piece of jewelry that decorated is a shining emerald. Within this emerald is a spell that tracks its targets, or rather tell to those who enchanted the crystals aware of the wearer's location. One of my best work if I do say myself. Rin said with a smile, and Izuku thinks it looked great as well. Thank you, Sister Rin, it looks so cool. Rin smiled warmly, and then she remembered Kisher wanted her to bring Izuku to his office as soon as they were done. The walk to Kisher office was calm, nothing happened, but upon opening the door Rin's eye twitched. In front of the headmaster table was a young woman who was a bit taller than Rin. Her clothes were like the definition of an aristocratic, and when she turned to see Rin, she smiled. Good afternoon, Rin Tosaka, it's quite a lovely day, isn't it? Before she could say anything else, her eyes caught a glimpse of Izuku, and thus she went over to Izuku and smiled. Hello there, little one, may I ask for your name? Hi, my name is Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you, miss. Izuku beamed his signature smile. Hello Izuku, my name is Luvia Julita July Edelfeld II, named after my great-grandmother, but given her title name. What title? It's just a nickname. Luvia paid no mind to Rin, but continues to smile warmly towards Izuku. Nice to meet you Izuku. As she shakes his hand, and in turn he kindly returns it. You have a very nice manners. She then proceeds to ruffle Izuku's fluffy green hair, only to have her hand slapped away. When she looked over she saw Rin giving her a dirty eye. Oh dear, I thought they taught you better than that, Luvia, that you can't just touch someone without permission. Oh, my apologies Rin. Izuku, may I ruffle your beautiful hair? Izuku was a bit confused, and then Rin steps in. Don't make my brother so uncomfortable, you gorilla. A tick mark appears on Luvia's forehead. Gorilla. Why Rin, I thought we were friends. Let me just ruffle Izuku's hair, what's the harm? And I say no, now back off. As she slaps away the hand that was reaching out, she was blocked. Then the two were ready as a constant back and forth, and now the challenge truly began as each side strike was block off, but the two remained still in place as they continued. Izuku didn't know what to do but saw Kisher waving him over, pulling up a chair for Izuku. As the two sit down, Izuku asked if they should stop them. What for this is common for the two, they're good rivals, and this is good training. By the way, you should call Da Vinci, Shakespeare, and Lee over to provide critique over this spar. Izuku thought for a moment but was confused to why. Lee I can understand as martial arts is his thing, but why Da Vinci and Shakespeare? Haha, Shakespeare because Izuku didn't you promise him to witnesses the aspect of your life well here is one of them, and as for Da Vinci well, I was hoping she can design me a few new furniture if things do progress, as I think it will well I'll need a lot replaced. Izuku wondered what he meant till the two were no longer on the carpet, but jumping on and off the walls, fighting with all they have. As Izuku summoned his three servants, they all had different reactions. Lee stared at the two combatants and nods, while explaining to Izuku the best ways to counter some of their move, while telling him how he can improve them. Shakespeare smiles at the amazing fight and begins to jot down details of the fight, while Da Vinci and Kisher were calmly chattering about the room's decor and replacement needs. From time to time debris flew towards the spectator, but Lee slapped them all away. After about half an hour the two tired out onto the floor, with Rin declaring her win. Lucia argues back saying it was hers, but soon the two could care less. Izuku brought the two some water, which they both took thanking him. After things settle, Kisher begins to congratulate Izuku as he was now halfway done with his 8th grade year and soon will be in his 9th. If he can finish by this semester, Kisher will take Izuku all around the world for his special studies. Of course, his servants may come along, and with one addition Spot. Rin shoots her hand up as well as Luvia, and the two begins to fight once more. Chapter 11. Around the round table to a red night. Well, this was an eventful year. Izuku says to himself, looking back on it a lot had happened, a little too much, from Gilgamesh being a mage king who Izuku summoned in a crisis, to meeting everyone and learning magic, and that he created quirks, it's truly something. He smiles at all the memories he made, from his time with servants to meeting his mentor Kisher, sister Rin and Luvia, and of course, meeting Achako and Mei. I wonder how they're doing right now back home, after the New Year party it's been a few weeks. After I met you. Izuku jolted awake, Matu was still out there. What should Izuku do if Matu seeks revenge or goes after everyone else to get to Izuku? Izuku needs to stop him, but how? Lee is here so Izuku is safe, and at home so is Mama's Archer, Nightingale, Asterios, and Tuya were there, but why is he so worried? Would Matu seek revenge? Would he actually take Izuku two hands to use it for his goals as a weapon? Kisher told Izuku that the Holy Church were able to do such things to the hands of a sinner, but Izuku wasn't one or labeled as one by the church yet. But the possibility is still there. Izuku thought for a second before breathing and thinking it through. That too is rash from some point of view, but cold calculating at times. But it feels off like they're not one but two different people. Was he mentally insane? No, a soul in two bodies maybe. But then. Sigh. Izuku couldn't sleep as these thoughts roamed his mind. But soon enough he was too tired to keep himself awake and drifted off to sleep as he felt a strange calling. Void. In the void once again, Izuku sighed. It's odd this isn't really a common occurrence, but he felt that there was something that triggers these. Maybe it has to do with locations, but that wouldn't make sense as Gilgamesh's dream meeting was in Japan, maybe books, but then why didn't Da Vinci or Asterios appear in a dream, not to mention Li Shuwen who he hadn't read about before, and Archer wasn't someone he read about or heard of. Could it be an emotional trigger? He was very stressed when it happened to Gilgamesh and Shakespeare, and they came at a time of need, while the other servants answered his calls while he tried to summon. Does this mean the throne is answering my call due to my emotions? That was a high probability, and with the addition on being in heroic spirit's homeland strengthened, does this mean in the future he can summon others by meeting them first? So just like having an item that relates to use as a catalyst for the servant I can summon, the homeland strengthened the possibility as well. As Izuku muttered on and on he didn't notice the scenes changed. He was now within an old house of a noble, where a man was telling a fortune or rather prophecy to a noble that his kin will be king. As this man leaves he waves at Izuku to come along. Izuku felt there wasn't anything to be afraid of, and did indeed follow. The man didn't speak to Izuku, and oddly enough this time Izuku couldn't speak or rather tried to, but got no response, so Izuku assumed he would only be serving as a witness to the events. He watched the events played through as a young boy. Slowly grew up and lived a life away from her own family because this boy was a girl that was destined to be king, and through many hard-fought battles. Izuku slowly pieced together the identity of the two. They are Merlin and King Arthur, or rather Arturia. It was surprising, but Gilgamesh did explain that history wasn't all that it seemed to be. Izuku silently watched a young Arturia pulling the sword out of the stone, even after Merlin words of advice, and became the legendary king that history, myth, and legends talked about. It was odd as Izuku couldn't interact with the people nor events, except for Merlin who from time to time would block Izuku's views or stops him, but he knew what was happening. While Arturia's goal was noble, she was not a saint. Izuku doesn't hate her for it. This was war, and the world is hardly so black and white. Each and every opposing side had a reason to fight, but not always a just reason. As Izuku watches her rise with her Knights of the Round Table, he couldn't help but feel sad how things slowly fall apart. Arturia tried, she really did, but the identity of a king and a person was a bit too much for her. Izuku can't do much, but just watch as Lancelot ran away due to his guilt and fear, despite the blessing Arturia gave to him and Guinevere. Izuku watched the madness that consumes Lancelot. He tried to reach out, but his hand phased through. Then the world changes and Izuku was in the void again. Only for chaos to emerge. The fields of Camlan, meeting Modred. Merlin, if you can hear me. Why? Why am I witnessing this? I wanted to protect my loved one from something I fear. Are you trying to tell me something? Or was it the throne doing this to him? Merlin didn't appear, so Izuku continued on walking through the landscapes. He saw the upbringing of Modred, who turns out to be a homunculus of Arturia. She looked up to her just like how Izuku looked up to All Might, but the rejection hurts. Izuku knew how that felt it, but there was a slight difference. The scene changed. Upon a battlefield loaded with corpses, Izuku tried not to look and did his best to not gag, but then he saw Modred impaled by Arturia, who then told Modred why she couldn't become king. Modred in turn used her last strength to strike Arturia, who would later die due to the wound. As Modred falls to the ground with a hole in her abdomen, the ground collapses, the mountains of corpse disappear, and only a pathway to Modred. Izuku walks over and takes out a handkerchief to wipe away the blood on Modred's mouth. As he lifted up his hand, Modred grabs his hand. Since she was weakened, she could barely pull out any strength. She looks at Izuku, who was surprised, since this was the first person he met in this dreamscape that actually see and touch him. Who are? Why? Hello Modred, my name is Izuku Midoriya. So you know. Foreigner. Of my name as the traitorous Knight of King. Izuku shake his head. No, that's not it, Modred, you're not a traitor, you're the knight that the king trusted in when she was away. Brad knows how to talk. But flattery will get you nowhere. Well, not like I can do much. This isn't flattery but the truth. You tried to prove yourself, for your ideals, admiration, and dreams to become king. But don't fault King Arturia. As you guys are more like one way or another, Izuku says with a smile. What would you know? Brat, that I haven't figured out already. Arturia was only 15 when she took up her duties. She gave up things as a human to go on a path of a king. Modred, you skipped through your childhood because you were born differently. Both grew up to do something world-changing at a young age. Don't you see the similarities? I suppose. I admired someone once too. But it's not always what you expected when you meet your admirers. You don't have to tell me that, Modred said. But that's why you go prove them wrong. But of course not always by fighting them, but do what you can to make them see the changes you can do when they say you couldn't. Modred thought for a while if she didn't lead the rebellion, rather lead the people to a better life, while Arturia was away, could she have? Maybe, but what does it matter now? Maybe you're right, kid, but it's too late now. I am a dying person. Well, is it okay if I summon you in the future? Modred brow arched. What was this boy talking about? And then memories of a Grailwar and singularities and Chaldea flown through her minds. It was complete silence for a few minutes, then she smiled. And why would I let you? So we can become heroes of modern time to change society and let Arturia witness what she missed out when denying you of the throne. Haha, you got me there. Fine, I'll show father what I am capable of, but kid, you think you can summon a friend of mine too? I'm sure if they want to. Which one of the knights is it? No, not them, she is from a different period. Her name is Fran, or better known as Frankenstein's monster. Izuku looked surprised. A throne of heroes was indeed a very confusing place now for him to be able to summon a fictional character, but he nodded nervously. I'll try my best. Haha. Where was that confidence you had early? But yeah, you do you. Soon Modred was fading and she looked at Izuku once more. See ya soon. Maz. Izuku then stood up to continue on the path that appears. He witnessed the end of Arturia, but then see the divergence of paths, one in which she continues without the sword but a lance, and grew to be more mature but colder, while two other versions falls from the paths and accepts the necessary evil as good like the anti-hero of pre-Quirk era fictions. Izuku couldn't interact with them like he did with Modred, but he saw the different events unfold. Hyuki City. What is happening? Izuku screams while running through a burning city. When the void changes once again, he didn't imagine himself to be a battleground. Was this the Grailwar? As he ran, the city itself seemed to glitch out as some areas changed into different events and different servants fighting one another. Izuku remembered Da Vinci telling him how their world's Grail world ended, but this probably wasn't it. The destruction was just too much. Then the scene glitches once more, and he saw Arturia going against a giant eldritch abomination with her Excalibur, and then his ear picked up a familiar noise. It was Vimana. Izuku couldn't see the pilot, but he knew it was Gilgamesh, but the person he was fighting, who was he? The battlefield once again changed, but this time Izuku fell through. As the ground gave in, Izuku looked up and noticed the debris became glass and shown more different servants, and the Grail War a few caught his attention, and then he saw two very familiar servants, Archer and Gilgamesh, who was now wearing armor, and then he saw her in there, but why? Her grandmother never joined the Grail War. Then Izuku remembered the alternate universes and timelines. Soon he lands on his back. He was confused as to why he was seeing all of this. Throne of Heroes, why are you showing me this? Is it due to my response, or is there something I need to do? Izuku looked around the dark void but saw nothing and heard nothing more. Merlin? Moddered. Anyone? Clock Tower? Master? It's time to wake up. Hello? Wake up. A few minutes later Izuku jolted up from bed, headbutting Shakespeare in the process. Ouch, that may be the last time I try to wake you up, Master Midoriya, but how was your dream? You slept for quite some time. Izuku looked around, wondering if this was another dream, but then took a deep breath as he found out that he was awake at last. He had so many questions to ask to Gilgamesh, to Da Vinci, to Rin and Archer. Should he try to summon the other servants he saw just now? No, not at the moment. Maybe he should discuss with Da Vinci and Kisher about his current condition. Iring, sorry, I'm just very tired, but where is Da Vinci? After finding her and a few long explanation later, Da Vinci and Kisher were stumped, as never before had Da Vinci ever heard masters meeting servants in dreams except for a few, but those were heroic spirits themselves forcing their copies into a master's mind. And now full-on dream sessions in which allows a master to visit and see not only the servant's history, but a part of the alternative timeline was something else. Kisher took a moment, and he along with Da Vinci theorized that the dream was a part of Izuku's power to being connected with the throne, so the fault lies on Da Vinci. However, the ability to see the alternative timelines may very well be from Kisher training, as part of his training did also help focus Izuku, advancing towards the goal of second magic. So this may have further strengthened that ability, which is activated through emotional triggers. But then since Merlin was able to slightly interact with Izuku, there is the possibility that the servants are trying to reach out to him too, so it would be a slightly similar case. Since Izuku is the first master who was born this way, it's hard to tell what is pure speculation and what's pure fact. For now, Da Vinci decided that she and Kisher will look into it. Izuku nodded at that and decided to ask Rin about her great-grandmother, and the results came up nowhere, as she told him that her great-grandmother would have been a bit too young to participate at that time. One thing that did stick out to Izuku was a familiar individual in the photo that Rin showed Izuku. It was a young man with red hair named Shiramiya, Rin's great-grandfather. As Izuku stares at it longer, he then blurted out the name. Archer? Back in Japan. Achu? Are you alright? Archer, did you catch a cold? Asked increasingly approaching Nightingale. Yeah, I am fine, but I don't know why, but I feel like something been revealed about me. Nightingale, please put down that syringe. Archer says while washing some dishes. Whom should I call back? But it would be strange. Izuku muttered once more as the fact a boy who looks just like Archer was with Rin's great-grandmother. The throne's hero are based from history, myths and legends, but also famous works of fictions, since Modred said help her summon Fran. The throne is so confusing. Ow. A rolled-up book bumped Izuku on the head. Izuku, I hope you're done with the elemental formula for this set of spells for you to be muttering this early. Kisher said with a grin. Sorry, Headmaster, it's just the thought of the throne and servants I will summon in the future. Kisher froze and looks at Izuku. Izuku, why exactly do you want to summon so much servants? You already have more than the average Grail War. Izuku looks up and immediately said. The chance for them to relive a bit of life that they didn't have. Continue. Servant in the past were summoned for a Grail War, many just followed through with their master wishes to win the Grail War, some for their own goals of winning as well to get a chance to achieve their dreams. Most are about saving something important to them or achieving that lost goal, others may no care and just followed through and enjoy the fight. I want to help them. I may not have the power to rebuild their kingdom or fight a god, but I want to show them and tell them that they did good. There was a long pause, then Izuku finished by saying. I don't want them to fight against each other more than they have to. They are heroes or people of great tales, no brainless chess piece to win a game. I want to help them. Fisher shook his head. You are very naive, but that's how you are, I suppose. Remember this, Izuku, not all can be helped, and not all wants to be helped, and for the Grail War one can only say sorry to make you feel that way. Many versions of myself either oversee the event or was part of process that created it. Izuku, I won't stop you, but be careful when summoning servants, and good luck on handling them. Izuku nodded as he smiled a bit at Kisher, only for the book to come colliding back onto his head. Now back to work, young man, you're not getting off that easy. Yes, sir. In the library, Izuku was looking for a book, The Monster of Frankenstein. Madara did ask for her friend to be summoned, but it did make Izuku wonder what situation allowed the two to meet. A Grail War, possibly, but he didn't see Madara in any of the Grail War Arturia was in, so maybe a separate one Grail War then. Does this mean yesterday's dream was solely focused on Arturia? Then why was he not able to interact with her, only Madara and partly Merlin? Izuku shook his head. Now was probably not the time, it's best to put that off and find a bit more on Fran. Found it, the copy is a bit old, and by a bit I mean a lot. Was it the original copy? If that's the case, then the magic that preserved it was good because it looked pristine, but it definitely can't hide that it was from a different era. Since today was Izuku's free day, he decided to sit and read in the library. He still received looks from onlookers and students of both the regular institutions and mages alike. He was nicknamed the child prodigy, but Izuku was far from it. He was just around a middle school level of education and learning a bit of magic, that is all. Izuku continues to read, missing out lunch and almost dinner. If it wasn't for Rin, who found him still captured by the book, he quickly finished dinner and continued. Izuku finished the book and really did sorry for Fran. She didn't ask to be born, and the attempt to connect to anyone were denied, even by Victor, who made it. The one quote that struck Izuku's the most was Fran's own words. "I, the miserable and the abandoned, am an abortion, to be spurned at, and kicked, and trampled on." It was alone to the world, but Izuku knew that Madara would keep Fran company. He with his new family will too, and he knows that feeling, but now he gotten better. Izuku closes the book. "Alright, I think this is enough. I should rest up and be prepared to summon them. Hopefully it won't be all the servants I met or seen. I still wish to talk to them before anything else happen, unless otherwise." But that he'd fallen asleep, only for him to wake up in his dreams to see Madara grinning at him. "Madara. Hey master." She practically yelled through the void. "Hi. I haven't summoned you yet, so I am not your master, but if it's alright, don't call me master please, just Izuku will be fine." Madara looked at him, thought for a moment, then just shrugged, saying, "Whatever. Now I see you've been studying about Fran. What do ya think of her?" "Her? Oh right, the throne. Well, I don't know how much the novel connect to her actual self, but I thought Fran was kind here. She tried to make contact with people, but only to be denied that. Just like the old me." Madara nodded, but hearing the last part she looked at Izuku to see that he was indeed telling the truth. She'll have plenty of time to talk about it in the future, so for now, she'll talk about Fran. "Yeah, I was too denied by some things, but it's funny really, during a Grail War me and her fought. I did things that may have been me projecting myself onto her, but during an event I connected with her once more and understood her and became friends. Maybe because we were both kind of similar in the fact that we both are alike in some ways." Sigh. "You mean the singularity, right?" "Yeah, that's it. How did you know?" Madara asked in an interested tone. Izuku explains to her, and Madara's expression changes from a happy interested face to something of a sour mood. "You met with father, or rather different variations of them. One is already enough, but 4 of them." Madara sat down and held her hand to her face and sighed. Izuku just gave her a paw on the back and smiled. "Don't work, Madara, that just means you have more of them to prove them wrong." With that, Madara just gave a smiled. "Yeah? So, when are we getting summoned?" I don't think I will just yet." "Huh? After all that talk you're just gonna ditch me?" Madara said, shaking Izuku back and forth. Wah. Wait. Madara, it's not like that, it's just I am a bit worried. At times when I summon heroic spirits I can summon multiple at a time, which isn't bad, but if I were to summon everyone at the round table including your variation of your father, then I wouldn't have any control over the situation, and plus I don't know how to approach them yet." Izuku answered, finally able to catch a breath. "I see, then how are you going to solve this?" Maybe some more training in magecraft to boost myself a bit more and to try to keep my emotions in check in order to possibly meet every member of the round table." Madara nodded, but then noticed that wasn't a plan, rather it was a question. "Why are you asking me? You're the master." "But I am only 9. But that answer, Madara just stopped and shook her head. "Sorry about that, then take your time then, but don't take too long or I might reject you as my master." "But wait, you only saw some of the singularity, then have you not seen the final?" Madara went silent, and Izuku was about to ask when he heard the sound of heels walking towards them. The sound was coming from behind him, and as he turned around he saw a lone figure. She was slender, wearing a white wedding gown-like dress, with a single horn on her forehead that pointed out of her hair. She approached the two. "Fran?" asked a surprised Madara. Chapter 12. Fate's Never Easy. Izuku was very surprised and thought, this girl was Frankenstein's monster. Modern media didn't even match how she looked, well, except the metal bolts on her, but still, and is she emitting electricity? Wow. "Fran?" Madara ran over to give the girl a tight hug. The girl named Fran was confused, but then remembered her and returned the hug. As the two were happy at the reunion, Izuku couldn't help but smile at this scene. Even if they fought one another before, they are now friends, even though the summoned one were different, but I guess it's the gift of the throne that reunite them. I wonder if No, it's too far gone at this point, he'll never want to be friends, it's best to move forward. Hey Fran, guess what, this her master will summon us to his time, and we'll be able to make some of our dreams come true. I can show father I am worthy of a king, and you will be able to find the companionship you wanted. Madrid said while breaking away from the hug and shaking Fran, who in turn looked surprised and looked at Izuku, who just nods his head, but then says this. I'll try, although I only know that the companionship you seek were for someone just like you, for you to forever be with and love, but it doesn't have to be just like that, you won't be lonely, as long as you have us all. I can't promise you actual true love, but I can promise you a family and friends that will love you for who you are. Fran answers, confusing Izuku, who looks at Madrid for help. Oh, Fran says. Are you telling me truth, someone will love me for who I am? But that Izuku smiles and nods in the affirmative at the homunculus girl. Ooh, she says, then it's settled. Fran and Madrid answers. Fran reaches over to Izuku and spun him around in joy, only to be stopped by Madrid, who was afraid Fran might accidentally kill Izuku in his sleep like this. Soon Fran was apologizing to a really dizzy Izuku. Izuku answered he was fine when he noticed that he was fading, a sign that he was waking up. Izuku awakens early in the morning and decided to ask everyone about their opinions. They didn't have any problems, except Kishore tell Izuku he may needs to send some servants back to Japan, as only a handful of people know they have servants and wouldn't want news to spread, and Izuku agrees. The night had come, a beautiful full moon, and weathers were calm. Izuku begins his summoning. Soon after the lights show, two figures appear. He smiles at the two. Fran says energetically. I am Saber, name's Mordred. Is my father here? Madrid said in a strong stoic tone, while last part was slightly quiet. They both came over to greet Izuku, but the meeting was cut short as Fran ran to pull Izuku away, while Madrid blocks an attack with her sword. Kishore and Rin prepared themselves, while Lee jumps into scene to attack the assailant. Shakespeare and Da Vinci were standing behind them, all ready to support them. The figure was covered in dark mist, red eyes glowing, but was pushing Madrid back. He would have succeeded if it weren't for Lee's strong kick to the face. The figure hits the wall and spoke. The mist dispersed, and three people stared in shock as they recognized the armor. Lancelot, Madrid, Izuku, and Da Vinci called out. While his berserker class wasn't rare or unheard of, why did this class appear, and not his saber form? The room was silenced by the pressure and was in a standoff. What will Lancelot do? The answers were simple. He jumped out of the window and into the city of London, screaming. But the Kishore told them that he, Rin, and the casters will cover up the situation, with both illusions and manual labor. Izuku will stay while Fran as Lee and Madrid go find Lancelot. Madrid slight annoyed by this old man taking charge, but decided to listen anyways, and the team began the pursuit. Izuku really wanted to go, as seeing Lancelot become like this after that dream, he couldn't let it stay like that way. Even if he couldn't get him to turn back to his old self, at least let him return to the throne or getting him some help. Everyone left, leaving only Izuku and Fran. Fran looks at her young master, tilting her head. Let's go save Lancelot. Fran at first thought about it. She wanted to shake her head as it was dangerous, but if her master was willing to save someone like him, why should she deny it? For her own dreams? Or for the safety of her master? After a few more minutes of thinking, she was brought back by Izuku, who grabs her by the hand. Fran, please. Fran finally gave in and nodded. She carried him piggyback and leapt from roof to roof. Somewhere on the rooftops of London. Where could he be? Calm down, Madrid, don't lose your head so easily. Shut it, old man, a berserker Lancelot out and lose, this will be dangerous to these people. Ho ho, it quite amusing how you call me old despite you being born so much earlier than I. Should I call you young lady? Madrid tick mark popped in her forehead and was about to yell back before Lee cuts her off. Cooled off yet? Well, I suppose not. Madrid, you were a knight of the round table, you knew of Lancelot, where do you think he could have head to? Now still very annoyed, Madrid thought of only one location. Camelot. Out of London. The car covered in black mist was driven out at top speed. Police and heroes were called to pursue, but Kishore made sure they wouldn't pursue any further. Didn't know you were illusionist as well, Shakespeare says. He looked quite impressed that someone is making an illusion similar to his own abilities. You don't just stay still for centuries without picking up a few tricks. Now then, this should keep them at bay. No matter how good quirks are, they still aren't able to penetrate through pure magecraft. Kishore pulls out a phone and calls Rin. Rin, do you know where Lancelot is going? You still haven't pulled up the map on the computer, haven't you, Sai? Shut up, this is confusing. Da Vinci help. Rin calls out. Yes, yes, I am here, let's see. From what the camera shows, the direction he is driving to is Camelot. Da Vinci says, with that Kisher asked. He's going to Camelot. On the road to modern side of Camelot. Brogue. Brah. Memories of his glorious past with his fellow knight and king who he served, mixed with the one where he fought against them for the lives of the people only to be slain, a Grail war in which he died to his king, his destined to madness. Lancelot knew some of these are different memories of his servant self that transferred to his real spirit that stays within the throne, but these events only strengthen his unknown anger. What was he mad about once again? To his fellow knights. King. Lost. Fear. What was it? Rah. An endless scream of rage yelled out through the night as the car blitzed through the road. Locals would recall the night of the howling spirit of the full moon, as the howl sounded sad and angry at the same time, telling a tale of one's regrets. Back to Izuku. Fran head towards that way. Historical site of Camelot is northwest of London. Fran answers, running with all her strength. They would have taken a car, but Izuku would have gotten in big trouble since Fran and him have no idea how to drive and has no vehicle of their own, and Izuku didn't want to steal. Izuku soon thought it was impossible, as Fran's endurance was good along with strength to carry Izuku so far. Her speed won't be. After a few more minutes, as they made it only about a few blocks out of the institutes, Izuku noticed a cab and told Fran to stop. Excuse me, I need you to go this location please. The cab driver looks at Izuku. Hey kid, I'm not trying to get in trouble by taking some runaway, now go home, I can drive you home if you want. Izuku felt sorry he had to lie, but quickly grabs Fran's hand. No, this is a misunderstanding, I am here with my sister, we just wanted to visit our sick grandmother. That's all. The cab driver looks at Izuku again, who was currently still pretty bad at lying as he was super nervous. Is this kid telling the truth? Fran quickly nodded. Alright, hop in then, my goodness, your grandmother lived far, sit back kids, this might take a while. Clock tower. What do you mean he is gone again? Kisher roared. He and Fran are both gone, and I think I know where they're headed to. Da Vinci answers tiredly. She knew if Inko hears about this, her head along with Lee are bound to be gone. Lee meanwhile was making some tea, trying his best not to remember the calls of a raging mother, but soon said. We should go, we're wasting time, and I am assuming we all know where he is heading. The group nodded and quickly got into a van and hurried towards what's left of Camelot. Modern location of Camelot ruin. Arg. It was a strange sight to behold of Lancelot brushing his hand against the broken walls and walked around the destroyed ruins of the glorious castle. Memories came back to him once more as he walked through what is no longer a hallway but just a field and looks down. He then collapsed to his knee, roaring. Brog. After an hour or so of this, he heard footsteps approaching and got ready for combat. He will defend what remains of his past. He saw a young girl and a boy walking towards. No, the girl. She was a servant and Lancelot was about to leap towards her and demolish her at once. Wait Sir Lancelot, we mean you no harm. Lancelot looked at the boy and then realized this was the boy who summoned him, who he attacked, then this must be a revenge, but before he could launch himself at him, he also remembered a ghostly green-haired boy trying to cheer him up when he ran away. Was he the boy? Is this boy also his master? Izuku calmed a little as he saw Lancelot seemingly dropping his stance, and he told Fran to follow him, but make no moves that would seem as a threat. Lancelot, do you wish to go back to the throne instead of here? Lancelot shook his head. He didn't want that, no, not at all. How could he atone for his crime if he were to go back? Lancelot, do you feel guilty? That you feel the downfall of Camelot is your fault? The sound was a confirmation. Izuku's next word surprised him. No, Lancelot, the downfall of your king and Camelot wasn't entirely your fault. There were many reasons as to why your king and kingdom has fallen, but it was not the fault of a single man. Many mistakes were made, but it can't be helped, we're only human after all. Izuku took a deep breath and then continued. But I know you want to atone for your crimes, and I don't think I know a way to atone for it, but would you be willing to fight for the descendant of the past humans, to make sure that society won't fall apart, and when you meet Arturia again you and Modern may once again stand up in pride? Lancelot stood there, although his mind is filled with rage and anger that drive him mad, but he was able to think straight. He has memories of his previous selves summoning, and was thinking about Izuku's suggestions. Repent my sins, not by death but with the future. Then Lancelot approaches Izuku. Fran runs in front ready to fight. Now the two stood in front of each other, and Lancelot did something that he hasn't done as a berserker, and bend his knee in servitude of a new master. Sir. Quirkless. Sir. Vant, Lancelot. Izuku hurries over and helps Lancelot up and smiles at him. No need to do that, we're companions now. Nice to meet you, Lancelot. We may not be able to restore Camelot, but we can help others like you used to do. So how about we head home? Actually, how are we going home? Lancelot pointed towards the car he came in, but Izuku and Fran felt chills down their back as they turned to see angry Kisher, Rin, Lee, and of course the stand and Mother Da Vinci, followed by Shakespeare who was not angry but was jotting down a new chapter. Thus our master on the night of a full moon helped the lost souls of 2 nights, N.A. His chapters were quickly tossed away by Modard. Sir Modard, why? As he sprinted towards his book. Then you can it for a few minutes you've been mumbling and writing notes the whole ride here. Izuku, young master. The four yelled. I am sorry. Izuku back away slowly before sprinting away with his enchanted body. Lee and Rin quickly caught up and stood in front of him, causing Izuku to back up straight into Casher who was smiling. Young man, prepare yourself for weeks of work, no breaks for 3 weeks. Izuku gulps and nods his head in defeat. Yes sir. A few weeks later. Izuku falls on the couch, he couldn't even lift a finger, weeks of crash course, training with many of his servants, magecraft improvement, and finally a 20-page essay on why he shouldn't be so reckless. He was done at last, and very tired out. On the good news was his middle school year was done, 9th grade almost finished, and on his way to 10th starting high school now and not even in his 2 digits years yet. Izuku smiled, he had good teachers. It was now the beginning of March. If Izuku can finish his 9th grade classes by this semester, Kisher will take him around the world. That's something to look forward to. I wonder where we are going. Not long after, Modard kicks down the door. You, master, it's time to finally teach you how to use a sword. Sorry Mo. I am gonna pass the sword for this. Fine, if you weren't still a shrimp, I would have dragged you out, then again I was training since I was your age. Again, Mo, I am only 9, and plus this period barely anyone trains like that anymore, well except for a few, and plus I wasn't even slacking off. Izuku said while face still down on the couch. Alright Fran, and I will head to town later for some snacks, want anything? Izuku thought for a while. You know I've been here a while, but never tried it, can you bring me a bowl of eel jelly? Modard slightly froze. You sure you want that? If so you better eat it when I bring it back, come on Fran, we're heading out. Fran takes a slight bow and leaves with Modard. Izuku took the day and napped, no dreams meeting servants, just a nice sweet dreams. The next few months Izuku continues his studies as well as training. Lee taught him more moves while constantly flipping him around the training ground while Modard cheered. The training got more intense when Da Vinci finally set up a servant transport, so when Izuku summon either a new one or calls the ones from Japan here, they can send them back home to Inkos, no more needing private flights. Archer and Modard's weapon training were truly hell, as Izuku tries his best to train, but it was tough due to the weapon's weight. After a few more weeks Izuku adjusted to them and was finally able to do actual combat training with weapons. Needlessly to say, in these training he was once again launched back into the grounds or walls. Welp, at least I will be very durable, am I right? Later that semester Izuku learned a type of reinforcement magecraft, like its name suggests it does reinforce the targeted objects, and Archer was oddly very talented on this subject, almost passionate about this. Wait, that photo. Hey Archer. What is it master? Archer says while unpacking a bento. Are you related to Rin Tasaka? Archer drops the bentos, which were quickly saved by Fran and Modard. The hell you think you're doing, idiot? Archer looks at Izuku and sighed. The cat's out of the box now. Izuku, in this timeline I am actually this Rin's great-grandfather Shiromiya, and that photo is a young me. There was silence, then Izuku, Modard, Fran widens their eyes. What? Afterwards it was a long explanation from his origins, or rather one of his origins, how he was just a student getting himself wrapped in 2 different Grail wars, one a victim and the second one a participant, with his servant self being summoned by Rin. Archer went on to talk about Arturia, who was his servant during one of the Grail War, but Izuku noticed that Archer wasn't talking about this world version. When asked why, Archer explains that because certain events didn't happen this world's version, it was possible that the requirement for the throne wasn't met. Thus his memories will not cinch with this world's Shiru, as he didn't become a hero of the thrones. Modard grabbed Archer by the collar and shook him. What was your relationship with father? Archer, or rather Amiya, just looked at Modard and coughed into his hands. Well, she was my servant back then, a friend, a teacher, family, and… well, if it makes you feel any better, we never met in this timeline. Archer, pick up your sword, I will end you. Modard, please calm down, I at least say we're just good friends and nothing more. Whoa, calm down, be careful, Izuku is right over here. Fran, take Izuku away from here. Whoa, can you stop it, it's dangerous. Fran and Izuku leaves the training ground, leaving the 2 servants to duke it out. By the second day Kisher was having a hard time telling staffs why training ground was in need of repair. This slightly ticked off Luvia, who was looking forward to training with Rin, but she thought of other ways to compete with her. Shiru still hasn't told Rin or Sakura his relationship to their great-grandmother and themselves. June. Haha, very well done Izuku, not only have you finished your 9th grade studies, but you're also beginning your 10th grade so soon, very well done indeed. Well, a promise is a promise. We're going to travel the world for this special lesson, but before we go, I want to see how far your magecraft has improved, and also you'll be selecting the travel order. Fisher exclaims with a hearty laughter and smile. Yes sir, but how will I select the traveling order? Would I just pick myself or picking randomly? Izuku asked, with that Kisher told Rin to bring out the world map and to hang it on the wall. Izuku, what you will be doing is to shoot your selections of place on the wall, 10 fingers, 10 shoots, but this isn't only about precision, but also to show that you can control your output of your attack, so go ahead Izuku, step about 20 feet away and fire when you are ready. Izuku does a slight breathing exercises and then fires away, hitting different parts of the world. Interesting. First stop Greece, second stop United States, third Rome, fourth France, fifth China, sixth back here England, seventh Ireland, eighth Egypt, ninth Iraq or rather the location of Uruk, and 10th your home country Japan. Sigh. Fisher rubs his temples. Well, your attacks are hitting, but precision and control will work on that. You're still a bit new to this, aren't you? Izuku nods, as he indeed was still quite new to this part. He recently learned to reinforce things, although his swordsmanship was a bit weak from what Modern said. Alright then Izuku, pack your bags and tell your servants to get ready, because in 3 days we'll be heading to Greece. With that Kisher turns and walks to his quarters, only for Izuku to realize he only has 3 days to get ready. So he rushes forward to tell everyone to get ready. Boarding the plane. As everyone sat in their seats ready to take off, Izuku couldn't help but feel super excited, a new place to be and learn from. Currently the servants that are with him are Da Vinci, Shakespeare, Modred, Fran, and Asterios. Lancelot had no preference to go or not, he would rather stay in Camelot, but instead Izuku asked him to trade places with Asterios. Lancelot at first didn't agree, as then he'll be away from his master who he was supposed to protect, but that soon changed when asked if Lancelot could protect his mother during Asterios' absence. Lancelot took that as a challenge. Oh. Izuku wanted Asterios to come because Greece was technically his country of birth, so he wanted him to see it. Lee told Izuku that he'll sit this one out as he wished to go to the trip in China, also to keep an eye on Lancelot back in Japan just in case, and of course he too will protect Inko with best of his abilities. Rin was the one who won the trip. It took her to do a lot of paperwork for her to be able to get Kisher approval for the trip, but she got it in return. Luvia is now covering for them. Kisher was currently planning Izuku lessons for next semester, the same with Da Vinci. Shakespeare on the other hand, was enjoying the services on the plane while writing a review. Modred, Fran, and Asterios were all downing the plane's stock of food. Kisher and Izuku made sure staff knew what they were dealing. Plane seemed a bit cramped for Asterios, but he assured everyone that he was okay. As they took flight for a while, Izuku begins to feel sleepy, so he let his sleepiness take him. It was a mistake. When Izuku opened up his eyes, he was no longer in the private jet, he was in a commercial airline. He knew what was happening, as there were no one else in the passenger seats. He hurried towards a window to see what's outside, and saw 2 figures facing off. Oh, no. The 1v1 fight broke out. The fight was impressive between the brunette with a horsetail and a blonde teen with a ridiculously long scarf. A battle of the using technique as Izuku watched them fight on the wings, then busting through the plane to the other side, and finally ended with the blonde landing his decisive blow to the brunette's abdomen. It was soon after the trip to Greece Izuku learned the true identity and where he was dreaming of. Chapter 13. Greece, a quest of myth. I refuse to wake up Master Midoriya, my head still hurts from last time. Shakespeare whispers as he helped remove the luggage. Oh, will you quit being a crybaby, you're still tougher than the average human. Modred said while she too was unpacking and carrying her and Fran's luggage. Well, now all these average humans now all have some sort of power now, if not they have magecraft, so how average can they be? Shakespeare continued to whisper but slightly aggressive. Do it or I will throw you at the nearest car that will be crossing the road. And now annoyed Modred said, glaring daggers at him. You wouldn't dare. Oh my lord, you would. Is this how a knight of the round table should act? Remember, I am also Mordred the traitorous knight, now go. A smirk came across Modred's face. But you are. Oh, alright. Wait Lady Fran, wait. Fran already walked over and gently shook Izuku, waking him up fast. Good morning Fran. Izuku says as he was tired. Izuku, it's 2:35 p.m. Da Vinci called out as she tries to unbuckle his seatbelt, but a tired kid is slightly hard to handle. Young man, you better get up, or I will ask Fran to carry you. Izuku hurriedly got up, then he noticed Asterios, who was still sleeping. As he went over to shake him awake, Asterios immediately got up, his horns almost poked through the roof if it wasn't for Izuku immediate reinforcements. Careful now Asterios, the plane is a bit too cramped for you. Izuku says while breathing a sigh of relief. Sorry, Izuku. I'll watch out next time. As the group made it off of the plane, you can say they were mixed in fashion, and it was more apparent when Kishore asked a stranger to help take a group photo. Izuku wore a green t-shirt with cargo pants while carrying his yellow backpack. Da Vinci wore a dress that seemed a little too much of a runway model in her usual colors. She said something about the dress makes the person. Shakespeare was no better as he wore half a tuxedo. Modred wore a street clothes red leather jacket and short jeans with boots. Fran was wearing a white sundress. Asterios wore a Hawaiian shirt with cargo shorts. Kishore wore his usual attires, and the same with Rin. Yep, a very mixed group. Alrighty, since we're at Athens, let's set some ground rules. Kishore says while a loudspeaker was taken out of nowhere. It was literally 5 whole minutes of tourist regulation and what not to do, and what to do, also some schedules which ended up not being used. Sister Rin, is Mr. Kishore taking this too seriously? Oh, no Izuku, you have no idea, he has been planning this trip for a while, and this tour is only part of your historic lesson into heroes and… Oh, Rin said as she held her forehead. Apparently Kishore packed some chalks. Rin, steal my thunder again, and we'll have a long discussion after this is over. Old man, I swear this is just a trip, why are you taking this so seriously? It's for Izuku. And I plan a whole 2 days for this, I am not letting this go to waste. Kishore says while pointing a cane at Rin. Everyone's sweat drop as the two continues to argue. This may take a while, I wonder how everyone is back home, Izuku wonders. Yusutafa, Japan. Hello there, I am Izuku's mother, and welcome back, Lee. Inko said while welcoming the two servants to their apartment. Both nodded. Lancelot answers in a mixture of screeches, which confused Inko, until Nightingale came over to explain. Berserker servants are driven and powered by madness. Some when fighting will lose their abilities to speak normally, while some even out of combat are just driven by madness, so speech will not to be expected. Inko nodded. Well, you already met Lee, this is Nightingale, and that's Archer Shiruomiya. It took him a while to give us his name, but oh well. Oh, and Izuku's brother Tuya is currently doing internship under Nezu, so don't be surprised when a new person comes home. Another nod confirms it from Lancelot. Well then Lancelot, would you like some tea? Inko asked as she prepares it with some snacks. Brah. Osu, Japan. The green-haired teen was currently jumping from rooftop to rooftop chazzing after a petty agile wallet snatcher. Hey, kid, why don't you just let me go, huh? My quirk is suited for getting away, so quit wasting your time. The theft said, as he coils his legs like springs to get away. No. You don't even need that money, you just stole it from a father who was trying to buy a gift for his kids. After which the teen raised his gauntlet and blasted a torrent of green flames, which the theft dodged only to be caught by a green blazing whip. He quit struggling as he felt heat begins to rise. Now stay still, as you may know I can instill my flames into the whip, so if you don't want to get hurt you better stay still. The theft reluctantly agrees, and then a small clap could be heard. Excellent strategy, Inferno, that was a good apprehension, and property damage is 0 to none. You're ready for this month's provisional exam. Nezu said, while Tuya nodded. Thank you, sir. After we turned him and I was thinking about going to the Hatsune before heading home. My gauntlet seemed to need some more maintenance, and this one I can't fix as the cooling system was burnt off a bit. Nezu nods back. Yes, of course. A few moments later the theft was taken away by police officers. Tuya gave his statements and later wrote down some notes for his paperworks tonight after a few train ride arrived in Hatsune's place. Hello. Welcome, Tuya, how may this old man help you? Yo, Hatsune said as he drops his work on the table. Tuya simply handed him his 2 gauntlet and Yo smiled. Ah, this is my daughter's work, I hope it didn't blow up. Nezu chuckled and Tuya stared, wide eyes part in shock and part in anger. No, I didn't know that. It works well, easy to maintain, it's just this time I may have overused to the point I overheated the cooling systems or burnt it. I see, that's good. I feel the discussion Izuku and may have from time to time is working out well. She is finally double checking her work, that's a relief. Sigh. Tuya stares at Nezu. You gave me a bomb. Now I assure I did no such thing. UA would never provide its students faulty equipment, especially mine. But spare me the complaints, Mr. Tuya. How are you progressing without the usage of the equipment? It's going well, I guess my skin is slowly getting used to it. 5 minutes I can continue to shoot flames, but if I raise the temperature to max, barely 1 min before my skin is slowly charred. Plus I don't think I can go without the equipment, I still need it to hide my identity. Oh yes indeed, but Mr. No, Tuya, no worries, in the future it's just be a simple gloves that can mask your flames, but I see this is still a good improvement. Hey, I'm sorry to bother you too, but why don't you go ahead and see May, this is her work, and she'll better acquainted than I am with this. Yo says as he tries to not interrupt them all so suddenly. But that they nodded and were led to a smaller workshop with May video chatting with a Chaco. Listen Ichako, you should have a better design for your costume mat and protective pads, so when you finish landing your drops will be protected from both harm and fall. I see May, oh you have visitors, well I'll see you later, bye. May turns around and see the two and smiled. One is her client and the other is a big sponsor. Hello, I hope my design for those babies served you well. Yes May, it did me wonders, my god still can't believe a 10-year-old made these. Just how smart are you? May just continue smiling and Nezu chuckle more. Oh I can't wait to have you as a student at UA, the support department will be your wonderland indeed. But that May went other to Nezu and grabs his paws. Thank you won't be disappointed. Nezu laughs some more. May don't get overexcited now, you still have technically 5 more years while you excelled in science and math. I wish to discuss about your other grades if you're truly aiming for UA. May slowly shy away at that conversation and Tuia just watch inside hoping his gauntlet can be finished before the exam. Athens, Greece. The group was truly a tourist sightseeing and riding bikes around the city and seeing the historical landmarks. They ate some moussaka and saganaki. It was very good. Asterios order a lot of saganaki that the restaurant had to market off of the menu for weeks. It wasn't over. Asterios continued to order souvlaki from different vendors. Izuku just smiled, guessed that the time with his mother probably made Asterios feel more free, at least he was still very kind about eating so much. Fran and Madrid were enjoy local sweets just like how Asterios enjoyed the food, but he too joined in on munching the treats. Da Vinci was admiring some of the historical sites and artworks, while Shakespeare took out another notebook to write some poetry and stories of the fallen histories. During this time Kishore and Rin were giving lectures to Izuku, some were about his 10th grade classes and some about magecraft. They stayed in Athens for about 3 days and allowed Izuku to learn some of the possible Greek heroes he may summon. Although the picture were different, Izuku can guess that the horse-tailed man was possibly Chiron, as not many other characters have a horse-related feature. Then who was the blonde? His outfit is definitely hard to tell. Izuku went into deep muttering. Madrid saw this and bopped Izuku with a bottle of water. Izuku, what's up? Mo, I had a dream of heroes agains, but this time I was on a plane and 2 guys were fighting. One was a long-haired brunette wearing a armor and robe and had a horse tail, and another who fought him was a short-haired blonde spiked hair actually and has a ridiculously long red scarf who was caught a few times in the fight. Madrid closed her eyes and went into deep thought. Where had she heard of these descriptions? Meanwhile Shakespeare and Fran approached the two, bringing them some local ice cream. Well, whatever you both are thinking about can wait, let's have some sweets. Shakespeare says while holding the sweets. Shakespeare and Fran smiles and handed them the sweet ice. Madrid was still in deep thought, then looks at Fran and Shakespeare. Now I remember. You mustache were on the same red factions as I during that grill war. Madrid said while grabbing the ice and pointed at Shakespeare, who looks dumbstruck. Sir Madrid, you just remembered. How come you remember Fran so fast? Shut up, let's see here. Madrid takes out a pen and paper and wrote down a few names. Tyron, Archer class, Black factions. Achilles, Rider class, Red faction. Atalanta, Archer class, Red faction. Here these are the names of Greek servants during the Grail War one was summoned for. We'll talk more when we get back to the hotel. Sir Madrid, I would like to discuss how in the world did you not recognize me? I was not only on your factions, but we fought in London in a singularity. What about facing of the demon gods, Sir Madrid? Sir Madrid. Shakespeare yells in distress only to receive a shoulder pat from Izuku and Fran as they walked back to the hotel. Hotel Electra, Athens. So Madrid, what can you tell me about these 3 servants? Not really much. I kind of went with my other master to do our own thing, so we didn't really partake most of their battles together. I did join, but mainly for myself. The deep sigh came from the other side of the room and Shakespeare explained each of their side servants while Fran explained who Chiron was, of course with Madrid's translation. Overall one can say Izuku was really excited about meeting the 2 Archer. Atalanta seemed nice, till she kind of becomes a little bit mad, and Chiron seems like a decent guy and great teacher. Rider Achilles Izuku felt was mixed. Well, in some ways he admire him, he couldn't say he would really go well with him, especially after Da Vinci told him what Achilles have done to Hector. Although it was a war, it's hard to say he would not go well with Achilles, but it's worth a shot if he does somehow summon him. Also she did say he regretted his decision on what he did in the past, so Izuku will just wait and see. There was a grumbling noise coming from Izuku's stomach's a little bit embarrassed, but he asked his servants did they want to eat. They just laughed at his question and all said sure to us the harm in eating more. Barichova Parnassos National Park. As the week was about to end, Izuku and everyone decided to head to a national park, and like the tourists they head to the Barichova Parnassos National Park. A very beautiful sight, and Izuku was happy to come here, wishing that next time it will be with his mother and father. The wind blowing through the hills were nice, so Izuku decided to lay on a nice patch of grass to take a nap. Da Vinci decided to do some painting, saying something along the lines of she was getting rusty. Shakespeare was fixing his stories. Asterios joins Izuku in taking a nap. Modred and Fran were just enjoying the view, while Rin and Kisher were making a phone call to make sure everything was alright with Luvia, who said everything was just fine, except one of the staff left and hasn't responded back. Izuku wakes up in the hill, but no one was there. Guys. Hey guys. Where is everyone? This isn't funny, not funny at all. Izuku was starting to get scared and begins to cry a bit, then he thought for a moment and looked at his surroundings once again. Wait, they didn't leave me. This is a dream. Oh boy, I wonder who I'll meet. He waited and waited, but no one showed up. Maybe he should walk around a bit to see what would happen. As he got up he slipped and fall down a hill. He was rolling until a pair of hands picked him up before he continues to roll. "A day child, are you lost?" The woman spoke in a gentle tone. It took Izuku a while before his head finally stopped spinning. Then he saw a beautiful woman with long green hair who has cat. No lion. Feline ears. Wait, the description. You're Atalanta. The woman was surprised. This year as humans still know of her. Young child, how did you know of my identity? I hope you don't mind me asking. Izuku then revealed his seals on his hand, which soured Atalanta mood. Child, listen to me, don't fight in the Grail War, releases the contracts of your servant, and live a quiet life. Your wish isn't worth throwing your young life away. She said in a worried tone. Izuku was confused, then he knew what she meant. Oh, I'm Atalanta. I am not part of a Grail War or any singularity of humanity. I am just a human master and a very new magecraft student who wished to become a hero. Atalanta still seemed sour. So you wish to seek fame and fortune then? Young child, that is a pretty foolish goal. Atalanta. Oh no, you're mistaken. I want to become a hero so I can be able to help others in need. I could care less about the fame or fortune. But then again, having fame and fortune can also help me reach out to more people, so in that case, it isn't that bad. A mutter storm began on why he wanted to a hero and how he could help others. After a while Izuku noticed how long he was muttering and scratched his cheeks in embarrassment. This time Atalanta smiled at his words, which Izuku took as a good sign. So then, since you know my name, may I ask for yours, young one? Oh, my name is Izuku Midoriya, but you can call me Izuku if you would like. He answers smiling, and she nodded in return. So then you don't want the Grail, nor is the world in danger as of now, then why are you gathering so many servants? Izuku gave Atalanta the full explanation, from wanting to prevent a Grail War by summoning all servants, prevent them from fighting one another, to helping them achieve their own dreams in a way, and lastly he learned from Emiya you're only one man, so in order to save everyone that you see it's not possible without help. Atalanta thought and nodded. She liked this child. He wants to help others, and that's the most of his ambition. Even when summoning servants he still wishes to help his own servants. Then it's decided, then I will join your journey to save all children. Atalanta, I wanted to save everyone I can reach though. I know what I said, Izuku, but I do hope to see you soon. After that Izuku watches her disappear and he woke up on someone's lap. Well, this is a surprise, isn't it? When Izuku looked up he saw Atalanta and he quickly got up. Atalanta. But I didn't summon you yet. Wait, that's the same situation within Lancelot. After a deep breath. Welcome to the Teamer family. Atalanta smiled. How about both? The answer made Izuku smile more, and he couldn't wait to introduce the new member of the team to everyone, only for Asterios to wake up and looks at Atalanta. Ah. You're that green lion lady from the ocean. We fought together. Atalanta looked at Asterios and then remembered. Indeed we have, you're the Minotaur Asterios. It's been quite a while, nice to see you once again. We didn't talk much, but it's good to see you. The two shook hands. Atalanta then noticed quite a few familiar figures appearing. Oh, I see the Saber, Caster of Red, and Berserker of Black here as well. I am to assume you are all servants of Izuku then. Da Vinci as well. What happened to Chaldea? Atalanta asked. Da Vinci gave her the same rundown of the current world situation that she did with everyone else, and she nodded in understanding. If that's the case, then I will definitely stay by Izuku. If there is real danger of any sorts I can act first. After finishing their little meeting the group returns to their hotel. This was the final night of their stay. Atalanta has gotten a bit more acquainted with the group and became quite protective over Izuku. It wasn't really known why, was it because it was her nature or because he was her master. She became very protective. This irritated Rin as the official big sister of Izuku. She should have the right to take him around town, only for Atalanta to always join and say what's dangerous and what's not. Finally Rin had enough. What are you, his mother? He already has two and that's enough. 2. But Rin, I only have one mom. Izu, I will give you 200 euros if you can find me one servant that doesn't claim Da Vinci as your stand-in mother. And I never did claim I was. I am just making sure Izuku doesn't be polluted by your existence, that and I don't trust your decisions. What? How is visiting the Parthenon at night a bad decision? It's beautiful, and the weather tonight is fine. That would be the most sensible thing you have chose so far. Rin grind her teeth, all she did was sign up for some selected tours, good thing Da Vinci turned down those tours, as Rin selected the wrong tour guides. As the trio reached the Parthenon it was beautiful, the lights that shines onto the old ruins emphasizes the sizes and former glory, despite it being partially destroyed. As the trio continues to walk, Atalanta notices something strange. No tourists or visitors are here besides them. It's not that late that people are going home, but why is it so quiet? Boom. The crater appears as something landed, and stepping out of it was a large misty figure, its height rivaling of Asterios and build was more muscular than Asterios. There was a dark mist that surrounded the figure, but unlike Lancelot this one seemed permanent, and the large figure begins to charge towards them. Rin enhances herself and carries Izuku off to safety. As Atalanta begins to launch arrows at the figure, it hits, but it doesn't stop and ignores Atalanta, but chooses to go after Rin and Izuku. What? Atalanta shouted. After launching another few sets of arrows, the figure still caught up to Rin and Izuku. It raised its arm, and a large weapon appears, knocking Rin towards a pillar, knocking her unconscious and dropping Izuku. Izuku was horrified. Rin was hurt. He quickly tries to summon Asterios, Modred, and Fran, but to his shock it didn't work. No. A barrier. Matthew. He looks around, but saw no one except the muscular figure who is slowly approaching him, and the unconscious Rin, and Rin can't do anything, so he got into a fighting stance, panicking a bit. Okay, just got to distract him. Before the figure attack, Atalanta launched a few more arrows, this time to the figure's face, making it stagger back, and Atalanta lands right beside Izuku and Rin, carrying them both away. Izuku. Listen to me, for whatever reason that thing wants you, get away from here, and I will hide Rin somewhere else and distract him. I am guessing there is a barrier here, since no other servants showed up, so go, don't worry about me. But that Rin was lay against a wall, and Izuku reluctantly agreed to the plan. With Izuku running towards the exit, Atalanta did her best, keeping the figure busy, running around shooting her arrows whenever she can. Which worked, or rather was a nuisance enough that the figure saw her as a pest to eliminate first. This thing, it seems familiar. Wait. Is this thing? Ah. Atalanta screamed as a hit was landed. She flew towards some columns and destroyed it, and the figure slowly approaches her. No. I can't just go down just yet, Izuku needs me. The scream of Atalanta made Izuku turn head. He really wanted to go save her, but what can he do? He could try the throne again, but summoning non-combatants like Shakespeare would prove dangerous to the situation. He can't throw servants in there to be his meat shields. Maybe he should risk it and hope for the best. Before Izuku could try to summon someone, his mood lightened up. Coming towards him was Asterios. That Grady can help. Izuku froze. That thing wasn't Asterios. It was like the previous one, a misty black figure with only the shapes of his companion. The fake Asterios raises his dual axe at Izuku, who in a split second chooses to jump out of the way. Who is this? Or rather, what is this? Izuku tries to run using his abilities but was quickly knocked away. At least from what it seemed like, it wants to capture me. Well, that's good, at least I don't have to worry about being killed here. That's when Izuku remembered that Rin was hurt and Atalanta was in trouble as well. He bit his lip. If he gets another rage-filled servant now, he'll just have to work harder to prevent them from causing harm. Izuku closes his eyes and begins his calling. The fake Asterios saw this and went for a stomp, only for a pair of hind hooves to kick him off balance, and a pair of spikes weapons to hit in his chest. I know this is not the time, Master, but an introduction is needed. Archer class servant, Chiron, has answered your summons. I hope my knowledge can be of some help to you. In any case, nice to meet you. I'll use all of my strength for your sake. I agree to Chiron, but nonetheless. Berserker of El Dorado. That is what they call should suffice for now. The two stood in front of Izuku ready to take down the threat, but Izuku quickly calls out to them. Thank you guys for coming, but please can one of you go to my sister and Atalanta, they're in trouble. He was silent as Chiron lays his hands on Izuku's shoulder. Worry not, my master, although he isn't here my student will handle this. Though I am sure with time Atalanta could have handled it herself. Back with Atalanta. This thing's is madness, he's just like Heracles, but lacks many things that make him. As Atalanta was beginning to let loose herself, a familiar voices came from behind her. Hey sis, need a hand? The lance came out and impaled the Hercules in the chest and slashed him a few times around the chest. You're Achilles. Why are you here? I think our new little master summoned us. Please don't get on me for being here. There's a reason why I am here rather than over there. Make that too. Anyways, master is safe as long as she and teacher is there. Is that so? Then let's hurry up and finish this fake. Back in the hotel. Fisher, we have to go to the Parthenon. Da Vinci said in a worried tone. So it seems you have come to the same conclusion as well, that the missing staff in our trip has been compromised. Kishore looks down at his cane before telling Da Vinci to get everyone and meet up at the Parthenon, hoping they're not too late. Back at the Parthenon, the El Dorado berserker was currently swinging her chained spikes at the fake Asterios, who was parrying the hits with his battle axes. Chiron was quick to launch arrows at the fake, landing hits in his heart and head. The fake wasn't backing away as his attacks gotten faster and faster, throwing down blows after blows towards El Dorado, who in turn uses her spike weapons to match the attack. Chiron then quickly launches more arrows towards the joints of the fake, causing him to lose his momentum. Seeing this opportunity, El Dorado used her gauntlet to slash towards Asterio's head, effectively destroying it, causing the bodies to disperse. I wouldn't have needed your help, but I appreciate the assistance. You're welcome, Berserker. Now then. Nice to meet you too. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Thank you for answering my summon. Oh no, Rin Atalanta, please Chiron, Berserker, please go save them. With a nod, the two bolted off, with Chiron letting Izuku sit on his back. Chiron smiled and reassured Izuku that his student will be just fine, holding off from the threat. Izuku nodded. Unnoticed to the two, Berserker eye went bloodshot red. He is here. Back with Atalanta. The same tactics of Chiron and Berserker were adapted. Atalanta would shoot her arrows from afar, and Achilles will keep the fake in close quarters, while occasionally dodging or guiding the targets towards the arrow. Achilles, how are you holding? Oh, you know sis, just fine. It's not like me being a rider can exactly match a berserker's strength, Rog. But that Achilles redirect the club's attack and thrust his spear towards the fake's face, leaving a hole through the berserker's head. Well, then this is surprising. Achilles out of the way. Atalanta launches herself using a column up into the air, aiming for the fake's head as well. As Achilles moves out of the way, Atalanta release her noble phantasm. This is an offering to the two gods. Phobos, catastrophe. And the fake Heracles was no more as the dark mist dispersed. Phew, now time to find Izuku. Atalanta says as she lands beside Rin, picking her up. Irig! Cried out Achilles as he was launched through the ruins. Another enemy so soon? Atalanta puts down Rin and begins reading her bow. Achilles! Roared the Amazonian queen as he runs to attack Achilles once again. Just when Atalanta was about to intervene, Izuku yelled out. Stop! A command seal mark was erased from his hand, a first use, and something Izuku really didn't want to resort to. Berserker quickly fell to her knees and struggling to get up as she glared at Achilles. Izuku got off of Chiron and checked the injuries on Rin, then Atalanta and finally on Achilles. All were fine to a certain degrees, and Achilles was propped up by Chiron. Izuku then went over to Berserker and apologizes to her. Berserker, I am truly sorry. I made a promise to someone not to use the command seals to force servants for anything, and I broke it because I didn't want to see you all kill each other. Please stop fighting, please. Berserker was blinded by rage and kept screaming for Achilles' name and how she wanted a fair fight, one that she deserved for a long time, and one that she is not disgraced in. And Celia, that's your name, isn't it? Her eyes widen, then glares at Chiron, who only shook his head. No one told me. I just figured it out, the female warrior queen of the Amazonian who fought Achilles, although I don't know why you're the berserker of El Dorado. Are you going to mock my defeat like he did? No, I would never. It's just I want to know why did this defeat cause you so much pain? Haha. My Amazons were killed after my defeat, we fought fair and I was the victor at first. Then Zeus intervened, Achilles was brought back and in the end, he killed me. Since we were in his noble phantasm, no one saw what happened. So he was declared the instant's victor. I could care less about the intervention, we both gave it our all. When one enters combat, they are ready for either defeat or victory. And those who die will die like warriors. But he. And Celia's eyes turned red again as she glares at Achilles. He robbed a warrior's honor and glory from me. In the end he called me beautiful. He didn't give me a warrior's right of death. Izuku couldn't exactly understand the honors within warrior, or the ideals one had, but did know what Achilles did in the past really did hurt the pride of Penthelia. I am sorry, your majesty, but must Achilles be slain in order for you be appeased? She looks at Izuku and nods. Izuku then walks towards Achilles. Nice to meet you, Achilles. Yes. Master, wish we could have met under better circumstances. In which Izuku nods and then asks. Will you fight her majesty once again? Achilles looks at Izuku and sighs deeply. I would, but her condition of which is that I don't see her as a beautiful person when we fight. My mistakes were made, I don't regret it, and I meant no harm. I spoke as I would and did what I always am like. I apologize for hurting Penthesilea, but my compliment words are true. Chiron knows how his student is like and shook his head once more. He knows what Achilles means, but some things are better kept quiet. So if we were to fight once more, I will still call you beautiful, not because I don't see you as a warrior, but because you are a beautiful person. Izuku looks at Achilles and also shake his head. History and legends have their goods and bad, but this is hard to fix, so he kneels down to Penthesilea and bows to her. Your Majesty, Penthesilea, I would like to apologize firstly for using this command seal on you. I had no choice, and this broke some personal oath I made, and secondly, if your duel with Achilles could be hold off for now, and even when it do start. Can you allow Achilles to still think his thoughts about you, as you heard he meant no disrespect. Penthesilea glares daggers at Izuku, and Atalanta was about to intervene when Chiron holds her down, telling her to wait, and Achilles stands in the back looking at his little master bowing on his behalf. You don't have to apologize for the command seal after all the strong rules, even if it's this form of power. During my other self and the time spent in Chaldea I learned that along with some self-control, so I won't lash out on all Greek heroes, and as the master of the Queen of Amazon, you shouldn't bow your head so lightly. But that she easily picks up Izuku from the ground and plops him up. So stand up tall and be proud, and Master Midoriya, I can't accept the second part. When entering combat of any kind your identity is stripped and given only that of a warrior, so unless he can do that then my victory will always be hollow. Penthesilea looked at Achilles once more before leaving to keep distance from him. The group was now oddly silent, and Izuku didn't want it to be so awkward. Then he remembered something he hasn't done in a very long time. He pulls out his notebook. Guys, I know this is a bad time, but can I please have all your signatures? Oh, I gotta go ask Modred, Fran, and Asterios. How could I forget Da Vinci? No, I forgot to ask Gilgamesh for his too. What if I lost my chances? Wait, Rin, we got to get her to a hospital quick. No worries Izuku, we are here. They turned to see Izuku's other servants and Kishore arriving, who were all arriving ready for combat, but was told everything was over and Rin needed to go to the hospital, only for Kishore to tell Izuku that he can heal her, it's not too severe. Before they leave, the new servants introduced themselves, although it wasn't necessary as some already met in previous summoning, and Da Vinci technically knows and kept all info on all the servant of Chaldea's summoning. Final day in Greece. After a long search and using contacts of Kishore, the area was searched thoroughly and nothing was found except for 2 dead tourists in a nearby alleyway, which clearly was used for a ritual possibly linked to the shadow servants that attacked. After a long discussion, it was decided it's best for Achilles to go to Japan, as Penthesilea's rage is being suppressed long enough, and Achilles agrees to that and even apologizes once more to Penthesilea and tells her that he will indeed one day battle her again, but his thoughts on her won't change, but it doesn't mean she isn't a warrior. Before he left, Izuku asked all his servants for a signature. This surprised many of them, except Da Vinci, who knew it was only a matter of time. As they parted ways and sending Inko a heads up, they finally left Greece. Welp, at least it wasn't like an odyssey. Kishore decided to continue this trip as it may bring them closer to catching the culprits rather than hiding. During this exact time, 2 figures begins to board their flight. One smiles, unable to wait for the next event, and another just say they're silently waiting for the next orders. Chapter 14. Salem Witch wants a pancake. As the plane begins to land, Kishore stares back at the ever-growing tour group. Alright, so here's the situation. Our group has now been added to a total of 11. If any more servants are added, we may need a new plane. But it no problem, as I have accumulated quite an amount of wealth over the years as well as funds from the university, and is also paying for partial parts of this trip, even though I told her it's not necessary. Kishore looks again, seeing that everyone is listening, and continues. And here is the important news. We already have a good idea who is behind the attack. His name is Matu. A few months ago, our mages and agents surrounded his estate to find it abandoned. Staff were all supposedly fired, and wealths were all sold, the accounts from their family untraceable. And relatives unknown, even though the Matu clan is very small. It's odd that the relatives would disappear all of a sudden, and I have received news that one of our staff is also missing since the trip started. So it may very likely be that our trip has been compromised. Atalanta spoke up in anger on how dare Kishore endanger Izuku's life like this, and that this trip should end so Izuku can stay away from this madman, only for Da Vinci to speak up. Now everyone, I get that you may be angry, but this may be our only chance. Matu isn't exactly stable or of sane mind. His magecraft isn't something to look down upon either, so if he is targeting Izuku for whatever reason, this may be our chance to catch and to end his crimes here. Searching for him isn't exactly an option, as our investigation in Greece turned up almost empty, so our best chance is during this very trip. Kishore nodded. It's exactly as Da Vinci has said, this may be our only chance, but worry not, this trip in America will be a bit of a road trip. After Kishore finishes his sentence, 2 RV came into the airport runway, driven by 2 figures, and to Izuku's surprise. Golems. Kishore laughed. Indeed Izuku, those are our drivers, as they won't tire and take orders only from me and Rin. Speaking of which, we now must do seating arrangements. Rin and Atalanta both calls out to sit with Izuku's ride, both due to a sense of protection. Madrid and Fran didn't really mind, but sitting with Izuku RV would be fine. Da Vinci didn't mind as she would be sitting with Kisher to discuss their plans. Shakespeare, well, he was the one that's going to write down Izuku's story, so he chose to sit with Izuku. Tyron wanted to teach his new master some techniques in archery and in arts of Greece's combat, while Penthesilea didn't mind. She wouldn't argue about seating, but would prefer to stay away from the Greek heroes to avoid unwanted fights. Asterios didn't really mind either, he just awaits the group's decision, so he just sat on his luggage of clothes and awaits the decision. I knew it was going to be like this. Kisher pulls off his hats and tells everyone to draw numbers from the $1 and $5 bills. Those that gets 1 will go to the first RV, and those that got the 5 will go to the second RV. Izuku ended up in RV1 with Kisher, Da Vinci, Shakespeare and Penthesilea, while RV2 has Rin, Atalanta, Chiron, Fran, Madrid and Asterios. Thus the group headed out of the airport. RV2's energy was slightly down as Rin and Atalanta heads were feeling down, while Chiron and Fran tries to cheer them up. Meanwhile, Madrid snorted at the 2 current state, and Asterios continues to stare out the window as he eats some chocolate. On RV1, Da Vinci and Kisher discuss their plans of actions for the 2 weeks here. Due to the fact USA was so large, they needed the 2 weeks to travel and constant movement to draw out Matu away from the population if he were to be reckless. Izuku was wondering where they were at, and then he saw a sign. Salem. Salem? As in the Salem witch trial that happened in Massachusetts. Why are we here, sir? Oh, so you do remember from your lessons then? Well, to put it simply, it's part of your magecraft training where you will learn of some sources of magic in the heroes. Also, this is the land where the supposed witches are trialed. But did you know there is a real one? Salem. They arrived at the historical site, only foundation were left in most spots, while those houses of richer folks or of historical value were kept pristine. Izuku learned a bit more about the throne, where what it's powered by, and how exactly Da Vinci was able to make the circuitry work on Izuku. The process was long and took quite a bit of help from other servants as in their notes, and one in particular was of big help. He was indeed why Izuku can support every servant without Chaldea's resources and mana, also thanks to Da Vinci as well. Da Vinci, why aren't you telling me the list of these servants who helped create these? He asked, holding both his hands out, in which Da Vinci holds onto and smiled. With time, Izuku, and technically you already met one of them now onto our tour. Izuku nodded, but Mother, who was the servants he met, he thought back to it. Almost all the servants he met were summoned, except for the 2 in Babylonia who fought Caster Gilgamesh, and majority of Camelot. Wait, there was. Hello, may I ask what are you doing here? Izuku looks over and sees a girl wearing black with a witch's traditional hat and band-aid on her forehead. She seemed to be slightly older, or maybe younger than Izuku. She wasn't too much taller than him after all. Oh hi, I am part of a tour group here today. Do you live around here? My name is Izuku Midoriya, by the way, nice to meet you. He doesn't know why, but this girl in front of him felt odd to say the least. She seemed normal, but strong. A little too strong. Something was off, but Izuku couldn't tell what. The girl just smiled and told Izuku to call her Abby. She doesn't exactly know him yet, so this will be all he gets, and Izuku just nodded. Before they could continue talking, Da Vinci came rushing in along with the other servants. She was holding him, asking if he was okay. He was confused but said yes and asked why wouldn't he be, so they told him that they felt him disappear for a moment, taken by a mysterious but familiar presence. Do you guys know Abby? When asked, some servants crunched up in confusion. While they were able to recall past summoning and events, not all were clear, as most of the memories that were given back were those that were most prominent or important, such as Singularity, Grail Wars, and those that happen most often in a timeline, etc. So the name sparked up memories, but not enough. Only Da Vinci knew who she was. The true witch of Salem, you could say, a servant class of foreigner, and a gateway for a god. Izuku, whatever happens, be careful, we don't know what, or if they are capable of doing. For now, just be careful. If it's just the regular Abigail, then it should be fine. She is a relatively sweet girl, but if it's her other ones, then Izuku, summon everyone. We may or may not need to take her down. That is, if she still has that much power. The group went silent and they all left Salem and back to the RV. It was getting late, so they all called it in for the night. The servants, along with Kisher and Rin, tried their best for ideas to maybe prevent Izuku from dream meeting Abigail, but alas. That was impossible. The throne couldn't just be shut off, and the dreams that are basically spiritual journeys couldn't just be closed off like that. Nevertheless, they could only pray Izuku will have good luck with here. So far it seemed that way. Oh no, where am I now? Izuku said as he stood around. It was an old village, but something about the place made it seem quite familiar. The foundations. And where these houses are located at. They're the same, so. This is Salem. With that, Izuku begins to wander around, wondering why is it so quiet, until he came to the courthouse. Or possibly as the courthouse, as Izuku only saw old drawings of it. As he looked through the windows, he saw the historical scene where Abigail William pointed many people to their deaths, accusing them of witchcraft. This truly infamous scene was very similar to that of those textbook pictures, except Abby seems to be more confident of her selection, pointing each and everyone to their demise. Instead of being in a demonic trance, was she under a trance now? Is there any way to stop this? Could there be any way? This only a dream, so what use it? Their worst case, it will be like Camelot, which he is unable to interact with anyone. As the day ended, Izuku saw many things: the prosecution of many, and the sentencing of death to many. He didn't know how long it was, but by the time he knew it, he sat through and saw 200 people sentenced, and 19 of whom are condemned to death if they were found guilty of witchcraft and didn't admit to their crimes. First second he went to find Abby and grabs her hand and looks at her with tear-stained eyes. Surprisingly, this may be the first servant he had a problem with, but he must know why she done it. Gilgamesh killed in the past as an arrogant king who was overconfident as the bridge of man and God, but he changed and became a wise and benevolent ruler. The knights killed for their people and justice of their kingdom. Asterios killed because he needed to eat and protect himself. Lee killed because it was a fight where one side may end up dead. And so many more. They had their reasons that Izuku may understand to a certain point, and Izuku couldn't judge from a person of the present era. But what about Abigail and her sentences of death? History, law, religion, and everything is flawed. Nothing is perfect. Izuku understood that and accepted. He could only try to make things better and try to understand where everyone is coming from, and now it's for Abby. "Oh, hello Izuku, it's nice to see you again. How can I help you?" Abby asked. "Izuku, why are crying? Are you okay?" "Abby, why? Why are you doing this? Why?" A teary eyes Izuku asked with confusion written all over his face. Abigail was in return confused. She just told the truth. She did what she must as the Lord demands it. "I only carry out the will of the masses and the Lord itself. I am the key to the people's worries. Due to these hard times, sacrifice must be made, and these are only necessary." As Izuku listened, he heard the sincerity in her voice, but then he heard this. "But I do know the hate. I am Abigail Williams, the girl who was one of many to start the trial, the key figure into these people's death and imprisonments. I am considered by some an anti-hero, one who carries its victim's grudge, a child who did this, who selected the devils." Abby looks down to the ground, not willing to look at Izuku. Now Izuku thought, what would he have done? She was probably around his age when this happened. Could he really blame her? Everyone now giving you attention of pointing out the devil and pressuring you. Worst case would be herself being put to death. "Abby, do you feel sorry for everyone that died?" A simple nod was given, and then she spoke. "You know, if it wasn't for me regaining my other summoned self's memories, I may given you a different answer, but in truth I don't know. I feel as if I carried out the Lord's words, but those who died were my neighbors and friends. I don't know." Izuku thought again, or rather his signature muttering. "Well, in truth I don't know what to do either, having one set of life believing and carrying out God's will, and people looking at you as a key figure." This continues for a while. Originally Izuku was angry at how Abigail could do such a thing, but as they talked things were much more complicated. Abigail meanwhile stared at Izuku. She was very curious about the young boy and why he cares so much about what she has done and how she is doing, but it didn't feel bad to have someone care for you. Of course, after a while she did get slightly bored, so she gently tapped Izuku on the shoulder. "Are you okay?" "Oh, I'm very sorry. It's just that I usually start muttering and mumbling when I am in need of deep thinking. Some feel like I should fix this habit, but it's not that easy." Izuku laughed while rubbing the back of his head, and with that Abigail smiled and laughed. "Haha, you're a very interesting person, Izuku. Very interesting indeed. So what do you think of me, now that you know of everything? What will you do?" Izuku thought for a second. "Abby, would you like to come to the real world? I don't want to force you, but would you? This way you can also make some friends and meet old ones, and maybe if you want to help others with me." Abigail looks at Izuku. "So you're asking me to become your servants, just like the other servants you have with you?" Before she could have finished that sentence of agreement, Izuku cut her off. "No. Sorry to cut you off, Abby, but not as a servant, but rather as a friend, comrade, teammates, or if you want like Fran, then as a family, all of us, and of course if you want to leave you can leave anytime, but I won't allow you to harm innocent people, so do you want to join?" Abigail was a bit surprised. Doesn't Master usually want to make the position of servant and master clear? Well, this one is different and feels kind of familiar, but nonetheless, what other choices does she have? Deal. "Izuku Midoriya, I, Abigail Williams, will join you on your quest of helping others, but on one condition," Abigail said in an ominous tone, in which Izuku gulped. "Wah? What is it?" "Did just make a deal with the deals with the devil. I am able to have some pancakes from time to time," Abigail answers with a smile. "Is that it? Well, that's fine. I am pretty sure we can get you pancakes almost every day if you would like." But that Abigail smiled even brighter. Morning. Penthesilea. Penthesilea. Izuku lightly shakes her, maybe shaking a berserker awake wasn't the best idea, but a promise was a promise. Good morning Master Midoriya. Penthesilea says as she got up. How can I help you? Can you teach me how to make some pancakes? Penthesilea blinked and then blinked once more. Couldn't he have gotten Da Vinci or Kisher to do it, why me? She thought to herself, meanwhile in Izuku's mind. Okay, well Abby is here now so let's make good on that promise, and plus maybe get to talk with Penthesilea a bit more. Izuku looks at Penthesilea and told her the truth, he just wants to know her a bit better. She sighed and then got up to teach Izuku how to make pancakes. It's when she walked out of her quarters when she noticed a new servant just sitting at the table, eyes sparkling with knife and fork at hand, excited for breakfast. It was a slow start as Penthesilea hasn't exactly used these equipment before, but she soon got the hang of it and whipped up a few batches of pancakes with Izuku and plated them. She then left to give the other half to RV2's passenger, but she noticed 2 of them were gone. When Penthesilea returned to RV1 she saw Atalanta and Rin sitting with Izuku and the girl now known as Abby, chowing down the pancakes. Both kids were thanking her, and she returned with a smirk and waved as she decided to head for a run. Still morning. Everyone gathered in RV1 to see the newest member Abigail William. It was a quick acceptance from Da Vinci, as she already met her before, and from what it seems she is a trustable, and as for Atalanta, there was no explanation needed for her. For other servants it will take time, but no real anger or doubts towards her as almost all of them have taken a life at some point and some thoughts do cross their mind. Izuku just smiled at the interaction. Rin slightly glares at the girl of legends, but soon just gave up seeing Izuku defend her, and Kisher just laughs at the new member to join their tour. After a few hours he orders the Golem drivers to head out. After leaving for Massachusetts it was a long road trip to DC, a good 4 to 6 hours drive. They visited the Natural History Museum, some monuments, and the National Air and Space Museum. There they even got Abby a souvenir jacket. It was a bit big on her, but she liked it. Now the group truly defined images of tourism. Everyone enjoyed a piece of the museums as some of them told stories of their time or home, and seeing foreigners coming to learn about them and their home, it gave the servants a bit of pride. Some chose to stay away as some of their histories aren't the best. Da Vinci and Shakespeare were quite proud of their accomplishments, seeing how they are still taught and brought up even till today. Fisher looked around and stopped another stranger asking them if they could help take a picture for his group, and there they stood in front of the Washington Monument taking their group photos. They spent around a week traveling the east coast of the USA as they were doing quick and simple trips before they headed west. Izuku was able to enjoy his time while getting class assignments from Kisher, Da Vinci, and Rin. Shakespeare refined Izuku's English, while Abigail joins Izuku on the occasional lessons. In the morning Izuku and Asterios, followed along by Rin and Atalanta, they would join Penthesilea on her morning runs or just jog around the different place. Abigail joined the first 2 days, but she wasn't really a physical servant, so she spent time listening to Shakespeare or Da Vinci stories and lectures. Cross-continental road trip. My head. Izuku said while getting up from his spot. The RV was still moving, just entering Texas. Morning Izuku, would you like some pancakes? It's blueberry flavored this time. Miss Penthesilea was very nice to change the flavors. Abby said as she was inviting Izuku over to the table. Good morning Abby, good morning everyone, and no thank you, I think I'll just have cereal for today. Izuku was actually thinking about. Is this how it feels to others when I eat katsudon all the time? As Izuku was thinking he noticed a hand on his head. Looking up he saw Da Vinci. What's wrong Izuku? Morning Da Vinci, it nothing much, it's just that I had the dream again. Oh, the ones about meeting servants, right? Well then who do you think will be joining us? No, it's not that. It just like Camelot one, I couldn't interact with anyone, but judging by the appearance of Nightingale in that dream, I am guessing this was actually a singularity than the actual history. Izuku in the past had already been told of Chaldea events in the singularity, pseudo-singularity, and lost belts, but actually experiencing them was something different. He learns about not only the events but the servants and Goita, someone who he may face or a successor of his ideals like those who wanted to use Abigail. So then Izu, do you think you'll be summoning any more servants? Probably not Da Vinci. As of now we will be losing more spaces in the RV, and I can't send everyone to mom as the large building isn't complete yet. And the dangers of Matthew, his barrier, and the shadow servants. So it's best I leave it for emergency just in case I can't call you guys. Izuku was worried but then felt another pat on his head. Don't worry Izuku, you're only 9, just leave this to us adults, we'll handle this. The 2 days in Texas was interesting. They saw large ranches, beautiful scenery of the wide fields, and enjoyed some local specials, but were on the road again soon. It was just too hot. Thankfully the golem needed no rest and continued onwards. California. It's been 11 days out of the 14th, there were no signs of attacks, but Kisher, Rin, and Da Vinci stayed vigilant of their surroundings in case of any strange attack, but nothing came. The other servants too also stayed vigilant, except Abigail, who was enjoying the sweets with Izuku at a few boardwalk places. Every now and then Izuku would go off to see some local heroes, followed by Abby, Atalanta, Penthesilea, and Asterios, who enjoys the food as much as the others. This is strange, too strange. It's been almost 2 weeks and no signs of an attack from anyone or anything. Da Vinci said as she still surveyed the area. Yes indeed, also still no sign of the missing staff either. Kisher says while surveying the surroundings. Do you two think he is still in Japan? I mean with all his family wealth he could have been hiding and hiring hits on us with other mages. A likely answer, but there is one problem. Mages usually aren't easily swayed for doing these types of job unless they are really that desperate for the money. If not, then there is no way they're willing to put their name and life on the lines like this, and I doubt Matu has some truly unresistible proposition for anyone. Besides the fact that Izuku is summoning servants, which I doubt he'll want to blurt it out all over the place. After all, Izuku is his target. Speaking of which, Kisher, how goes the current situation of letting her know of Izuku's status along with the others? Da Vinci says. Kisher took a sip of his tea. It's going well, after all it's been 200 years, so the issues of servant isn't that big of a problem, and after what happens with Gilgamesh's big entrances, I doubt they will actually lock Izuku up. After all, they didn't come to get him immediately. In a way they seem to just accept it, but I don't know if it's for their own personal goals. Or perhaps they are allowing a bigger change to the world. The mage's side may be an issue, but it'll be resolved with time. Rin looks out the RV window to see everyone returning and smiled. I think Izuku will be fine. After all, his intentions are good, almost too good for a world that rejects him. Everyone nods in agreement. Well then, for the next 3 days let's keep up our guard and enjoy our time here. Shall we rest up a bit because next stop Rome, Italy? Rome, huh? Rome? Leaving day. Well, that was fun and a bit educational about Chaldea singularity. Sounds like an adventure. Da Vinci, do you think? Sorry Izuku, that's not happening. Ray shifting isn't allowed unless we're given permission, so sorry about that, and servant is technically another case, so don't bring up that argument. But I wasn't going to. Izuku said while slightly pouting. Atalanta picked him up and into the plane and lectured him. Izuku, it's dangerous to jump from place to place like that. Well, I agree, children should be lively and have fun. You should avoid things that may end up grievously harming you. If you want to ray shift you should wait when you're a bit older, like the Fujiwara's age. Izuku ears perked up. You also know my ancestors, can you tell me what they're like? With a smile, Izuku was placed near Abby and Atalanta told her side of the Fujiwara stories, since he already knows about the singularity parts of it, but he enjoyed the same story nonetheless, and Abby seems to be interested too, since her old masters were Izuku's ancestor, and like him they were interesting people. The plane took off, and to Rome they go. Chapter 15. Holiday in Rome. Yumu. We're here. Rome, Izuku said out loud as he and Abigail hurriedly exited the airport. Ah. It's nice to be back in Italy all those centuries later. Da Vinci smiled warmly at her old country of birth. Ah yes, Da Vinci, you were born in Italy. Tell me, how does it feel to be back? Shakespeare asked while fixing up his newest book. It feels nice, but then at the same time it's what one would expect. Now let's go, William, it's time for us to begin our new day. Da Vinci strode off. Fisher, you sure we should be coming to Rome? I mean, it's awfully close to Greece. It's possible he is just waiting for us. Rin says while walking with Kisher. Then we'll catch him here, Rin. As our current forces we can have a safe trip. 2.5 mages, 3 berserker servants, 2 casters, 2 archers, 1 saber, and 1 foreigner, and not to mention the others at Izuku's home. Kisher spoke. But we shouldn't be so relaxed, he may still find a way to separate us. With that, Kisher only nodded. Soon the group retired to their Hotel Roccoforte Hotel de la Ville. Second day. After constant traveling the previous days, everyone decided to take one whole day of break before continuing, so today was the day the official trip begins. Alrighty everyone, for today's trip we'll base it off an old movie I watched, it's called Roman Holiday. Everyone just stares at Kisher confused. I'm guessing no one knows about the movie. Kisher, when you say old, how old was this movie? Rin asked, although already guessed the answer. Ah yes, I was a bit younger, but I can still remember when I first watched it in theaters back in 1953. Fisher, if one version, if not all versions, of you were able to oversee the first formation of a Grail war in the alternative universe in 1800, you wouldn't be that much younger in 1953. Rin practically screamed out. You wound me, Rin, although I could care less for people pointing out my age, but it still hurts. Plus this movie is a cult classic. I am amazed none of you servants saw the movie in your time in Chaldea. Well, I spent my time in Chaldea either on mission or breaks by writing new stories or review my works which has been remade and reworked. I have to say the Romeo Juliet from 1996 was an interesting modern take. While I am glad it's such a modern take, there is still areas I feel that doesn't seem to fit too well. Oh, I mostly did research and was a partial director of Chaldea for a time, and can't say I really seen that many movies during my time there, as it's a bit of a waste of time when I could be inventing, but I did watch the Da Vinci Code. Afterwards it became a discussion on what the servant could remember watching or doing in their times in Chaldea. Well, those memories weren't as clear as the singularity nor different missions, they were still somewhat prominent. Okay everyone, that's enough. Sigh, didn't expect this discussion to break out, but here is the schedule for us to follow, probably only today, depending on how fast we get around. Palazzo Brancaccio. Palazzo Barberini. Spanish Steps. Via Margutta 51. Pastel Sant'Angelo. Oratorio dei Filippini. Giaroca Cafe at Pantheon. Gallery Alberto Sordi. Barber Shop at Trevi Fountain. Palazzo della Consulta. Palazzo Colonna. Roman Forum. Basilica di Santa Maria in Cosmedin. Any questions for today's schedule? Everyone was currently taking a look at the schedule, talking amongst themselves what to do when getting to these locations. Again, like I said, he is too excited for this, Rin said as she sighed. Well, to be frank, this is indeed quite impressive plan for our first day here. At least for Izuku it will be a cultural experience, Chiron says with a smile as he turns into a centaur form. Izuku, if you're tired or anyone in the group here is tired of walking, please feel free to sit upon my back. Izuku nods but says he would be fine. Later he found out he was wrong, but that will be about 5 hours later. As the group heads out, two figures sat at a nearby cafe enjoying their trip and smiled at the group who hadn't noticed them. Roman holidays. Wow. This is unexpectedly tiring. Thanks Chiron, Izuku said, and Chiron just smiles at him. After 5 hours he was finally tired. Out of the 13 spots they were only done with 6 locations. And the reason why is because Kishore was explaining not only the historical values, but political, cultural, and even movie values of these locations. That with additional add-on by Da Vinci and Shakespeare. Meanwhile Fran and Modred were taking pictures and eating snack that Asterios brought out. Abigail joined to grab a snack, but quickly returned so she could hand Izuku, Rin, and Atlanta some snacks, in which they graciously accepted as they continued to listen to the lecture. Chiron and Penthesilea also joined, both listened for quite a while. And after a while Chiron noticed Penthesilea writing something at a fast pace. Curiously Chiron asked what she was writing. Although she still has some dislike towards the Greek heroes, she reminded herself Chiron wasn't he and kept cool. So she showed him. It was a detailed business plan on revival of old culture and movies, which surprised Chiron, who didn't take Penthesilea as the business type ruler. In his mind he thought she was a brave and chivalrous one. This continued on until it was finally 8 p.m. They started the tour at 10 a.m. and finally finished their tour at night, with Chiron ending up having to carry Izuku, Rin, and Abigail on his back. Asterios offered to carry them from time to time, but Chiron politely refused and told him that he got this. The group had their dinner, and one thought came to some of their minds. Please don't let the next tour be a movie-inspired trip. The next few days. Relatively a relaxing few days, the tours were normal, visiting museums, eating local food, enjoying some horse carts tours, which made them wonder why they didn't do this first when doing the Roman holiday-inspired tour. It was going quite well, but Izuku and Abigail were looking forward to their final destination, the famous Roman Colosseum, but as they say, they saved the best for last. So the tours continue on. Soon their trip in Rome was coming to an end. There was a possibility for an attack which was their constant reminder, so when the final day arrived to visit the Colosseum, a plan was devised. Everyone will be in disguise except for Izuku, Abigail, Modred and Atalanta when entering the Colosseum. We will each enter around a separate time. Chiron will serve as our range support, caster like I will support, along with Kishore and Rin. Asterios, Penthesilea, and Fran will be our frontal assault team. Modred, Atalanta and Abigail protect Izuku during these times if an attack were to happen, Da Vinci says as she drew around the blueprint of the Colosseum. Chiron nodded but was slightly worried. Atalanta, I know you're overprotective over Master Izuku, but don't you think you would serve better as a range fighter with me to support? No, Chiron, I understand your concern. Everyone here is willing to save and sacrifice themselves for Izuku, but Atalanta's dedication rely on her traits, so she will push beyond the limits to do so, and with Modred by their side, I am confident to say we should be fine to an extent. Da Vinci answered, calming Atalanta down. Chiron nodded, then Penthesilea raised her hand. Then shouldn't we get all our forces here, so we can win with decisiveness rather than a possibility of damages? Asterios was surprisingly the one to speak up. Mama Inko may be in danger. Asterios is correct, we don't know if the staff and Matu are together. If they are separate and aren't in one location, then Mrs. Midoriya may be in great danger and be held as hostage if we were to summon everyone here. Fisher helped back up the argument, Penthesilea then asked. Then why not send some hired help from the Mage Association or any of the staff from the clock tower to protect Master Midoriya's mother? If they can't know about servants being here, then we just remove servants and send the mages. Because mages themselves aren't a charity organization. While yes, I could pay them off, but the right amount should be paid, sometimes no monetary pay, which isn't an issue. The main issue is, if they somehow find out about servants, there may be a couple of issues. Fisher explained, but before he could finish, Rin spoke up. One of the issues would be a more political issue. Summoning servants isn't in any way illegal, it's just the government of all nations have agreed to not allow the summoning, as you all have heard from Da Vinci. Another would be the kidnapping of Izuku to test and experiment on him to see why he is capable of summoning and maintaining so much servants, and another would be to rediscover the arts of summoning servants. Since the government banned servants, most process and records of how to summon them were either destroyed, locked away or given up. I feel that some mage families still kept them after all. Mages are crafty like that. Rin says while biting her thumb in realization. Those things that attacked us in Greece. Izuku and the others said they looked like Heracles and Asterios. Could it be? I am afraid so. Rin, I and many of the servants have met these things before. They're shadow servants. We believe they originated from the mana spewing out from either a grail or a high-powered source that somehow made copies of us servants. We never did find out where they came from besides the grail. But what we do know is that they are weaker than the original copies to extent and can't use noble phantasms. However, their abilities are almost identical, and when pushed to a corner are capable of dealing high damaging attacks. From the 2 human bodies found in Greece, I could only assume Matu somehow found a way to summon shadow servants instead of real servants. And that way involves using human as direct catalyst. The room went silent. They were glad Izuku and Abigail weren't in the room to hear this. The possibility that Matu used his family members and staff for the experiment, all for what? Power. It didn't matter if Izuku hears this. There may be a possibility that he would be distraught on hearing how many innocent died because Matu wants to get him. After a moment of silence, Kisher spoke up. That will be all for now. Rest up for tomorrow. We'll need full vigilance. Final full day in Rome. It was their final day. After some brief walk around the area, the group parted ways. The guys, with additions of Abigail and Atalanta, went back to the hotel to put away some things and to bring out the cameras and other things needed for tonight's trip to the Colosseum. Meanwhile, Rin, Da Vinci, Mordred, Fran, and Penthesilea selected the places to eat at for dinner. Rin was able to use her family name and Kisher name to secure a private night tour and kept it discreet to not alert anyone. All went well, or so she thought, until 5 delinquents showed up trying to ask them out. Hey, what are beautiful ladies like you all doing out here alone like night like this? Care if we join these empty seats? One of them asked. Yes, we do mind, we have friends coming now. Buzz off. Mordred answered in unamused tone. Oh, don't be like that, we'll pay y'all a sweet date. Fran was also getting ticked of. The tick mark popped on Penthesilea's forehead. They already said the word she hated most, and she is so close to launching them out into the nearby building. Only one thing is stopping her. Master Midoriya wouldn't want that. Just wait. Just wait. She was about to summon her gauntlet when Izuku appears with Abigail following behind him. Sorry guys, we're late, everyone else is still packing things up. Who are you guys? Izuku said while slightly glaring at the 5 men. Hey kid, it's none of your business, so scram. Well, excuse me, but they are my family and friends, so I appreciate it if you would leave them and us alone. Izuku said as Abigail nods her head and Atalanta smiling at Izuku's answer, but it quickly became a frown as one of the men tried to push Izuku away. And I said scram. Before he could lay his hands on Izuku, Atalanta grabs it and holds it in place. Although she isn't known to be a physically powered servant, her strength still outclassed the average human. Hey, hands off me, you kitty cat looking. Erg. Pressure was slightly applied to his hands, and then one of his buddies came rushing over to try and clog her with a knife quirk, only for it to be kicked away by Izuku. After the attacker was thrown off by Izuku, the other delinquents joined in. Soon they know it was a mistake as Chiron and Asterios joined in, and the quiet Penthesilea also stood up cracking her knuckles, along with Mordred both smiling. Fran and Da Vinci just sat and watched their group intimidate the 5 delinquents. The 5 of them quickly fled away. A few bystanders called for Hiro, who arrived a few minutes later. After the hero interviewed Izuku's group, the hero ran to pursue the attackers. Well, that was something. Is everyone okay? Chiron asked as he helped Izuku up, in which everyone nods in the affirmative and begin to order their foods. Nearby streets. Huff. Huff. I knew. We shouldn't follow your plan, it was stupid. Shut up, if they think more people will turn us away then they're wrong, get the others. Dude, you can't be serious, just leave it, man, don't want another record, plus didn't the Olay hero who took us in last time said next time we'll go to prison. I said shut it, I already text everyone else they should be meeting us in the alleyway, let go. 2 of the original members left the group, in which they should count themselves lucky, as this will be the last they ever see their associates. Alright, there should be 10 of us now when we… WTFK. 2 people stood in front of 7 corpses, no make it 2 and 7 misty and shadowy figures in front of the corpse, just as the delinquents tried to run the figures caught them, and one of the 2 people stepped over and began a ritual. Darkness is all the delinquents saw, and in an instant's pain shot through their bodies, for what was eternity in their mind was only a minute in reality. The hero that was perusing them arrived only to meet a similar fate. Hey you kids. Remember what I said about causing trouble again, you. Arg. During this whole session the one performing this act was smiling. Soon, very soon, can you gather a few more? We'll need to surprise them a bit. One of the shadow servants nodded and summoned skeletons who appeared in hordes. Roman Colosseum. I am very glad that they allowed us to do a night tour of this place. But why again are doing this at night? Izuku asked, since he and Abby were out of the meeting yesterday. Izuku, it's so we have a better chance at catching Matu and to avoid civilian casualties and to focus on you rather than others for when the time comes. Chiron answers as he begins to part ways in his disguise. Just think of it as a unique experience. But last time we did that we got attacked though. Izuku answered back. Chiron laughed and patted Izuku on the head and wished Atalanta, Mordred, Abigail and Izuku good luck. Everyone was in positions while the group of 4s continued their tour. At first Izuku thought it may end up like the trip in America Peaceful, but he spoke too soon. Shadow servants appears in front of all of Izuku's group and they all look different, none resembles the ones from Greek, and worst skeletal minions spawn through the Colosseum. Everyone get ready. Atalanta yells out as she let loose a barrage of arrows at the approaching skeletal beings. As she did so she surveyed the area and asked Mordred. Skeleton aside, I see and sense around 11 shadow servants. You. The same, but fakes are just fakes, no way they can stand up to the real thing, and even if they are real, I am still gonna kick their ass. Mordred roared as she took out her sword Clarent and armor appeared on her. Atalanta nods as she continues to fire her arrows when suddenly a large blade. No lance. Came at her. She grabbed Izuku and Abigail out of the way, letting Mordred handle the Lancer class fake. Just as Mordred was about to take over, she was tackled down by a shadow berserker who was relentlessly punching down on her armor that she summoned moments ago. Ah! The berserker yelled, which only irritated Mordred. Will you shut it? With that she knocked him back with her sword and begins to attack. Meanwhile Atalanta, still holding onto Izuku and Abigail while dodging both skeletons and the Lancer, she landed into the seating areas, telling Abigail and Izuku to stay put as she tries to handle this and get in contact with the other servants. Abigail and Izuku both nodded, and then she returns to face off the horde of skeletons while dodging the Lancer's constant pursuit. The other servants and members ran into their own trouble as they were all confronted by shadow servants. Penthesilea smirked as one of the shadow servant was very familiar in its form with his long flowing scarf and spear, and she charged. Achilles. And the 2 fought fearsomely, or rather just Penthesilea taking her suppressed rage into the fake. Asterios, faced with a summon of himself, and a mirror match begins between the 2 dual battle axes, made contact, both pushing one another back and forth while throwing barrages of hard-hitting attacks towards one another. Asterios would have finished the battle if it weren't for the constant skeletons joining in. I will destroy you for hurting Izuku. Asterios said, only for his fake to grunt. Fran wanted to join in to help one of her fellow servant, but she soon became occupied as well. This figure was tall and built, but his movement another berserker, but not Heracles, he was a gladiator. Fran charges herself up with electricity as the figure ran towards her with full speed. In which she knocks him back only for him to get back up and continue his assault. Fran was getting a bit annoyed with this and the small fries that are in her way. Da Vinci and Kisher, seeing this, knew there must be a caster class servant summoning these skeletons, so they begin to search the Colosseum. They soon were blocked by one single shadow servant. He was a bit on the bigger side with one sword in hand, with a sleeve clearly rolled up. Chiron was keeping the other 4 shadow servants occupied, well, this was the only one to make it through. Kisher pushed Rin and Da Vinci away and told them to find the casters in charge of this mess, and that he and Shakespeare will take this fake. Shakespeare nodded, then later realized he will be joining this fight. He sighed, but got ready with Kisher. Chiron used the terrains to his advantage. It seemed that these shadow servants weren't very intelligent, as they would miss him as he made maneuver around the Colosseum, taking shots from every opening and coming in from the back to land a hit. He shakes his head at the one he punched as he recognized the fake in front of him. My dear student, even though you aren't actually him, I am ashamed that you couldn't block that simple hit. Stand up, Jason, it's time for this teacher to re-educate you. But those words the shadow servant tries to get up, but this was when Chiron noticed the original 4 servants he was keeping at bay became 3, the Circe's fake was gone, leaving him with Jason, Hector, and an unknown one he doesn't know. Who he is doesn't matter, but Chiron knew disadvantage when he see one. Hector was one as his class was of the Lancer, but Chiron could still overcome him, but the main problem is with a mystery one. Welcome back Circes, go help Medea with her summons and the territory. But those words the shadow servant nods and begins to help Medea, more skeletons spawned and begins to overrun the area. And the figure could only smile more and more. Soon. I'll understand what makes you so unique. Circes and Medea, we leave this to you. 2 unwanted guests have arrived, and with that Matu and his ally disappeared. Currently Izuku and Abigail were fighting through hordes of skeletons. Atalanta tried to place them in a safe place, but it was only a matter of time before the skeletons found them. Izuku enhanced his strength and took shots at the skeletons with his concentrated Mana's blast, while Abigail attacked them with beams of lights. They completely annihilated the first horde, but when the new ones spawn and Izuku quickly told Abigail his plan, he turns away and tell her to run away with him. Izuku saw that the skeletons only had short-ranged weapons, even the long-range one was a spear, and it wasn't tossed out during the fight, meaning these skeletons only have a short-range combat, so they just have to get away to meet everyone else. Atalanta was trying to take down the servant she was facing, but he was very durable. Her target swung his weapon destroying the ancient Colosseum, and Atalanta was dodging every one of them, but it became harder as more minions were spawning. TSK. Mordred was doing alright, her opponent was mostly a brute, and thanks to Berserker class having Madness's enchantment, he was always just throwing useless punches, so Mordred parried each attacks, while also slicing her opponent when she noticed Atalanta was not doing so well, so she kicked her opponent in the face and runs off to help Atalanta. Izuku heard noises of someone shouting. He and Abigail approached the place where it came from and was met with a gruesome scene. On the floor a shadow servant filled with arrows disappeared, but Chiron was impaled to a wall bleeding as a heavily injured shadow servant continues to push his lance into the abdomen of Chiron, pinning him to the wall. The one armored shadow servant who was still standing with slight injuries ready his hand to take aim at Chiron's head. Stop. Izuku blasted the armored servant with a flurry of charged mana, but it was useless. This opponent wasn't one of the servants that Izuku could stand up to. Just as Abigail launched her attack towards the enemy, she noticed this time he was aiming towards Izuku, so she instead summoned her powers to form a tentacle wall blocking the blast. Chiron turned to Izuku before the walls came up and smiled. Don't worry. The wall came down after the impact. Chiron dispersed into lights, and the 2 enemy approached them. Izuku was broken into tears. Chiron, who he was with for only a few weeks, was gone, and he couldn't do anything about it. It was because of him that Chiron was gone, and Izuku had heard the voice. You are useless to. Izuku snap out of it. We'll worry about this later. I can't hold off 2 servants while protecting you. Izuku nodded, but he felt something before running off. He felt someone calling for home, and someone wanting to fire his though of avenging Chiron, so Izuku called out to the throne. Da Vinci and Rin reached the spot where the fake Medea and Circes were at and began to fight. Main issue was that they were both casters. Rin, while impressive, would be better at helping Da Vinci dealing with 1 servant, but 2 it was almost a standstill. And almost was cutting it too close. Soon the fight was distracted by the blinding light of a summoning. Da Vinci knew what it meant. A series of slashes and the injured shadow Hector disappeared, and the armored figure was pushed back out into the Colosseum outside. After a few new slashes and a punch, Izuku opened his eyes and asked, Arturia. But the women quickly turned around and cuts him off. Servant Saber Nero Claudius, I have arrived in response to your call. Yumu, you have chosen the right one. You sure know how to tell the difference. But that wasn't all. 2 more figures stood by her side. I am Death. I must kill the one that is loved by name is. Wrong. I am, who am I? The individual wearing suit said as he began to look at his sword in hand. Meanwhile the excited-looking gladiator followed. I am Berserker, Spartacus. Sorry to ask this, but are you an oppressor? Izuku shook his head at Spartacus's questions, then his brain went into overdrive. Spartacus, like the Roman gladiator, Nero as in one of the Roman emperors, wait, he is also a she, and Salieri, his name seems familiar. Did he have a connection with Mozart? Wait. Chiron. Izuku ran to the spot where Chiron once was and begins to cry. Abigail came to his side wanting to tell him it's alright about their current situation, but then he stood up before she could say anything. Izuku looks at his possible new allies and bows to them. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I apologize for summoning you all here, but can you please lend me your powers? My friends are in danger. Spartacus' grin grew wide. Not in order, huh? Meanwhile Nero came over and gave Izuku a smile. Yumu, of course master, that's what you summoned us for, right? Then let me show you the power of the Red Saber and the mighty Emperor of Rome by beating these frauds who make a mockery of the great Roma. These things are fake. But they are the oppressors. I will end the oppressors. Spartacus roared and jumped down after the armored enemy. If that is your wish, my master, then I will carry it out. Salieri said as he begins to follow Spartacus, only for Izuku to stop him and ask for him to find and assist either Kisher or Da Vinci, and Salieri nods before disappearing. Yumu, master, then what would you like me to do? Nero asked Izuku. Let go, help Atalanta and Mordred. Yumu. Before Izuku knew it, Abigail and himself were picked up and Nero enters the battle by running through the Colosseum. Well, this is tiresome. Caesar, you really let yourself go, my friend, Shakespeare says while pages off his work spreads through the floor. Indeed. That was tiresome. Back when I was at my full strength he wouldn't be this much trouble. The cross from the two was the false Caesar, who was almost done for, and they finished him off right there before he was able to make another move. Alright, let's go help Da Vinci and Rin, come on. Kisher says, while Shakespeare nods. Sigh, well, at least he didn't die once more to a knife stabs. But you are right. They both halted as a black misty figure appeared. This man was wearing a suit and had a sword to his waist. He looks at them both before speaking. Fisher, I am to presume I am Salieri here on master's behalf to assist. Let us move on, shall we? Fisher knew the servant wasn't telling a lie, so he allowed him to follow. Asterios finally beaten his fake, and the surrounding minion begins to help Fran with her opponent by shoulder bashing him through the crowds of skeletons that filled the center of the Colosseum. The servant tried to stand up, but was crushed by the falling shadow servant, and Spartacus came down to crush him, causing the shadow servant of himself under the armored one. So fake version of me was here. Before Spartacus continues on, he took a direct blast to his chest, launching him back, where Fran and Asterios caught him before he fell. The servant charged another blast, but before another blast were launched, a flurry of attacks came forth onto his armor, and through his flesh, the armored fake was down. Yumu. Rejoice, my citizens of Rome, your beloved emperor of Rome has returned. Nero said as Izuku and Abigail was following in from behind. My dear beloved founder and uncle, a time for you to rest even if you aren't the real one. Nero said as she finished off what is now known as a fake Romulus, Grand Lancer, and to the two other servants that were finished off by Mordred and Atalanta. Izuku then noticed that there wasn't any more skeletons spawning, and they seemed to slow down and are only few in numbers. Da Vinci and Rin. Well, this is good. Rin said, as they hid around the walls dodging Medea and Circe's spells. Indeed, they're too distracted to pay attention to their minions disappearing. Now we just have to work a bit harder until reinforcements arrives. Da Vinci said as she shot back at Medea with her gauntlet. Excuse me. Said Salieri as he jumps into the fray, cutting up Medea and in dodging Circe's attack. As he jumps back, Medea was finished off by Caligula, who was launched into their area by Mordred, who finally cut down the fake Romulus, Lancer, with Atalanta. Circe's was the last one standing. Salieri took this chance to pierce Circe's heart and dodge out of the way as Da Vinci, Rin, and Kisher finished her off with a torrent of electricity. The false Circe's has fallen, and with no mana and both caster being dead, the skeletons all turned to ashes. Meanwhile, Penthesilea was still beating down the fake Achilles. The fight was already over when it started, but since Achilles was a bit more durable, he was just beaten down to no end, as he was beginning to become part of the ground itself. Achilles. After she was done, there was a large crater in the ground where he once were. After the fight, another failed attempt at capturing Matu, and they lost Chiron, or rather so Izuku thought as he cried. I couldn't save him. Chiron was right there. And he told me it would be fine. It became a bit awkward for many of them. All servants were looking at one another, some were coughing into their hands, while others were rubbing the back of their heads. Even Kisher and Rin were doing the same. Da Vinci spoke up at last. Izuku. Apologies for not mentioning this and not confirming with Gilgamesh if he told you this, but we can resummon servants as long as conditions are met, and Chiron can be resummoned. Sorry to say this, but many servants erupt into laughter seeing the surprised face of Izuku. After that, Izuku resummoned Chiron, who was a bit surprised to see Izuku with tear flowing like waterfall as he ran into him, giving him a hug while still crying. After a brief exchange of words, the group headed back with Kisher examining the damages and telling Luvia about some extra expenses. Local Mages Association officials and government officials were called in, and for the next 2 months, the Colosseum was closed for repairs. Morning. So, this the official casualties: 11 people, 10 delinquents and 1 hero. Matu seems to only attack in Europe as it's shown here by yesterday's attacks and the one in Greece, and it seems like he has no remorse for doing this. It may very likely be the same with his family and staff. They've all been used as catalyst for shadow servants. Kisher says with a darkened expression. We currently sent notice out for him all over the Mage Association, even the church, so he may be hunted down. Da Vinci, are you sure we should tell Izuku about this? About the casualties? Rin asked worriedly. We have 2. He is very young but quite mature. I already told him about Goita, so he is possibly prepared for the worst, and just hiding things from him won't end well. Next day on flight. Ha! You the Saber of Red, who the hell gave you that title, you ripoff? Mordred screamed on their plane ride to France. Yumu, I did, of course, my trademark red, and my sword Estes color, my beauty as the flower of Roma, who else but me deserved title of Saber of Red, Yumu? Wait, who are you calling a ripoff? You that who? I, Sir Mordred of the Round Table, am the true Saber of Red, you rip off my father King Arturia's looks. What? I'll have you know we are nothing alike. I am more like an artwork, body carved out of the finest marble, eyes made from the most purest emerald, and hair like silk, but shines like gold under the sun. Yumu, I am nothing like that washboard. Nero said, puffing up her chest. A tick mark appears on Mordred's head. She summons Clarent. Can't believe I'll use my sword so soon. You ready to pay Princess of Rome? Who are you calling princess, you shorty? You're only so tall because your heels, I dare you to take them off. Why you? Nero draws her weapon, only for Izuku to run between them. Guys, please. Please, we're on plane, please don't fight. Fran, please help. Fran nodded and held Mordred back and drags her back to her seat. As Izuku begins to calm Nero down a bit, he sighed and got Nero some ice cream that Abigail and him ordered, and received a sound of approval from Nero. Yumu. Izuku smiled as he looks at the plane's occupants. Kishore and Da Vinci were working on paperworks, Rin writing notes for computers, Shakespeare telling stories to Abigail, who ate ice cream as she listened. Asterios was doing the same. Mordred was being calmed down by Fran, who handed her a cup of ice cream as well, which she reluctantly took. Salieri closed his eyes and listened to his music, and Spartacus, who now wears a suit, was closing his eyes for a rest. Izuku went back to his seat, where Atalanta was at, also resting. Chiron was reading some news articles, and Penthesilea was oddly satisfied as her mood was very good. Chapter 16. She wouldn't be proud. UA. Congratulations on passing your exam, Tuya. Thank you, Principal Nezu. Tuya said while taking a bow, only for him to notice a fresh cup of tea placed in front of him. Come now, no need to be so modest. As my personal student you should know better. Anyways, how are things at home? Good, sir, we have been getting Izuku's update on his trip. He seemed to be accumulating quite the strength. I have no doubts he'll take UA by the storm. Tuya finished by drinking the nice tea. Nezu nods. He really couldn't wait to see what the clock tower will send him. Would it be an average boy or a boy who can get the job done at peak efficiency? That is well, and I heard you are moving soon, is that correct? Yes, indeed. The Urarakas and a few other construction companies were able to finish the new building. As the funds that were supplied were more than enough, they were able to get more help. It should be completely done by the end of this month or next month's with furnishings. That's good. Oh Tuya, I hope Hound Dog Session is doing you well, because I recently received a letter from that man. There was a moment of silence before Tuya took a deep breath. What does it say? Does he know? Nezu only shake his head. I don't go digging around unless I really have to, so I haven't read it yet. And Tuya, it's your letter, so you chose to read it or not? But that Tuya took the letter and begins to read it. Hello Inferno. The name's Endeavor, as you can tell by the seal of this letter. I just wanted to say that if you need any pointers you may come to me. My agency is available to help individuals with flame quirks, as that's what we're known for and specializes in. Do not worry, this isn't a contract or letter asking to hire you as a sidekick, but rather lending a helping hand to a fellow flame quirk user. I've noticed your constant usage of 2 Gauntlet. I am to assume they help regulate your flames and cool yourself off. I am to assume it's because your body can't withstand the heat. If that's the case, then I just wanted to say don't overuse it. Know your limits before doing your work. I known someone who was like that, and it came at a cost. Best luck to you, Endeavor. Why? Tuya asked himself. Nezu looks at Tuya and thought about Endeavor. Is this regret? For what happened to his son? If he knew the training was futile, why did he still force Tuya through all the pain? Was Tuya's memory completely correct? Nezu hums to himself and awaits Hound Dog's report on Tuya. As he sips his tea, Nezu thinks to himself it's best to let Tuya rest for now. Not good to rush things, and still more information is needed. Endeavor doesn't know that Inferno is Tuya, but why is he sending this letter out to him? Out of regret for his son's death. Light Tower, Tokyo, Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. As we are coming near the anniversary of that horrific event of last year's terrorist attack, many families and friends of the victims are coming to Tokyo to pay their respects. Even All Might is coming today around noon to pay his tributes. Ever since that event ending with All Might victory, our beloved #1 hero has worked extra hard 24/7 to keep us safe. Crime rates in Japan continues to drop as our hero continues his dedication into protecting. The TV was turned off, a slender man sighed. From atop of All Might's agency doing paperworks with his newly hired assistants known as Centipeder. The help was greatly needed ever since the confrontation of AFO. All Might has been going all out on every possible crime he could while searching for AFO. That loss changed All Might as it was his second greatest failure since his mentor Nana's passing. Just as the two finished their newest paperworks, more were piled in as All Might returns. In public he smiled a lot, but when it was just the three of them a prominent frown could be seen. Ashi, please take some rest, you've been at this for nearly a year. You won't do the society any good if you just faint one day in the street. Mirai, Sir Night-Eye, says as he brings All Might some boxed lunch from the staff room. In which All Might eats in one go as he prepares to leave for another round of patrol. Ashinori. Don't do this, you know better than this. Mirai. I have to, Afo is still possibly out there. If he is, then he is preparing for another attack, and I can't let that happen. Too many people have already died. I know it's still early, but Mirai, please go ahead and search for a successor for me, just in case the worst has to come. But that All Might left, and Centipeter asked Night-Eye what does All Might mean, only for Night-Eye to answer. Betraying the next symbol. Of peace. Night-Eye looked at his hand and wondered if he should use his foresight. After all, months before that tragic event he did see All Might crushing the head of Afo, only to already have part of his organ spread around the surrounding, as Afo had previously torn it out. Night-Eye warned All Might months ahead, but because of the devastation of the place the battlefield couldn't be recognized until it was too late. What changed exactly? Was it the blonde vigilante's intervention had changed All Might's fate? Was it even right? For now Night-Eye just stared at his hand. Should he use his quirk once more? Paris, France. So this is Paris. Wow, the cities in Europe sure are fancy and very artistic looking. I mean, look at the colors. Izuku said with practically star in his eyes. After receiving the autographs of his new servants, he was extra cheerful, even though Nero for some reason decided to draw on a full page stating it as the art of a great emperor of Roma. His traveling has gotten quite tiresome, and even more so as Da Vinci told Izuku what Matthew has done. Izuku reminded of the conversation on Matthew and how he let one of his servant die, just like how his father was being killed, but he couldn't do anything. Slowly toned down his excitement. Master, what is wrong? Do you need something? Asked Atalanta. Beside her was Abigail, equally worried. In fact, most servants were. They rarely see the boy like this, but it hurt to see him so down. It's fine, I just need some time to think, but let's have some fun. Izuku said to his companions. Chiron knew his death was one of the reason why Izuku was acting like this, so without another word, he hoisted Izuku onto his shoulders. Cheer up, master, you're going to be someone that inspires others to act right. Then how will you do that if you currently like this? Now come on, let's all enjoy this trip. With that, Chiron rushed off to their hotel with everyone following along. Izuku smiled, but the feeling of responsibility and guilt still lingers on him. Chiron and many servants knows how he feels, but decided that there is time to slowly help him rather than by force. As the days go by, Izuku saw many things in France, or rather just Paris in general. During these times Kishore and Da Vinci cut back a bit in Izuku lessons so he could rest, so during these times Izuku would take pictures to send to everyone back home. After all, Kishore did it for the trip to send it to his mom, so Izuku decided why not give it a try. On one day as Chiron decided to take Izuku for a walk, he decided to address his concerns. Izuku, are you still feeling like all of this is your fault? Izuku stiffened but nodded. Why is that? Because I couldn't do anything. Anytime something like this happens, I couldn't do anything but call for people's help, hoping that the throne answers me. If it wasn't for Gilgamesh, my dad would have been dead, so would my mom and me. I was kidnapped and I still needed others to save me. Time and time again I still needed help. And in Rome, I just watched you die. I can't do anything right and will always need others' help. I really am just a useless Deku. Izuku's tears dropped. Chiron takes Izuku to a seat and comforts the crying boy. Izuku, that is just part of life. Anybody would need help from time to time, even the gods do, even us heroes. From sending a message to teaching others, there is always the need for help. You will have your chances, and you did help many times. In fact, if you did not summon and command the servants, many others could have died or gotten more injured, so don't sell yourself short. Even though it's indirectly you still helped, your servants' powers aren't just theirs, but yours too, as we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for your summoning. Chiron continues as he sees Izuku seem to understand. Izuku, also don't forget that you can't always defeat every opponent or tackle any problems with force. Many times you need to either outsmart them or fight them with someone else. Also don't be too harsh on yourself, you're only 9, you still have plenty of time to grow. And you have came quite far from what Da Vinci has told me, so continue growing, because Izuku, from what we see, you are far from useless. Izuku nodded, feeling a bit better, and thanked Chiron. They walked back to their hotel. Meanwhile, behind a certain store was Atalanta, Shakespeare, Asterios, Rin, and the whole crew who were listening. If they were trying to hide, they did a horrible job, as it made them look very suspicious, but in the end it seemed like Chiron resolved some of Izuku's inner conflict. This made many smile until they noticed that if they don't get back soon, then Chiron and Izuku will know something was wrong, so they all rushed back. One night, Jeanne d'Arc, Gilles. Bluebeard, Napoleon. Da Vinci. Are these people also servants? Izuku asked as Da Vinci was teaching him history of Francis. Yes Izuku, only some of course. Today we'll just be teaching you about a few most notable figures in French history, also teaching you a little more about the throne itself. As Da Vinci begins to explain more, it made sense. The throne doesn't only record and keep heroes, or rather pure heroes, but also those who committed atrocities of any kind. The throne, as even heroes that was with Izuku, did many unsavory deeds. The historic term of heroes was indeed very different from what Izuku was born to know of today, but Izuku naively thought that he could still befriend many of the servants, as he met Abigail and Asterios, who were known by their stories, which were not the heroic kind at all. Izuku nodded and took down notes, and see that Da Vinci avoid talking about Gilles too much. Izuku in his time in Clock Tower had read about a few historical arts of magecraft, but he has seen some listed as forbidden, so he didn't pry, but one section that caught his eyes were a name of Gilles, and now he heard the name. Are they the same? Da Vinci. Are Gilles from the Book of the Occult Magic the same as the ones we are talking about? Da Vinci froze and sighed. Yes and no, Izuku. You know how the throne only sends copies of their heroic spirit self as servants into this world, correct? With that Izuku nodded. And that servants would be summoned to a certain class they are eligible for, isn't that correct Da Vinci? Indeed Izuku, however you know that isn't the only thing. The throne can also summon variations of the servants, not just a class change, but from a different timeline, universe, events, and as well as a different age. Izuku was surprised at the revelation, but then remembered the different versions of Arturia he has seen. It would make sense, as one version the king seemed to be forever at youth, and then another at adulthood, then there were her alternate forms. Then do you mean that Gilles? Yes, Gilles has two variations as well. The one we are learning was a soldier who fought for France with Jeanne, while the occult one is mentioning of the fallen Gilles, who is a vile and sick person, whose deeds were so horrific that he left his markings onto the throne. But ultimately these two variations are same person, just from a different time, but the same nonetheless. He nodded after the explanation. Soon Da Vinci explained why she didn't want to go into depth about these types of servants, as Izuku's dream meeting is still very much an unknown factor, and could be very dangerous for him to randomly by chance be trapped with the caster one. She just hopes Izuku wouldn't have the misfortune of somehow meeting him. After a few more hours of historical lectures and talks about possible servants, Izuku was taken back to his room, which he shared with Asterios, as Atalanta guided him back, and then returned to her own room, once she knows Izuku is safe. Izuku tried to go to sleep, but he feared going to bed. Gilles, what if he meets him tonight? Prison. I'm in prison. Izuku looks around his surroundings and saw the stone that lined the walls and the steel bars that exposed him to the outside. Is this Gilles' dungeon? If so, then I need to get out of here. As he turned around, he sees a woman wearing a dirty white prison rag. She, like many servants he met, were pretty in their own ways, but he noticed she was praying away to the cross she was holding. Hello miss. The woman was surprised to hear someone else with her in the cell, and she especially didn't expected the owner of the voice to be so young. My child, what are you doing here? The woman asked. Izuku, now knowing that this dream can be interacted with, scratched his cheeks and wondered what should he say. I guess I dreamed my way in here. He answered with a question while nervously chuckling, as he knew there wasn't really a good answer. Although he just met the supposed prisoner, something told Izuku that she is a trustworthy person, so he introduced himself. Oh, by the way, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Nice. Oh, I guess nice isn't the best way to describe it right now, huh? He stopped after remembering the condition she was in. I'm so sorry about that, miss. The woman smiled at him. It's quite alright, child. My name is Jeanne d'Arc. It's a pleasure to meet someone new, especially when I wasn't expecting it here, but if it's alright, may I ask to just talk with you? It's been quite a while since I've been here, and I don't have many to talk to beside either the guards, interrogator, or someone from the church. After hearing her name, Izuku knew who she was. After all, a few hours ago she was mentioned by Da Vinci. Jeanne, does this mean that you'll be sent to burn? Jeanne nods her head sadly, as her fate was decided already by the previous trials, marking her as a heretic, but she still holds on to her belief. Even though Izuku knows that this event has already happened in history, he still felt he should do something for her, so he decided to just fulfill her wish. He told her about his life from start to current times, and Jeanne did the same. Izuku stares at her with respect at all the things she has done, even though she was born as a peasant girl, but she rises to the top for her beliefs and for the people. It was really a shame that things would have to end like this. Jeanne listens with interest as Izuku talked about his life and what quirks and heroes are in modern times, although not approving of some heroes of the modern era. She full-heartedly support Izuku. Izuku, I know this is just a simple dream of my past, but I have to say this was a different experiences indeed. If this meeting still continues till my end, I just want you to know that I will await your summoning, and together I will fight alongside of you and the other servants for a better society, no just in France or Japan, but the world itself. This may not be a grand order, but I will fight for and with you like it was one. Jean smiled as she was taken away. Izuku reached out to stop them, but he phased through. Jean just smiled as she was taken to the stake and played the scene of her death once more. This time she looked at Izuku in the crowd and gave a smile as she was burned. Izuku looked on. There was nothing he could do as these events already happened. Every single one of his servants have died in one way or another. Thinking about it, why did Chiron's death feel so different? Then he realized because it happened in real time, just like how his father could have died. As Izuku bids his farewell to Jean, saying he'll see her soon, he was whisked away. Unknown location. The man with eyes wide staring into the soul of the boy that appeared. He was wearing a purple outfit, hair pulled back as he continues to stare. Izuku felt fear many times before, fear of Katsuki's bullying, of losing someone, and facing death itself like during a foe, and this was similar. He was just saying his farewells to Jean moments ago, and then he was brought here to this strange man who seemed off in many ways. But that's when Izuku noticed what was around the room. Under rags and partially exposed were bodies, mutilated so much that it bled through the rags and covered the floor. If this were not a dream, his stomach content would have came out. As he gags, he glared at the man who was definitely the cause of all of this. It was a long while before he spoke. You have something that is connected to Jean. Tell me, boy, why? And how? Why would I tell you? I don't even know who you are. The strange man put his hands on his chin, scratched it while staring at the ceiling, then looked back to Izuku. Very well then, boy, the name is Gilgamesh, remember that name. Or not, as this may very well be the last name you will hear. Izuku, after hearing the name, got into a stance. The man in front of him was Bluebeard, the murderer of many children, just so he can await God's punishment. Izuku gulped at the situation, only for Gills to call out to him once more. It is strange, I usually hire someone to perform rituals for me, but today I felt something. It was like Jean was calling for me, so I put down all my work just to see what would happen, and all it did was bring me a boy, sigh, and the boy won't even talk about Jean. What's the use? Well, at least I can make use of you for my greatest work. As Gills reached out to try and grab him. Izuku found it odd by Da Vinci's description. Gills' servant form should have been a caster or saber. Why does his movement seem so strange? Izuku didn't want to find out, so he allowed mana to flow through his body and power to kick towards the outreached hands of Gills. Surprised, Gil's face contorted to a demonic smile as he found such a nice specimen. Is this a new gift, a child of God, in which he can torture to prove that God isn't real, or someone who can use magic? It doesn't matter. Gills pulls out his sword and attacks the boy. Boy. You are quite the interesting thing, show me what you're capable of. Izuku dodges, getting nicked here and there, and begins to jump back away from him. He was ready to fire away a few spells towards Gills, but was afraid to waste his mana, as he doesn't know if this Gills would even be affected by his attack. Izuku wonders, would he even be able to win in this dream world? Not wanting to lose and find out, he continues to dodge while landing hits onto Gills' back and stomach from time to time. After a while it begins to freak Izuku out. Gills doesn't have the body of a caster class servant, but is showing sign that he lacks the strength and skills of a saber class. Izuku watches Gills as he is in the process of falling into insanity. What freaks Izuku out was Gills' smile and untiring movements that couldn't be human anymore, as he raised his sword towards Izuku. He blocks with a chair, letting the sword get stuck, and pulls it out of Gills' grasp, kicking him in the guts. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Hahaha. Are you God's punishment for me, are you? Then tell me why the Lord took Jean away from this world. Gills screams while pointing at Izuku. Tell me, Gills. Tell me. Would Jean be proud or happy of what you have done and become? Gills just stares at Izuku, smile unwavering. Why would I need to tell you? Servant of God. You have the answer. No. But enough talk, I will break you and see if God will punish me for it. But before that, I will get the answer of why I can sense Jean off of you. The room suddenly darkens as purple mist surrounds Gills to reveal Amagi's clothing, and a book that looks like a skin of a screaming boy's face appears. Shall we end this? Izuku gulped as he was now staring at the caster that Da Vinci was talking about. Although in life he wasn't a mage nor a caster, but his legends made him one. His actions in the singularity were only briefly mentioned, but it was horrible. If Gills is currently in his caster gear, that mean he now regains his servant self back. As Gills raised his hand to launch spells at Izuku, it quickly impacted against a spell-created shield that floats in front of Izuku. Interesting, you have many tricks up in your sleeves. The spells that Gills was firing grew stronger and more came down on the shield, slowly cracking it. Izuku puts up another one, but after a few repeats, Izuku was beginning to feel the fatigue. After constant strengthens and shields he was slowly tiring out. Why can't I wake up yet? Will I die here? No. No. As the final shield broke apart, Izuku dropped to his knees panting, and Gills slowly begins to approach him. Ah yes, I now remember, you're a master, no. Then that mean you can indeed bring me Jean back, won't you my dear master? As he reached towards Izuku, something felt wrong. Gills should have had Izuku's head in his hand by now, but why can't he grab anything? As he looked at where his hand used to be, it was nothing but a clean cut spewing blood. Oh, it you my dear. Why? Before Gills could ask what the other meant, his head flew off and he turns into particles and disappeared from the room. Jean. In front of Izuku was the ruler class servant, Jean d'Arc. Nice to see you so soon, Izuku. Before Izuku can ask her questions, the room turns black and Izuku was back in bed with Jean sitting on a chair dozing off. The next day. As the group got together, it was slightly a bit tense between Jean and Atalanta, but was quickly resolved as Izuku pleaded Atalanta to stop, as they were on the same side, so they stopped. They stopped by a local cafe for breakfast and then went to the Eiffel Tower for a picture. After all, they were in Paris. The group had a surprise prep for Izuku. As they arrived, Nero grabs a hold of Izuku and Asterios lend Nero a shoulder to stand on the group, then gather around Izuku to take a photo besides the Eiffel Tower. This scared Izuku a bit, but he then noticed most of his servant smiles, trying to make him feel better after what happened last week. After Chiron lesson he already did feel better, and for those servants he just met, well, time will be needed for them to all bond, but he feels it will be just fine. As they started to head back for the day, Nero pointed at a restaurant for dinner, 20 Eiffels. No one objected, so they all head inside. The food was great and everyone seemed satisfied, and not surprisingly many of the servants were big eaters. Spartacus and Asterios aside, Nero, Jean, and Mordred were quite the big eater. Abigail ordered only sweets, which received a scolding from Atalanta, while Fran finishes off the remaining sweets. Penthesilea and Salieri just quietly eat their meals while enjoying the music, which Da Vinci and Shakespeare gladly broke down the lyrics and meaning over tea. Overall, a great time to spend their last days in Paris, France. On plane to China. Asterios, are you sure you want to head back? Izuku asked as Asterios nods his head. He, along with Salieri and Spartacus, would be heading back to Japan. Asterios because Lee asked to go to China, so it's a good switch, and because he wanted to see everyone back in Japan, especially Inko. Spartacus and Salieri were sent as backup just in case of anything out of the ordinary. Salieri had no preference, as this would provide him a new opportunity to maybe create new music, and this was a direct task from his master. As for Spartacus, well, he listened to Izuku, as this was a child only wishing for his mother's and father's safety. As the three leave in a transport to Japan, Izuku summons Lee here to the private airplane. Hello young master, is it time? Yep, Lee, it's time, we're headed to China. Fisher smiled at the growth of Izuku alongside of Rin and Da Vinci. During this time many wanted to let Gilgamesh see what he has been missing out on. Chapter 17. Show me that you're worthy. Midoriya's residence. Hello everyone, I'm home. A tired Tuya calls out. Nezu was tiring him out after constant lesson plan and mini exams, but it was working. Just one more year and Tuya can officially debut as Inferno, either as his own hero or sidekick for the time being. Still, one thing that was on Tuya's mind was Endeavor's letter to him. Was his father always like this? Then why all the harsh trainings? Did he himself not remember the important details? Tuya paused and looked at where his scars used to be at. They were gone thanks to whatever Nightingale did, and was clean from any new injuries due to May's gauntlet. I have a lot of people to thank after I am done. Maybe I should bring up my concerns with Hound Dog. Before Tuya could think of another word, two individuals rivaling the muscle build of All Might and surpassing his height were sitting at the countertops as Amiya and Inko was cooking food for everyone. Tuya recognizes Asterios, but doesn't recognize the other one seated beside him. That's when he felt a tapping on his shoulder. He turned to see another new face, a silvered hair and Tiredanoyed looking man, who was behind him carrying groceries with Lancelot, Berserker, by his side. Lancelot was still wearing his helmet, but also had on a t-shirt and jeans instead of his armor. Tuya? Is that you? Don't worry, these two are Izuku's new summons. This big friendly face here is Spartacus, and the one that's with Lancelot is Salieri. Inko said while she plated another plate of food. Oh, and Lee will be away as he is currently with Izuku. Tuya sighed. Izuku's quirk, how well, that one is a lie definitely, but Inko and Izuku wasn't completely telling a lie, as rather than calling it a quirk all the time they just say power or ability, clearly guilty of even calling it a quirk. Tuya won't pry as there were no harms done, and they are his savior and new family. Why would he want to betray them after all they have done for him? One day when they're comfortable he will probably be told. But as for now, help out the two in the kitchen. Amiya, Mom, you guys need help, I'll be there shortly. Duya went to drop off his stuff in the guest room, which was his permanent room now. The servants, since they don't need rest, usually stays in the living room doing whatever they desire, but most of the time they help around the house. Lad, we're moving soon, it's getting cramped. On the plane. Nai. Ho. No, young master, it's Nai Hao. Lee said in a kind tone. Although the flight wasn't long, Lee still tried his best to teach Izuku a bit of Mandarin. Izuku tried, but it was little use. He only learned English so far within 10 months, and jumping to Mandarin was a brand new experience. Granted, there were similarities to Japanese here and there, but it was still different. Izuku sighed as he looks at his other servants. To be honest, he was jealous that they could speak different languages due to the throne, providing them the necessary knowledge. Fisher and Rin could speak Mandarin too, due to their own experience, only Izuku couldn't. With a sigh, he stares at his servants. Lucky. Why doesn't the throne give me something like that? A light tap from a newspaper brought him out of his inner mumbling. It was Lee. Don't worry, young master, you'll get used to it. This place we're going to is indeed very interesting. Mordred, what do you think? Chiron asked as he looks through his travel guide. PSH. Camelot's better, anyways, Fran. You know the plan that Da Vinci told us? Mordred asked Fran, who nodded. Good, bookworm over there prob just write out his gift. Da Vinci, Rin, Atalanta, and Kisher I feel will have something prepared. Chiron and Lee, I don't know what they will do the same for Penthesilea and Jean. As for Abigail, I think she will get some more sweets. What should we get? Mordred now crossed arms and stared at her empty plates. Fran put a finger under her chin and went into deep thoughts. What are you guys planning? Izuku asked as he got up from his seat, surprising Mordred and Fran. It's nothing at all, master, just Mordred grabs the travel guide from Chiron and randomly points at a page. Just can't wait to try this when we go to China. Mordred pointed not at the food section, but at the tomb of the most well-known emperor of China, Qin Shi Huangdi. Izuku wanted to call her out that this wasn't a food nor an amusement park that she could try, but quickly forgot about it as his eyes lit up. Excuse me, Mordred, can I borrow the guide? Mordred was saved, so she didn't think much of it when she handed the guide to Izuku. Meanwhile, Chiron judged stared at Izuku running off with his guide that he didn't finish reading yet, and then he found another one handed to him by Shakespeare. Fisher, Rin. Is it true we're going to Shaanxi? Is it? Rin smiled at his excitement. Yes, indeed. Kisher thought it would be nice to not just visit the capital of the different countries we go to, but also some other places. But why are you so excited about? Oh no, did he find out about our plan? Rin frantically thought to herself. She looked calm on the outside, but on the inside she was sweating bullets. Can we visit the terracotta soldiers in Emperor Qin's tomb? Izuku asked, eyes sparkling more than ever. That's it, I mean sure we can, phew. Rin mentally sighed in relief at the situation, but then wondered why Izuku was so interested. Izuku, why are you so excited about Emperor Qin's tomb? But that Izuku begins a long history lesson from how Emperor Qin came into power through the Long War, unification of China, and some of his policies, while also telling her that he was one of many people he studied about before coming to the clock tower. Emperor Qin, that's a familiar name. Lee said while walking towards Rin and Izuku. Lee sat down in the empty seat and told them not only about his time learning about history, but also his time in the Lost Bolt world, in which he served as the head guard under Emperor Qin, who became immortal and ruled the entirety of the world. Rin took great interest due to the strangeness of the Lost Bolt world. Izuku heard about those worlds before and how they differ from their history, but this was the first time he heard him explain it in great details. Lee, does this mean you're not an actual servant from the throne, but from the Lost Bolt? Then how are you summoned here? Rin asked a question that Izuku was also wondering about. Da Vinci approached the three of them and explained to them. Rin, to answer your question, it's Izuku. You see, when we at Chaldea were working on these two new seals, we incorporated not only the throne, but also Chaldea's fate system as well, onto the host, which is Izuku currently, and due to him being the kin of the Fujimerus, he has previous connections with many different servants, which allows him to summon servants that aren't within the throne itself. However, it seems there is more to it than what we currently know. Da Vinci takes a pen and drew out on a notepad and drew two perfect sketches of Lee. As for Lee's servant status, he is both a proper servant of the throne and a Lost Bolt one. The memories simply transferred or rather shared, as they aren't necessarily a separate entity. Due to how similar both history, Lee's action, personality, and other factors are, beside the obvious one where they are not from the same world history, so life experience are quite different. As for them, I wouldn't be too sure if it's even possible for their counterparts to be one, as history and character have diverged too much. With that, Da Vinci went silent into thinking. Would Lost Bolt servant equate to this history's throne spirit, or will they be separate now, since these are all first time having a human being the catalyst that summons through both the throne and the fate system? They'll have no choice but to wait and see. Lee, seeing Da Vinci deep in thought, decided to continue chatting away with Izuku and Rin about China. Jean and Nero joined in asking about what the place was like, only for Lee to laugh out loud. Haha, please. Forgive, but you're asking an old man who has been away from home for centuries what his home was like. I would like to know too, it has been far too long both. From the world known as Lost Bolt and our current one. We'll just have to wait and see, don't we? The two nodded and sat back down. Atalanta came to the seat where Izuku was at and tell him he should put on his seatbelt and everyone should have a seat as they'll be arriving in 30 minutes. Everyone nodded and buckled up. Izuku and Abigail were possibly the most excited. It was after all another brand new adventure and place to visit. Lee smiled at their excitement, but something was triggering his sense. It doesn't seem bad, but it doesn't seem like this trip will be easy. Xi'an, Shaanxi province of China. The group arrived Xi'an. After checking into their hotels, they went out and ate at a local mom and pop shop. Sure, it wasn't the most fanciest place, but the food were delicious. A small bun that looks like burgers called stewed pork bun were good. Izuku, Atalanta, and Abigail ate too. While Jean, Nero, Mordred and Fran continue ordering one after another. Tyron decided to order some noodles called liang pai. Lee ordered it as well with a tea to drink. Kisher didn't feel hungry, so he gave his bowl to Rin. Shakespeare admired the scene and begins writing once more, getting glances from passerby due to his comedic and dramatic expression while writing. Da Vinci and Penthesilea just joined in and orders their share. After the group was done, the mom and pop shop sold out of their whole stock of stewed pork buns for the week, but the owners were happy and waved goodbye to the group. Izuku liked the city of Xi'an. It felt different from the European ones. Sure, they also had a mixture of history and modern, but here you could see the culture and history of the ancient days and modern society fused as one. Lee sees Izuku's reaction and continues to smile at the boy's open mind. The group rented some bikes and toured around the city. Lee was gaining a lot of attractions from different ladies due to his looks, and since he was riding a bike while wearing a traditional changpao, he gained more attraction as his appearance seemed straight out of an old soap opera. Lee noticed all the attention he gotten, so he just waved at ladies. A few blushed at his attention. The girls also all did receive their attraction from onlookers, but a fierce glare from Penthesilea and Mordred drove all of them off or made them stare elsewhere. Fran and Jean, seeing this, just shakes their heads, while Nero was enjoying this attention by waving. Atalanta rode near her to stop her from blurting out. Yumu. Thank you, my fellow citizen of China and Ro. MMHHHHHH. And thus Atalanta covers Nero's mouth. They group travel around Xi'an for a while before returning to their hotel. Izuku was excited soon he can visit one of the first historic figure here at about, the Emperor of Qin. Hey, Izuku, isn't one emperor enough here on this team, Yumu? Nero asked while jumping front of Izuku, face surprising him. Nero, it's not like that. I'm not going to summon Emperor Qin. It's just I am excited to see the historical site that was made and left behind by his time. Going on this trip I learned a lot about human history and how much we as a society have achieved, and just amazing. Izuku smiled brightly. Plus, I don't think I can replace any of you guys. You're all amazing in your own ways, and you, Nero, are a really fun emperor to be around, not like who can be a bit hard to understand from time to time. Meanwhile in Dubai. Achuo. Sir, are you alright? Yes, I am fine. Put everything on red. The roulette dealer was sweating bullets and tugged her tie. This man played every game within the casino, and his win rate was unbelievable. Although he lost time to time, the casino staff knew this was an act. Was this man cheating? Well, they had no proof, but this man was too confident. Gulp. Alright then, red it is. Just as the dealer was about to spin, the blonde man halted the game. Let's make this more interesting. Red. 32. The dealer now was scared. This man. Where did his confidence come from? If she wasn't here from the start of his casino trip, she would have asked him out, but something about this man made her feel she wasn't even able to approach him. Better yet, no one in this casino. No, this whole country could approach him or call themselves an equal. Just who is he? The dealer was so caught up in her thought that she didn't notice the game already begun. She accidentally dropped the ball into the roulette and it spun. When she noticed, the ball had landed on red. 32. Blah. Haha, no worries young lady, we can do it again. I don't mind at all. The same red 32, but this time be ready, of course. The man said as he crossed his arms and smiled. If that's okay with you then. Thank you, sir. The dealer begins the game once more. One, there no way it would land on the same number so soon. I've been here for 5 years and never have I seen it. Pen. No way. It's red. 32. Haha, of course it is now young lady, please prepare my winnings, I am done for the day. With that, Gilgamesh got up and went to the lounge to await his winds to come to him. A few minutes later he was escorted to the casino owner's office by two huge bodyguards who has apparent mutation quirk, one of a lion and another of a gorilla. When they arrived there were three people in the office, a short man who was wearing an expensive suit but truly gaudy, and it's too over the top. Meanwhile the dealer from earlier was there and she looked scared, and another individual wearing a simple black suit stood in the corner quietly looking at the situation. "Sir, I have to say in my 45 years of running this place never had I had a winning of $77 million. Sir, be honest with me, did you cheat?" the short man yelled. "No. Don't lie to me. Even if it's using your quirks it's forbidden in our casino, you must have some type of electronic or some type of gravitational type quirk, there is no way you can just win like that." The short man yelled even more. The two bodyguards crunched their knuckles, and the dealer shrunk in fear, afraid she may have caused this man doom. "Ah, how foolish, absolutely foolish. If that were the case, then explain my wins with poker, if my quirks were either of the two, but to simply put it, no, I wasn't using a quirk, I am just born this lucky. If you don't believe me, then ask that mongrel that's standing in the corner. After all, he has a lie detector quirk, am I correct?" The short man shudders and the man within the corner spoke up. "That is indeed the case, my quirk is called Judgment Scent. I can smell the truth and the lie, and boss, I do believe we have been mistaken. This man just have incredible luck, as he said, and it's best we don't do anything to rash or our reputations may go down." But that 77 million. Gilgamesh stares at the two bickering and wasting time, so he sighed out loud to get their attention. "Listen, since I am feeling generous I only take 55 million, how about it, the rest do as you please." The short owner didn't want to accept it, but what other choice does he even have, so he reluctantly agreed. The two guards were called away as the lie detector man escorted Gilgamesh out of the casino with his win. "You could have lied, mongrel, to cover your boss's casino. So tell me, why didn't you?" As the man transferred the money to Gilgamesh he looks at Gilgamesh nervously. "It's not worth it. We can lose this much and still earn it back. I'd rather take that than confronting you. That's what my mind is telling me from experience." Gilgamesh smiled and took his winning. That night Gilgamesh transferred 80% of the money to Inko's account, smiling at the idea of the two Midoriya freaking out. "Ah, I do miss them. Oh well, let's see where I am heading next." As Gilgamesh looked on his tablet, Vamana was summoned and he flew off into the Dubai night sky. Back to Izuku and Nero. Nero smiled at Izuku's words and picked up Izuku. "Yumu, let's go get Abigail and anyone else who wants to come to see the beauty of the colorful city. I'll show you what this Emperor of Roma know about fun." Before Nero could get out of the hotel, Atalanta grabs Izuku out of Nero's hand. "Nero, no, it's late and we can't let Izuku keep on going out at night, it's unhealthy for his growth," Atalanta said as she placed Izuku down. Nero pouted at the denial, but before they could argue on, Abigail, Fran, Mordred, Jean and Chiron walked in carrying assorted sweets and baked goods. "Hey, what's everyone doing here? We brought back some snacks." Abigail holds up their goods and gave one to Izuku, Atalanta, and Nero, who ate it with delight and asked for more. Mordred and Fran soon headed to their rooms while Chiron, Atalanta, and Izuku talked some more before Izuku was taken back to his room. Nero took a bag of sweets and left for Penthesilea and her own room. After a few days of experiencing Zion's tourism and delicacy, the group decided to join the local fun, where they could wear ancient dynasty clothings, thus everyone took part in it. They walked around the ancient cities and took plenty of pictures and sending them to Inko and Ichako and Mei to show they were fine and having fun. Inko smiled, as this was a relief after the recent expansion of her family, well thanks to Gilgamesh, but honestly, she shouldn't be surprised now that Gilgamesh is free in the world. Ichako was happy for her friend, but a bit jealous of his travels, but happy for Izuku nonetheless. As for Mei, well, she was now having a slightly hard time, as Izuku's quirk seems a bit challenging to make babies for, but she was glad to accept the challenge. The day has come when Izuku and everyone finally visited Kin's tomb, mausoleum, or rather what was uncovered, and the terracotta soldiers that serve as garrisons for the tomb. Although 200 years have passed, still only portions of the Emperor's mausoleum were uncovered, as policy and preservation methods were put in place so the tomb wouldn't be destroyed. Due to technology not advancing since the time of quirks, the excavation speed was no different from when the tomb was first discovered. The excavation was only made harder due to finding that Emperor Kin's coffin was indeed submerged in a sea of mercury, not just a speculation. As everyone took their time to appreciate and look around the area, Lee and Izuku suddenly looked at the back of the lines of terracotta soldiers. Lee grabbed Izuku's hand as he saw him about to reach out. "Izuku, what were you about to do?" "Lee, I don't know, someone seems to be calling me. So I tried to summon them, could it be?" Lee shakes his head. "Not here, we'll discuss this back in the hotel." Lee took Izuku back to everyone, told everyone the situation on their ride back to the hotel. So what should we do? If Izuku was contacted by someone, there's only a short list of servants that would be there. Should we attempt? Rin asked everyone. Fisher thought for a moment and looks at Da Vinci, who spoke up. Izuku, what do you think, or rather what would you want to do? This question surprised Izuku, but then he decided what he want to do. I think I will summon this person. Even though I haven't met them yet, I feel like I should try and communicate with them and see what they want. If things goes bad, then I hope for you all to have my back, if that's alright. Izuku looks up to see his servants all smiling and saying that they will have his back. After the agreement, Kisher called the Chinese Mage Association to possibly borrow the tomb for one night for a test. Although they were reluctant, they were soon swayed on new information, material, and funding, which made them agree to it. Back at the Emperor tomb. Alright, is everyone ready? Izuku asked. Chiron and Atalanta stood behind the group, ready to take aim at possible dangers. Da Vinci, Shakespeare, Kisher and Rin stood right behind Izuku, while Nero, Fran and Modard stood in front of everyone. Penthesilea, Abigail, and Jean surrounded Izuku, forming his shield, while Lee hid in the shadow to launch a surprised attack if needed. Izuku felt the same figure calling to him, so closed his eyes and summoned the servant. The light filled the entire grounds, and Izuku felt a familiar feeling. He felt this when he summoned Gilgamesh and Nero, also feeling something similar from Lee, and a part of Jean too. As the intense light begins to settle, a majestic-looking individual lands behind all of the terracotta soldiers. He spoke, although from far away his voice carried out clearly. We are Qin Shi Huang, servant of the ruler class. The Emperor of Qin S. Shi Huang. Izuku gasped. No, you aren't the ones that we have met before. But perhaps you are their kin, it must be so. Then Master, why have you summoned us to a new era? For war, for peace, for what is it that you seek? Qin Shi Huang asked Izuku. Qin wanted to know what Izuku seek and his goals. I heard you call, but Emperor of Qin, I summoned servants so that they could assist me on this journey of becoming a hero of this era, to save and help all those in need that I could reach. I wish to change the society, to show that anyone can achieve their dreams if they tried. By uniting people, by becoming a hero. Izuku took a deep breath. And I ask my servant. No comrades and friend to help me, but in return I will help them achieve their own dreams in some way, or let them stay and live a comfortable life that they never had. I understand if you wouldn't join, so if you want to, I can return you back to the throne if that's okay, but in the future, if we desperately need help, I wish to call for your help. After finishing his speech, he waited for a response, and Emperor Qin responded. Interesting request, as we wished for the same of aiding all our children, citizen, and subjects. In one of our timeline, or rather the Lost Bolt world, we achieved that perfect world, but it was your kin who defeated us and showing a different path, and that our world isn't as what we expected. Now, young one, we admire your wish to help others, and we too know the desire of helping one's own, so we will agree to it. Seeing how you have our guard Li Shuwen with you, we shall put you through a test to see if you're worthy. Emperor Qin claps his hands, and spirit of the 8,000 terracotta soldiers, awakened from centuries of slumber, eyes glowing and in stance. Come at us with everything you got, and if you are able to not only make it but land one hit on us, we will follow you. Are you up for it? Chapter 18. Surprise. Come at us with everything you got, and if you are able to not only make it but land one hit on us, we will follow you. Are you up for it? After Qin's declaration, the soldiers all ready their weapons, ready to give it their all for their emperor. Izuku looked at his servants and then back at Kisher and Rin. Should he do it? Lee, knowing that Qin already know he's here, came out of hiding and puts a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Lee? Young master, are you perhaps confused and worried about this situation, wondering if you should risk it, but you're concerned about all of us? There was no answer but a silent nod. Then please look around you, and then make your choice. We'll be with you for whatever choice you make. Taking Lee's advice, he looked around. The servants didn't look annoyed, frightened, or even worried, but rather determined and awaited orders. Boy, master, this isn't my first battle, so I am down for whatever choice you make. Mordred calls out. Fran joins in agreement with Nero, smiling while brandishing her trusted sword. Yumu. The same with all of us. Jean answers while raising her banner. Everyone else's nods, with Shakespeare adding in. Yes, indeed we all have, truthfully, sighed. I as a non-combatant am on the field all too much. Rin smiled and looked at Izuku. We've already went through so much throughout this trip, what's another one bump along the way? Fisher agrees to Rin's word. Indeed, and I trust your choice, my pupil. Izuku smiled, then thought to himself about the conditions of this battle. Izuku muttered to himself for a while and afterwards apologies and thanked everyone for bringing them into this. He calls out the emperor. Qin Shi Huang, I accept the challenge, but on two conditions, one being that none of my companions are to be harmed so badly that they won't be able to continue, and they would just be simply removed from the battlefield. Qin cuffed his hand under his chin. Quite naive of you, for in a battle it is always life and death, but since this isn't a true battle we'll agree to your terms. Now what is your second condition? Izuku pointed to the outside. We'll have our battles outside, not here. Too many valuable piece of history will be destroyed and lost if we were to do so here, and I am sure that you wouldn't want the works of your people destroyed with this test. A smile formed on the Emperor of Kin. Very well then, we appreciate your concern for our people's work, so go ahead. We'll mark the destination of our battle, so go on ahead and plan out your course of actions. Before Izuku leaves, Kin places an incense on the floor. Your time of preparation will be within the time of this single incense. This confused Izuku, who looks at Lee. You mean within 30 minutes, which is usually how long the incense take to burn? Come on, master. But that everyone headed out of the room of terracotta soldiers, and Kin with his troops also disappeared. Outside. This will be tough. Izuku said to everyone. Only Da Vinci, Lee, Rin, and Kishore nodded their heads in agreement. Tyron looks at the surrounding of the future battlefield, then nods as well. They were in a disadvantage not only in numbers but within the fields as well. Izuku, what do you mean? You're not backing out right now, are you? Mordred asked as her armored now covers her casual outfit with her sword on her shoulders. No, it's not that, Mordred, it's just, look. He points to the hill where the mausoleum of Kin is buried under to form the artificial hill. Only a single staircase leads up the hill, while all sides were covered by trees and troops were hidden all around. Our disadvantage is not only in our numbers, but also the battlefield itself. Izuku explained. Mordred knew that uphill battles were tough and usually led to the victor being those who holds the high ground, but this doesn't explain why Izuku is so shaken by this. Tyron, Penthesilea, Atalanta, and Jean surveyed the future battlefield, all gave a hardened expression, knowing that this will not be an easy battle, but there is definitely more to this than just a simple uphill battle. Da Vinci claps her hand to snap everyone out of their thought. Alright everyone, let's get our heads together for this. Majority of us have been in a battlefield, but this will be one of the first we're at such odds. Now Izuku, I am pretty sure you know why else this battlefield is such a danger, correct? Yes, it's because Emperor Kin is familiar with this scenario, although during the invasion of the other large nation, he did not partake in the actual frontline war. It was said that Emperor Kin, his aides, advisors, and tacticians back in the palace, ran through dozens upon dozens of scenarios and simulated the battlefield. They also provided tactical support from the rear that aided the fall of the other nations. Izuku bit his thumb as he continues to mutter about Kin's experience. Meanwhile Mordred listened. During the Lost Bolt she had fought the different Chinese servants alongside with Nezha, Spartacus, and Jing Qi, but Lee is different from the one she met in Lost Bolt, and so is this Kin. This must be what Da Vinci meant on the plane when talking about Lee, assassin class, existence. Not wanting to fail, she listens carefully to Izuku's explanation, or rather muttering to come up with a way to assist Izuku, the same for all servants. Should we not call everyone from back in Japan? Asked Rin, but was denied by Izuku. No, if we called everyone then my mother, father, and Tuya would be alone to face off Matu, who may have someone there waiting, and if we summon almost everyone, then it would be worrying. I don't know if I could hold up if everyone was here at full power. Rin nods to this explanation. Izuku, then I am to assume you've already have an idea then? Atalanta asked. Not quite, but it's worth a shot. 30 minutes later. The time has come, let us lead the first strike. Archers, ready your bows. Emperor Kin raised his hands from on top of the artificial hill that covers his tomb. The archers ready their bow, only for a lone swordsman to appear at the bottom of the hill. Emperor Kin looks at the single swordsman and knew this was a diversion, but where was the rest? Just as he looked away, Mordred yelled from the bottom of the hill. There is no shame in running. For your opponent is I, Mordred. Kin spared her a glance. HMPH, how arrogant, but then again this memory of ourself in Lost Bolt shows what she is capable of. Archers, launch you arrows. I'll say this not as a king, but as a loyal knight. Anything to disturb the king's peace will be crushed. Clarent Blood Arthur. As the archers launched their arrows, they were all slashed away by a massive ray of red. Simultaneously a blue light flashed as well, but was outshined by Mordred's attack. Mordred's noble phantasm. Kin exclaimed in surprise as he wasn't expecting a noble phantasm to be used so early. A distraction perhaps, but then where is the rest? They didn't circle around. As he looked at the damage of Mordred NP, he knew what they were going for. So, Mordred was the spear to break our shield, breaking through round 750 to 800 of my soldiers using her NP to get a direct route to me and destroying the barrier we made. So a simple full-on frontal assault to get to us in one strike. A foolish move, risking it all, but very similar to what they would have done. As Kin thought about one of his past, a small smile broke out of his face. Meanwhile the assault from Izuku's side has begun. Chiron in his centaur form carried Izuku, Abigail and Rin towards Kin, while Lee was close by their side. The two berserker Fran and Penthesilea kept the troops at bay away from Da Vinci, Shakespeare and Kisher, while they also followed along. Mordred, Jean and Nero were traveling around cutting and slashing away at approaching soldiers while following right behind Chiron. The few archers tried to take shots at the approaching enemy but were all sniped away by Atalanta as she launched herself from tree to tree. Continue to fire, shields up, troops guard and spears forward. In orders lead to more archers firing towards Chiron and shield walls formed in front of Kin to block Atalanta's arrow and spells from Rin, Kisher and Da Vinci. Rows of troops planted down their tower shields with spears ready to block and impale Chiron. The arrows launched from Kin were blocked by a wall of tentacles summoned by Abigail, and she was able to dent through the troops' shield as well as summon one of her tentacles to break through. The dent was quickly replaced with other troops. Chiron continued to charge as Penthesilea caught up, using her spiked ball and chain she smashed through them like paper. The troops went flying causing damages to the other troops who were preparing for ambush. As Izuku team secured a section up on the hill, Lee and Izuku left the rest party to guard hill. Last they left to confront the Emperor. Finally they were face to face with Emperor Kin. Well, that was indeed quite a show you put on for us, Izuku, like that version of us in the Lost World and within our past life, there is always surprises within the battlefields. Kin looked down upon the hill. His troops lost around 1,000 to 2,000 out of the original 8,000. They were still plentiful if they were to slowly wear down the heroic spirits, if they only relied on Izuku mana alone, but something has changed within the world. Kin felt that the world seems to have mana flowing through it, although not as strong in ancient times, but strong enough so Izuku won't die from diverting his mana output, nor be drained at a fast rate. There was something still seemed off. Izuku seemed to use quite a lot of mana. Was it from summoning Ursulf, Kin, and using Mordred NP or? Kin shakes his head as he continues to study his own forces. So even with the troops this may end in a draw. In other words, Kin's lost, but Kin won't let Izuku win that easily. After all, Izuku hasn't proven that he was worthy entirely yet. Now, let us begin. With single wave more troops entered the field between Kin and Lee, who had Izuku behind him. As for the other servants and two mages, they fought off the majority troops who were now trying to climb up the hill. The two berserker were more than enough to send the enemy troops tumbling down, letting their comrades to catch them with their bodies. Mordred and Nero fought closer to the top hill, fighting all around to cut off the troops that were coming to aid the Emperor. Atalanta and Chiron sniped individuals that were hiding through the woods, while Abigail and Jean were guarding the two archers. The casters and mages did their best to aid where they could and hoping their plan would work. Troops were sent flying as Lee delivered a series of punches and strong kicks all around. Lee didn't exactly have a hard time, but these spirits of Kin's troops were something else. Although they aren't servants, they are still the embodiment of those who fought, protected, and that were tasked to protect Kin, both kingdom and emperor. They were tough due to having skills to an extent and were constant flooding and jumping over Mordred and Nero's defense to carry out their emperor will. Despite this, Lee was still able to break through from time to time and was able to get closest to Kin, but the Emperor had no intention to take the hit either. He dodged, he would use his troops to push back, or would redirect the attack using his sword or his hand. Izuku meanwhile evaded the troops that came towards him, evading their weapons and tripping them. When situation became tough, Lee came back to help Izuku. What are they planning? They're wasting time. Izuku should have been with the others so he would be safer, not on the front lines. Lee Shuwen would know better. Just what are you all planning? Kin thought to himself, even in the long terms it would take a while to entirely wipe out his troops, and would they waste the time till sunrise, revealing to the public about magic? Even if things have changed in the world, would the other mages stand for this? Unless. Kin quickly turns around, but it was too late. I fear not my own death, I seek not my own life, this soul is only for killing. A scroll flew in front of Emperor Kin, covering his view, and Jing Qi appeared with dagger in hand. Just as she was about to release her noble phantasm into the heart, the Emperor, she was stopped by Izuku's command spell. Master? Why have you stopped me from the final kill? This would be marked as my third fail. Jing Qi said as she drops her dagger and stood there. Then she noticed a sword was 1 centimeter away from her stomach. The troops all stopped and everything was still until Izuku spoke. Because we weren't aiming to kill, and neither was Emperor Kin, it was only a test, Jing Qi. I am sorry to do this to you. I know that not being able to kill Qin Shi Huangdi is your biggest failure and regret, but you didn't fail this time, and you helped us win. If I couldn't summon anyone else but you, I don't think we would have succeeded. Jing Qi looks at Izuku, slightly angered by the thought that she won. Master, how did I win? I wasn't able to kill him yet again. But you could have if I didn't stop you. This time we weren't aiming to kill anyone, we were simply trying to win, and this is why, Jing Qi, you won. Jing Qi wanted to argue, but Kin spoke up. Dinky, you indeed did win this time. No, you technically won 3 times. In all our life we have many attempts towards our life, but you were a single person who came close, not from war, but a single person alone almost finished us off. If you weren't alone you may have gotten us with your blade the first time, second time you weren't able to get near the other us, but were able to successfully send a viruses into our system, a first attack on us in thousands of years, and now your third would have been the finishing touch. So yes, you indeed have won. Dinky bit her lips, she was enraged, but then Izuku walked over and spoke up. Dinky, I wanted to thank you, this plan wasn't the best, and required the element of surprise which is just betting on luck, but we were very lucky that you of all servants, answered the call helping us. If you don't want to stay I understand, as Emperor Qin was a target that you always had. I will send you back if you wish to, but when time is needed I hope that you may lend us your aid. Dinky stared at the green-haired boy, and then glares at Qin. After a few minutes she sighed. I give in, master, I will serve you, but please do tell me why you need my aids, and also under a few conditions. If I can fulfill the conditions then go ahead and tell me what you need. Dinky smiled and pointed at Qin. That from time to time I am allowed to try and assassinate him. Izuku was shocked, but he knew this was a possible outcome. He wanted to reject as it wasn't exactly his call to make. As he was about to speak, Qin put a hand on his shoulder. Haha, what an interesting proposal. We accept Jinki, show us how much you have improved over the centuries, but be warned we aren't so easily taken down. This declaration was surprising as Izuku stares at Qin. Don't be so surprised, Izuku, as Emperor it is our duty to look after the one with us, and Jinki is like this because of us, so a simple trade we'd say for someone of her skill. Lee, who was behind Izuku, simply smiled at their antics and thought to himself. This was a nice warm-up. Afterwards everyone gathered. Da Vinci gave Jinki the rundown of their reasons for travel and summoning her, and Qin didn't need it as he was there from Izuku's earlier declaration. As the sun rises, the spirits of the terracotta troops finished fixing the damages from the battle, and their spirits dispersed. Overall the max damages were done by Mordred, so currently there is a deep scorched mark on the stairs of the hill. Kisher had to explain to the Chinese Mage Association that the training went slightly overboard and gave them some more funds for the trouble. Before they leave, Izuku and Qin were left on the hill as they stared at the sunrise, and Izuku asked. Emperor Qin. I failed, haven't I? You asked to land a hit on you, but I stopped it before it happened. There was a pause, but Qin laughed. Nonsense, you've won, you along with your servants, like your ancestors who fought so hard to reach us within that dream world of ours, you also fought with everything you had. So you've won, nothing more and nothing less. So Izuku will be in your care. The boy smiled. The same Emperor Qin. Qin smiled before giving an advice to the green-haired boy. But, Izuku, life won't always be like this, prepare yourself to make the necessary calls and do what you must. Izuku knew what he meant and nodded, but before the two leave Jinki jumped towards Qin with her blade, she missed. TSK. Haha, so soon Jinki, well please do better next time. The large tick mark appeared on Jinki's head as she stormed down with everyone else. Qin and Izuku followed after everyone as well. The day has come. Why were we not made aware of this earlier? Qin asked, crossing his arms. He also joined the other servants wearing modern clothes. Qin now was wearing a suit adorning glasses. Now, to be fair, Jinki and your arrival was not really expected for this trip. We did anticipate servants' arrival, just didn't know when. Kisher answered. Currently every servant with the inclusion of Rin and Kisher was here, except for Da Vinci who was teaching Izuku. Well, we got until tonight, so everyone do what you must, so see you all in 8 hours. With that everyone left Kisher room. Streets of Zion. Hiya, what should I do, Fran? I didn't get Master anything. Ah. Wait, when did you get Master a gift? Mordred asked in surprise, and Fran simply pointed at the flower cart that passed by. So you got him flowers, huh? What kind? It's a secret, sigh. Not even a hint. Shakespeare. Currently at outside eatery of a small shops with Shakespeare writing as always. Oh, Sir Mordred, how goes your search? Terrible, you? Haha, why search when I can make, here take a look. With that Shakespeare hands Mordred a 300-page book detailing Izuku's journey so far. Don't know if I should be creep out or impress. Mordred said as she flips through the pages. Ouch, you wound me, but it's simply a work in progress for upcoming hero of the new ages, and it comes from the heart. If you have so much trouble, why not just get him something you like or you think he likes? It's the thought that counts. Maybe, thanks, come on Fran. After walking around for a while, Mordred spotted Emperor Qin and Kisher walking out of a bakery. Yo, Qin, Kisher, what did you guys get? Mordred called out to them, and Kisher responded. Oh, Mordred, I was originally planning on getting some local cakes, but Kin here already placed a personalized order, so I just did a once-over of what was in the cake, but anyways, how goes your search? Silence was all that answered back. I see. Kisher says, and later Kin followed up. If we can interject, Mordred was it, we feel that Izuku will be happy to receive any gift that you pick for him, anyways we must return to the hotel to await the cake and decorate the place, best wishes to you. Kin and Kisher walked back to the hotel, leaving Mordred in thought once again. As Fran and Mordred continued to walk, they walked past Atalanta and Abigail. Atalanta was holding assorted local fruits, and Abigail brought a series of sweets. Later they pasted by Chiron, who looked proud of his handcrafted bow, although he was stopped for questioning by police officers about why he was carrying it. Chiron was released soon, as he genuinely meant no harm. Lee and Penthesilea also passed by. Lee was carrying a long item wrapped in silk, while Penthesilea was holding what looks like heavy weights. Nero also passed by and was smiling as she held a large frame as she left a camera shop. Jean came out of an art store with some sort of booklets. Mordred took this time and thought back on what she should do and can get Izuku. So after a while she got what she needed and finally returns with Fran. Back in the hotel. Da Vinci, where is everyone? I haven't seen everyone since our lesson started, not even Shakespeare, Rin, or Kisher was here for today. Izuku asked, and Da Vinci smiled at his concern. Izuku, you don't remember what day is today? Not really. Was there anything special today? I guess too many things had happened that you forgot about it, but follow me. As Da Vinci led Izuku down to the ballroom, she told him to open the door himself. Surprise, Izuku, Izu, Master, Commander. Izuku was surprised everyone was there, all of his servants, his mother, Tuia, Echako, Mei, and of course Kisher and Rin. Mom, Tuia, Echako, Mei, everyone, what are you guys doing here? Mom, what about Dad? Izuku asked. Inko just smiled and gave her son a hug. Hi sweetie, we're here for your birthday, of course, all of us, and don't worry about your father was able to help transport him here, so you can see him later. Izuku smiled and went to say hi to Tuia, Echako, and Mei. Tuia tells Izuku about his provisional license and his hero name Inferno. Originally he wanted to be called Dabi, but Nezu told him, since his flames will be disguised as green, it wouldn't make sense to call him Dabi. Echako and Mei came over to Izuku to talk about what they were up to, from costume designs and gears to training. Izuku did the same, telling a partial truth about his studies and adventures with his servants. As things settled down with Izuku meeting up with everyone, Gin and Kisher presented a large birthday cake. It had layers of fruits that decorated it and a chocolate bar that has Izuku's name on top. Kin pressed a button and a lotus flower blossomed and lit up the candles. This was a gift from Kin. After everyone had their share of the cake, gifts were exchanged. Inko, Tuia, Echako, and Mei gave their gifts first, which were mostly hero merchandise from Japan. Inko made sure that they weren't Almite ones and got Izuku some more obscure merchandise and even a custom figure of some underground heroes. Tuia brought Izuku the newest encyclopedia of Japanese heroes. Echako brought her favorite mochi for him and a 13 figure, and Mei was giving Izuku his prototype Gear's blueprint, which Da Vinci looked over. She smiled at Mei's design. She is indeed an interesting child, but material-wise, it's best for the association to provide rather than using public materials. Tyron presented his handcrafted bow to Izuku. He told Izuku that once they're done and free from this trip, he'll teach him how to use it. Atalanta and Amiya joined in to offer him lessons as well, in their own personalized training. Abigail and Atalanta handed their treats of sweets and fruits to Izuku, which were shared with everyone, causing Inko, Tuia, Echako, and Mei to be stuffed, but Izuku and his servants still had room to spare. Lee handed Izuku a spear. Although it's meant for shows and performance, it was sturdy and well made, so Izuku could practice with it and get used to using a spear. Penthesilea gave Izuku weights for him to train with. Shakespeare presented Izuku his very own autobiography Volume 1. Nero handed Izuku a large frame with their picture they took in France in front of the Eiffel Tower, and Jean presented some new notebooks made specifically to imitate the books of ancient China, a simple blue cover with thin pages. Fran gave Izuku a sunflower for a gift, saying it reminds her of him. Salieri presented his gift through the performance of music. Rin handed Izuku a newly made pendant, telling him that in the future it may help him. Each servants gave their own gifts to Izuku, and Amiya's gift was the food that's being served to everyone. Mordred was the last one. She walked up to Izuku and took out her sword. Master, as your servant I swear upon my honor to serve as sword and shield, and to carry your dreams. There was a pause before Mordred stood up and looked away as she handed Izuku a booklet. Izuku smiled at Mordred's declaration, but gave her a hug as he received a copy of China Hero Encyclopedia. Thanks Mordred, and thank you to everyone, this is the best birthday I ever had. You're welcome. They don't have an English version or a Japanese one. so it's best if you start learning. Before Mordred could continue, Da Vinci jumps in. Best birthday you had yet? You mean it's the best one you had so far, and it'll only be better from here on out. Everyone cheered in agreement, even Achilles, who was hiding out of sight away from Penthesilea, cheered the best he could. He's here. I know it. Penthesilea searched but was handed a cup of liquor by Jinki. Jinki raised a final toast, and everyone went back to their rooms. The childrens of course played around a bit before heading to bed. Later Izuku and Inko spent some time visiting Hisashi and talked a bit before he left for his room. There on his bed he found two more gifts, a personalized note from Da Vinci and one from Kishore, about ways to improve his abilities and work as a hero. From Da Vinci's notebook, it had a list of mystic codes from Chaldea. Then when Izuku was flipping through Kishore's notebook, something interesting caught Izuku's eyes. Servant card. Chapter 19. Return and a returning. The night was the night that Izuku and everyone would return to England due to Izuku's earlier selection of places to visit. Since there was also much to discuss, everyone agrees to return to England. Before returning, Izuku spent time with his family and friend traveling around Zion once more. Lee and Jinki as the assassin followed them just in case. Then followed by Abigail and Atalanta as well, since they always did like to follow Izuku, and of course Shakespeare. As for the rest of the servants, they roamed freely through Zion. Some went to eat, which consisted mainly of big eaters such as Mordred, Spartacus, Asterios, Nero, and Jean. Others like Fran, Nightingale, and Emilia followed along too, to eat the local cuisine. Emilia cried a bit as he knows that once everyone gathered back up like Chaldea, he'll definitely be on cooking duty once again. It's not that he dislikes it, but with everyone there, he knows he'll be forever trapped to the kitchen. I just hope someone will join me in the kitchen. Emilia thought to himself as he ate the last steamed dumpling from the plate, earning him a glare from Mordred. Chopsticks. Snap. Meanwhile with Izuku. What wrong? Achako asked Lee, who was currently looking at a building with a smile. Oh, it's nothing, young Uraka, it's just that in that building they're teaching kung fu, and I was slightly interested in how modern kung fu are compared to I mean the old time before quirks. Achako nodded at Lee's explanation. Izuku was also interested too, although Lee taught him personally the style of the Bajiquin, he still has much to learn and see. Mom, is it okay if we visit that building? Inko looked over to the building and thought about how Izuku and Lee were interested, so she agrees to it. I don't see why not, as long the owners don't disagree to our stay, then we should be fine. May wasn't too interested as there was no new babies to see make or to improve, but after a nudge by Izuku saying there may be quirks in there that could inspire her, May jumped along. Abigail was just glad meeting two more friends, so she followed along, and as for Atalanta, well, duty's call, as there are now 4 children to watch after. Shakespeare smiled at the potential new story his master will make. Dinky meanwhile looks around the area surveying it, which Lee was concerned about. Dinky, is there anything wrong? No, Lee, beside the servants that are with us and Zelrich with Tasaka, there isn't anything noticeable. I guess the mages here aren't a bit worried or just not prodding into our affairs. Lee nods to Jinki's observations. Servants' return should be big news after their ban in not only the mages' circle, but also on the government circle. So unless Kishore has done a grand job covering up their tracks, or perhaps there are individual within the government who has given Izuku their acceptance. Even seeing their master of use. If they are just using our master, then they will be wary of our wrath. It's a possibility they may feel quirks and magic have come to rival that of servants' existences. Surely they couldn't be that blind, so hopefully the latter. Lee was snapped out his thought by a short black-haired man who looked to be in his 30s wearing a training uniform. How may I help you all? The man asked. Since only Lee and 4 other servants here could speak Mandarin, Lee spoke for Izuku and everyone's behalf. Oh, nothing, we were just passing by and saw this institution that teaches the arts of fighting and only wish to take a tour if it's not too much trouble. The man takes a look at them. From what he saw, it was 2 natives taking some foreigners on a tour. Sure, come right in, it's not often we get visitors from outside the country, well, unless you're counting Rin Hiryu. The man explained that their institutions has mainly locals, with some students from different provinces. Then they have Rin Hiryu, who is born here, but his parents work in Japan, so he only comes here during the summer. Oh, how rude of me, but call me Zhao Chanzhu. I am the head of the Zhao's martial arts institution founded by my ancestors. Lee did the introduction for everyone else. As they walked towards the gym, they could see dozens of kids, teens, and even adults practicing kung fu without quirks. Lee studies them. Doesn't seem to be the traditional style. Perhaps this is a mixture over generations of different teachings and influence of quirks. A bit too much of extra movement, and the posture is. As Lee thought to himself, Izuku, Abigail, Achako, and May were staring at the intense sparring some of the kids were doing. Achako and May were intrigued by the fighting styles, while in Izuku's eye, he saw they needed improvement. Just like Tacher Lee, like Pupil Izuku, they saw the same. The kid around their age was sent flying towards the wall after a hit from his partner who accidentally activated his quirk. Izuku saw this and ran towards the kid as he held up both hands. Izuku activated his spells to build up his strength and slowly guides the momentum of the kid, who falls slowly towards the floor and onto his feet. A small clap came from Shakespeare, who got elbowed by Atalanta telling him to stop. Abigail, Achako, Mei, and Inko filed over to Izuku's side. "You alright?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, I'm fine thank you. Wait, you speak Japanese?" The kid that Izuku saved asked in surprise. "Yes, I do. Then you must be Rin Hiryu. The name's Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you." "How did you?" "Oh, my mentor Zhao and his big mouth. Well, nice to meet you Midoriya. I have to say that was some nice moves. Did you learn from somewhere perhaps?" Izuku just smiled and gestured towards Lee, who just smiled at the two. "He's one of my many mentor. I learned from him. He's a great teacher," Izuku said with a proud smile. Staring at Izuku and Lee, Rin saw not only a good stance, but he also saw that there is a huge wall that shows their differences in strength. It was much more apparent in Lee than in Izuku. For some reason it feels like Lee could outclass his mentor by miles ahead. Later Rin did something unexpected. "Master Zhao, can I have permission to spar with Izuku?" Inko hearing this was surprised. In the past she would have rejected such suggestions, but seeing how much Izuku has grown under the teaching of his servants, made Inko think otherwise. Shakespeare's eyes sparkled at the potential showdown, earning him another elbow to the stomach and into the wall by Atalanta. Atalanta didn't mind a spar, but Shakespeare's interest in seeing a fight between the kids slightly irritated her. Lee gave his usual smile and looks at Inko for permission. She nods, so Lee approached Izuku, who seemed like he didn't know what to do. "Lee, should I?" "By all means, the choice is yours, young master." Izuku clenched his fist. "Alright, let's do this." Atalanta asked Izuku, "Don't be too rough with each other," while Abigail, Achako, and Mei cheered him on. With Shakespeare still stuck in the wall writing everything down and cheering Izuku on. Zhao, who was listening to all of this, also agreed to it, as long as the visitors knows the consequences of a spar. A few moments later Izuku wore a borrowed training suit and got in the middle of the circle across from Rin. The students cheered for Rin, while Izuku's family and friends cheered him on. "Alright kids, listen closely, this will be purely martial arts based. Quirks are not allowed unless you both wish to use quirks. No aiming for anything below the belt, and no aiming to grievously wound an opponent now. Are you ready? Begin." Zhao yelled. Izuku stood still in his starting stance. Rin charged, striking for the first hit. Rin raised his leg up high and strikes down, thinking Izuku would block it with both arms. Instead, Izuku, using the gap of time, came very close to Rin. Rin's leg lost the momentum of the strike as the opponent was too close. Izuku raised his right hand under Rin's chin and pushed the airborne boy into the ground, ending the first round. Everyone was stunned at the efficiency of the green-haired boy. At such a young age he moved with such speed and skill. Inko was shocked that her timid boy could pull off such feats. Achako cheered for her friend, wondering if she could pull that off, and Mei now questions herself what kind of babies can complement Izuku's combat skills. Abigail held her bear and cheered with it. Atalanta, although was proud, but couldn't help feeling that Izuku may have sparked something. Shakespeare as usual wrote ferociously in his notebook. Lee was proud of his latest pupil, while Jinki gave an approving look. "You done well, Lee, to teach Izuku so much. It's nothing, this is his reward from the training, nothing else and nothing more. Well, aren't you modest, but deep down inside you're quite proud, aren't you?" Lee's face didn't change as Jinki continues to praise Izuku. Lee's current focus was on Zhao, was look surprised at the turn of events. "Hiryu, are you alright?" Izuku asked while reaching out to pick up the boy. "Yeah, I am fine. Wow, who would have thought, boy, your height would hit so hard." Zhao approached the two. "Rin, would you still like to continue?" "Yes, Master Zhao, I can slightly dizzy, but I should be fine." Zhao nodded at his pupil and stares at Izuku. Where has he seen this style before? As round 2 began, Rin was more cautious. He slowly moved closer to Izuku and threw a direct punch, originally hoping to retract it. Rin then noticed he was too late. Izuku, using right hand, deflected the punch, using the power from his leg, pushed himself forward towards Rin's chest and landed a single hit, pushing Rin out of the circle. Rin lost once again, and Zhao walks over to his student. "Rin, are you alright? Don't hurt yourself too much, it's only a spar." Zhao picks Rin up, who looks slightly down. "Master Zhao. Can I?" "No, can we use quirks for the final round?" Rin asked his mentor. This was a surprise for Zhao. Rin never wanted to win this bad before, but as his mentor, he must say no to this type of obsession. Before Zhao could deny the request, Lee stepped in. "I feel that is acceptable. Izuku, you'd be fine with it, right?" Izuku looks at them, but quickly nods at the notion. Zhao then looks at all three of them, before just giving up to their determination. Fine, Rin, losing isn't always bad, it gets you a chance to reflect on where or what your shortcoming is at. So don't be obsessed about winning or losing. Rin nodded and Zhao started the final round. Lee came over to Izuku and tells him to only use the body-enhancing aspect of his craft to not draw attention. Izuku nods at Lee's warning. Rin starts first, again launching green scales at Izuku, who simply dodge away at each consecutive blast. Izuku was not only agile but quite slippery, as not even one scale could hit him. Great, so his quirk is some type of speed enhancement then, just. The punch was coming towards his arm. Rin tries using his scale as shields, but it wasn't raised fast enough, or rather it was too slow. Rin was sent flying. Rin. Are you okay? Master Zhao came over. Yeah. Master Zhao, I am fine. So even in a quirk spar I couldn't. Wow, that was amazing. Hear you. Your quirk is amazing. How hard are your scales? How many can you shoot? Can you cover your whole body or just your arm? How sharp are they? Izuku originally wanted to see how his opponent was, but after seeing his opponent's quirk he couldn't help himself. Binko came over and shake her son a bit to snap him out. Sorry, hear you, it's that my son just has a habit on finding a lot of quirks interesting and studies them all. Are you okay? I'm fine, thank you. The two boys talked a bit about their quirks, Izuku avoiding quite a bit of info about his. He continues to compliment on Rin usage and how he could possibly improve his scales through not only diet but pushing the usage even further. Rin was happy that Izuku could see his quirk as versatile, and after talking about becoming heroes, Mei and Ichako joined in while holding Abigail's hand, bringing her along. The children talked a bit before Inko looked at the time, so she and Atalanta went to retrieve the children's. Shakespeare finally came off the wall and was impressed at Izuku's growth since his kidnapping. Lee later came over as well and spoke to Rin. That was a fine show of abilities, young man, but don't let your emotions play too much into your moves. Emotions can drive us to hit harder and faster, but they cloud the skills and judgment. Rin nods to Lee explanation. Good, well I feel like we stayed a bit too long, we'll be leaving now, thank you so much for your time. Everyone bids their farewell and left. Zhao and Rin waved at the leaving group. Master Zhao, is something wrong? Rin asked his mentor, who seemed to be deep in thought. It's nothing, Rin, it's just some of the moves the boy Izuku has pulled, it reminded me of a particular style. A old one, modern martial arts have evolved to fit with quirks. But this one seemed familiar, hold on. Zhao pulled out his laptop and played a video from 200 years ago. The quality was horrible, but the style was recognizable. That's almost the same style Izuku uses. Rin exclaimed and Zhao nods at his conclusion. Rin, indeed it is, this is Bajiquan. A very well-known style, but practitioners of this arts have watered it down so much over the decades that this art shouldn't even be able to be used so efficiently or effectively, just who is Izuku's mentor. Departure. Two private jets were taking off. Izuku waved goodbye to his mother, father, friends and some of the servants as they headed back to Japan. The servants with Izuku were told to keep a close eye on him by the team headed back to Japan. As Izuku and everyone arrived back in England, they were greeted by two people, the familiar one Luvia and a plump blonde man who some of the servant quickly laughed or were surprised to see. I must say genetics are truly a strong thing. Shakespeare says and Da Vinci agrees with. Indeed, excuse me, but perhaps are you a kin of Gorodolf music? The plump man snorted a bit. Why yes I am Gorodolf music, she, descendant of the Gorodolf music who with the chow. MMMPHMM. The man now known as the Gorodolf had his mouth covered by Luvia. Now Gorodolf, sir, you're speaking too much, we should head back to the tower for further discussion. With that Luvia chopped Gorodolf in the back of his neck, knocking him out. Everyone was silent at this scene, with Rin just sighing and asking herself, why can't mages be normal? Kishore just chuckled at their antics. Can't believe Gordy just made his name carry on for so long, good for him. Clock tower, headmaster meeting room. Well, Luvia, that was uncalled for. Gorodolf says as he ate some cakes. Everyone currently sat at a long table with Gorodolf at one end and Kishore at the other. Rin and Luvia fought to sit with their little brother, with Luvia winning using her strength. Rin had no choice but to sit on the other side with Kishore. The servants filled in the gap. Well, it wasn't my fault you decide to speak on such open grounds, until the day that it's announced, no magic or magecraft related topic will or shall be known to the general public. Gorodolf slightly grunted. Ah, so like grandfather like grandson. Was the thoughts of some servants. You're the great-great-grandson of Gorodolf Music, the last director of Chaldea. Izuku finally remembers from his story from Da Vinci lessons. Indeed I am, it's a pleasure to meet you at last. But if your ancestors were the last director, I was always wondering why did Da Vinci say that Chaldea had no backings nor financial support if your ancestors were still there? Izuku asked. Gorodolf's face went blank and sighed. My ancestors was fooled and had the wool pulled over his eyes by a beautiful fox. We Well, he placed a large sum of money in order to become two new officials owner-directors. It was a large fund even for the music family. My great-great-grandfather believed that with Chaldea, he can bring it into its glory, so the investments were just a small step to a bigger plan. However, he didn't even need to, as the fox that fooled him has already assassinated all his competitors. Borodulf poured himself some more tea. I am assuming you know the rest, how the lie was revealed and the events of the Lost Bolt happen. Borodulf sips his tea and opens an old journal and flips through it, reaching near the end. My ancestor was with Chaldea for quite a few years after the events of the Lost Bolt, but he didn't have enough power to do anything when the government officials decided Chaldea's fate. All the money he had were lost, so he had no saying. His reputations outside were not the best beside being the head of the music family. So when quirks caused the world to spiral into chaos, the government decided that it may as well shut down the Chaldea organization for a few reasons. One being the global chaos. After experiencing so much chaos in society, the governments can't handle another what-ifs. Borodulf looks at all the servants before continuing. He tried, that is all. The fear of the unknown, especially with servants involved, was too much for the government to handle. And after receiving Chaldea mission logs, they cemented the ideals that they are dangerous, rather than caring for the fact that they. He takes a pause and gestures to all the servants. Are the protectors of humanity when it comes to the world's most needed times. They are rather worried about the world's chaos and stability with quirks. Since quirks were almost an entirely different issue, as it was open to the public, not hidden like the world of mages and magic. Rubbing his temples, Borodulf continues. It's just they feared for more chaos, so they decommissioned Chaldea and banned any sort of summoning of servants. That's all and nothing more. Izuku looked down on the table. So, it was all just fear. Fear about the future. Fear about more chaos. But that's so stupid. Mordred calls from her seat as she stood up. So, you're telling me all of us were sent back because of fear? How are these people even leading countries or even their people? Geez, I'm sure glad nothing dealing with magic occurred that desperately needed us over this past 200 years. Hearing Da Vinci telling us this before and now hearing from non-servants. Frustrated, Mordred sits back down, face palming. Sigh. So fear, huh? Just that plain and simple. Why didn't the Mage Association do anything? I'm sure they all wanted a piece of Chaldea. Mordred asked while leaning on her chairs, letting Kisher answer. Da Vinci told you the simplified version in which they, the mages, didn't want to lose magecraft. At the time, that solution was a double-edged sword. 1. The government themselves would tell every official no matter the levels about the world of magecraft, making mages lose their powers due to the loss of mystery, and it would worsen if it spreads. At the time, they didn't know that mystery itself no longer is needed to power magic, so the threat was empty, but no one knows yet. Then this plan would possibly lead to 3 different factions, one for normal humans, for mages, and one for the quirk population. No one would know, and it was best if I didn't look into the future, as Lord knows which future may have become our current timeline. The table was silent. Cough. But Borodulf, I am assuming you're not just here to talk about history. There must be more to the reason why you're here. So please do tell. Fisher says as he looks across the table. Oh, yes, why indeed, during the time when you were away, I sent my people to the Matu estate once again. We found there was actually a very hidden passage sealed by some sort of spell. It was sheer luck we were able to find it. When my people went down the passage, it led to a dungeon of sorts. It seemed like he was able to summon something. That's when Izuku jumped up. He was able to summon an actual servant. Da Vinci looks at Izuku and calms him down with Luvia. He was worried due to the ability of a single servant. Don't worry, Izuku, I doubt it. The requirements of summoning actual servant isn't easy to meet without a grail, and even then, with the ban the government has placed, made information on such very restricted. Chaldea's summoning isn't spread outside of the organization, and only a few people could replicate it, and even then their ways aren't complete. Da Vinci explains and later looks at everyone. However, we don't know if something has reached out to him, or even was somehow summoned by Matu. After all, his constant usage of shadow servants isn't something we can just overlook. Gordy, I am assuming that the missing Matu family members still can't be found. Borodulf looks at Da Vinci and nods slowly as he remembers the estates. Well then, it's likely they are either been turned into shadow servants catalyst, or were silenced. After a few more hours of discussion they stopped. Izuku and Abigail have both fallen asleep. It couldn't be helped, he was child who finally got back from traveling. The trip was originally supposed to be a simple but educational event, however it became a more eventful one than anyone could expect. So no one could blame Izuku for getting tired out so easily, and the trip wasn't even finished yet. They still have Ireland, Egypt, Iraq, Europe, and Japan left to visit. The meeting ended with Borodulf saying he will continue on his investigation in Japan, Greek, and in Rome, since these were Matu's last no place of actions. Luvia and Rin went to work as Kisher assistant. There were still transactions made on the trip they need to settle down on. Atalanta wanted to get Izuku to his bed, but Kisher stops her before she could pick him up. She slightly glares at him. Kisher, Izuku shouldn't be sleeping upright like this. Atalanta, please calm down, I know that. It's just there is something more private I need to talk to Izuku about, and once you carry him off he may just wake up soon, so why don't you lay him on the couch and then take Abigail with you. Seeing Kisher eyes, Atalanta took Izuku to the couch and carried Abigail away, leaving only Da Vinci, Izuku, and himself in the room. Not long afterwards Izuku woke up. Hey, you're awake sleepyhead, how was your nap? Da Vinci asked while fluffing Izuku's hair, who was a bit flustered about falling asleep in front of everyone. Sorry about that, the jet lag has caught up to me. It's quite alright Izuku, there are a few reasons why we didn't wake you up, one is just letting you get some sleep, and another is we wish to talk to you. Da Vinci, a few servants and I planned this out a while ago, but it's time for us to let you meet her. Izuku was interested, after all, this is someone Kisher and Da Vinci was trying to get him to meet. It's not another servant, right? No, well it's a possibility that she may become one, or has already become one now that you mentioned it. But no matter, it's time for you, Her Majesty. There was a silent moment, Izuku went slightly pale. Kisher, you don't mean the queen, do you? Kisher nodded, then took a look at Izuku with slight confusion. Why so nervous, come on now young man, you have met kings and queens from history, and even individuals who were from myths, why are you so nervous? Maybe it's because she actually a leading figure of a modern country. Izuku answered with a question, still trying to get a hold of himself on visiting the queen. Izuku, don't worry, the Ole queen and I go way back, she's quite friendly and does occasionally share a drink with me in the past. Kisher says, earning him a sigh from Da Vinci. Kisher, you out of everyone shouldn't be calling someone old, I mean you are possibly and quite literally the oldest living being currently. Meanwhile Izuku calmed a bit, then noticed something. Kisher, what do you mean you and the queen go way back, like you knew her since she was a child? Kisher laughed a bit. Well you see, the world has many secrets, now let me ask you, when did quirks first appear? Izuku immediately answered back. In the King city of China, 200 years ago, it was a girl with a quirk that made her glow, isn't it? The old mentor nodded. Yes, that is what the public knows anyway, and what scientists could see, but quirks go further back and is as old as humanity histories. Izuku, Da Vinci has told you how quirks were formed by the incineration of humanity that was happening in singularities within our world's history, and what we know as quirks is the aftermath and what remains of the events, correct? The young boy took out his notebook to check his memories and nods. Well then, did you know because of the events of the singularity, quirks were slowly formed along with human history. It took time, those quirks were still very minor, from things such as the ability to hold one's breath for 20 mins, to speed calculations within mere seconds or even minutes, these were the sum of the first quirks. Now Izuku was listening even more, this is beginning to make sense, the sudden evolution and appearance of quirks made no sense, but if it already appeared and took time to change and evolve, then the sudden appearance of the glowing baby made sense. A smirk formed around Kisher's face. Now, it seems that you understand good, well to put it simply, Queen Elizabeth II has a quirk, her quirk is longevity, a quirk that allows the user to have her lifespan greatly increase, it stopped the aging process when she was 80. Sparkles formed in Izuku's eyes, then he asked a slight concern. Then, why isn't this known to the public? I remember correctly the current queen and the past few were just known as Elizabeth. Suddenly Da Vinci gave a light laughter and answers. Well, Izuku, you see it a cover-up, the Queen and Parliament have decided on, quirks were causing all sort of problems, and the Queen herself didn't know she had a quirk until her age was already past the record holder's age of 160. So it was decided that the public shall not know about this to prevent further problems after just settling things. But that is indeed why you must meet with her, as one secret holder to another she'll understand you, and plus Kisher here is her old friend, I'm sure she'll listen to you, and if you can secure her for your dreams, then I'm sure you can get all the other government officials around the world to approve of you bringing servants back. After all, we may one day need a servants once again, with a trustworthy master of course. Da Vinci smiled after finishing her sentence and ruffled Izuku's fluffy green hair once again, and Izuku smiled at that. Kisher nods at Da Vinci's explanation and spoke. Da Vinci is right, if this world is ever in grave danger, you and your servants will be what's left to save this world, and you're a kind soul, but be careful Izuku, there will be times when choices must be made. Izuku knew what he meant, after all, if he learned anything from his servants, it's that sacrifice must be made, and so will lives be paid. He wished he won't have to in the future. In the end he can't see the future, so he'll just have to see when the time comes. Also Izuku, you have about a week before meeting the Ole lady, so why don't you pick some servants and go to Ireland, remember to take Da Vinci with you. Rin, Luvia, and I will have to finish some leftover paperworks. I will go ahead and give the lesson plans to Da Vinci. I wonder if Gorodolf is free, if so I will send him with you. As Kishore begins to plan out what to do for Izuku, the boy had a burning question he wanted to ask after receiving the notebook. Kishore, if summoning heroic spirits is a thing, then why are servant cards needed? It doesn't really make sense. Servants were summoned for the Grail Wars and to solve the danger of our world, then what purpose are these cards? I suppose I can tell, after all your servants have also talked about alternate timeline universe. Izuku, my magic allows me to view those types of alternatives realities, as long as I don't view the future that reality won't become our canonical path. The servants cards are from another alternative world, used in the place of servants in the Ainsworth Holy Grail War. From there Kishore explained its unknown origin and followed through with what the notebook listed from how it was used and who were allowed to create them during the Grail War and such. Izuku nods as he checked both Kishore notebook given to him and wrote his own personal ones, in which he could paraphrase them. After a few minutes Izuku decided to ask one more questions. Then what about the heroic spirit, what happened to them if the servant's card were used? Kishore looks away knowing that Izuku wouldn't like this. By having just a portion of the heroic spirit's power sealed within a card, it would take away the heroic spirit's reason or rather purpose, and would pollute it in the end. Only a few heroic spirits would not be polluted, one would be Gilgamesh. Using these cards, as you know, can allow the users to obtain a portion of the heroic spirit's abilities, allowing you to become a better heroes taking on different foes. The boy takes in what his mentor said and tore off the pages about the servant card. I can't and I won't accept this. The heroic spirits, the servants, they all have a purpose in this world. I may not have summoned them for the common reasons, but I refuse to rob them of who they are and what they are. I may not be able to fight off all my opponents, but there is still a lot I can do with my own abilities, and the servants are my companion and friends that is there to help, if so they choose to. So thank you, but I will not accept this part of the power. Izuku finished by getting ready to set it ablaze, only for Kishore to grab his hands, stopping the pages from being burnt and smiling at him. Excellent answer. I knew this will never be a choice you would ever choose if it meant taking something from someone, but Izuku, there is another way. But this will be another one of your tests I'll give you within the next 2 to 3 years. Find the formula and create something that will allow you to make something similar to the servant cards. Only this one will be different, you will borrow rather than take a heroic spirit's power. Afterwards Izuku accepted this challenge and Kishore along with Da Vinci begins to plan out the trip to Ireland while they waited for the appointed time to meet the Queen. Somewhere in Ireland, a short bald man with bushy mustache walked beside a skinny and misty person in one of Ireland airport. Were they on business trip perhaps, for they are too finely dressed. As their rental truck arrived the misty person got into the driver's seat while the other in the passengers. They didn't have much luggage, but the truck was very spacious. Are you sure this is the location? The doctor just stares at the scenery and then answers. Kurogiri. For all these years I've been alive, I have never seen something that could cause master and injuries like that, and the oddest thing is that there was no knot tracer signs that it was a product from a quirk. The doctor trembles a bit. All my years of research and it has nothing to show for it. Alas, it has driven me here to Ireland. It has driven me to search myths and legends. Kurogiri, please, I have not gone mad. Or rather maybe it's the world itself that has gone mad. Anyways, we're here to search for the spear Gae Bolga spear of legend that was said to cause great injuries and also comes with a curse when injured by it. Quirks. Perhaps there is more to it than just a sudden evolution. Kurogiri said nothing, just continues to drive, were it not for his master screaming in pain about a crimson spear and himself seeing the raining down of weapons he wouldn't have believed it. He would have even chucked it up as the doctor finally going insane, but no, this may be the truth. Doctor, where should we head to first then? The doctor opens up the GPS. I guess we'll start with County Louth, the place realistically we can reach, the home of Cuchulainn, the wielder of the spear. With a simple nod the duo drove off into the night. Meanwhile Izuku and everyone is still preparing their trip and went off to sleep. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.